Chapter 2266. No matter how they looked at it, the other party did not look like a brat. He was a peerless demon king. Now, the Zhao family had not even made a move. Just the other party alone had killed 3 mighty figures and more than 20 kings with a raise of his hand. Such means could be said to be heaven-defying. They had never seen such a thing before. Therefore, these people felt a chill in their hearts, and their expressions were extremely ugly. After Lin Xian succeeded, he looked at the other party and sneered. Why? Not making a move? Then it's my turn. Whoosh! In the next moment, he turned into a stream of light and quickly rushed forward. Damn it, kill him! Kill him with all your might! The black-robed elder's pupils constricted. He did not expect the other party to take the initiative to attack. He did not dare to hold back anymore. The people behind him attacked crazily. At the same time, he also roared angrily, and majestic energy surged out of his body. To be honest, no matter how powerful the other party was, they had 3 elite mighty figures this time. As long as the 3 of them attacked with all their might, they could definitely suppress the other party. Boom! The black-robed elder took the lead and stretched out his palm. Buzz! In the sky, a pitch-black palm pressed down, and the entire sky turned into night. Humph! You're just a firefly. How dare you compete with the sun and moon? Lin Xian sneered and punched out. The terrifying fist carried black flames that filled the sky and blasted out fiercely. Boom! The two collided, and thunderous sounds echoed in the sky as terrifying energy erupted. An extremely powerful energy swept out in all directions. Countless cracks appeared in the surrounding space as the terrifying energy swept down. The warriors in Stellar Sky City trembled when they felt the impact of this energy. The weaker ones directly knelt on the ground. Ah! Damn it! However, amidst the violent energy, there was a crazy roar. The black-robed elder kept retreating, stepping on the void. His palm directly exploded. Blood dyed the void red. Then, Lin Xian attacked again. Kid, you're courting death! Another elite roared. This was a middle-aged man. He held a red longsword in his hand and quickly charged over. Buzz! The longsword swept across, and the red sword light swept across the sky as if it was divine red. Boom! Lin Xian's palms slammed into the sword chi that filled the sky, causing a resplendent light to erupt. A terrifying voice tore through the void. After the deafening explosion, Lin Xian's palm didn't change at all. It was still grabbing forward in an overwhelming manner. On the other side, the middle-aged man was sent flying while vomiting blood. You want to capture me with just the 2 of you? He really overestimated himself. Lin Xian sneered as he looked ahead. Brat, don't be so arrogant. At this moment, another earth-shattering roar was heard. The purple light shot straight into the clouds, drowning out the entire world. Then, a figure appeared. This was a young man. His eyes were incomparably cold, but no one dared to underestimate him. This was not a young man, but an old monster that had lived for more than 1,000 years. He was an elite almighty, and he was the strongest among the people who came this time. The purple-robed ancestor was actually him. Seeing this purple-clothed youth walk out, many people exclaimed in surprise. The elders of the Zhao family also frowned. Because the purple-robed ancestor was indeed not simple. His strength was incomparably terrifying. Therefore, for a moment, they were a little worried. They didn't know if Lin Xian could withstand it. Indeed, the purple-robed ancestor was very powerful. He was even more powerful than the previous 2 elite almighties. His roar shattered the mountains and rivers. Boom! A large purple hand reached out to grab him. Heaven and earth instantly split open, and a terrifying aura pressed down below. The kings of Stellar Sky City trembled and couldn't stand at all. He had some strength, but it wasn't enough. Lin Xian nodded slightly, but his eyes were full of disdain. How dare an elite almighty behave so atrociously in front of him? In the next moment, he also stretched out his palm. Endless aura revolved around his palm. One after another, stars began to appear in the sky. The astral palm was an ultimate technique used by an almighty of the Qiyu family. However, at this moment, when Lin Xian used the great dragon sword Soul, its power was hundreds of times more terrifying. When he stretched out his palm, heaven and earth were completely covered. Only the stars could be seen rotating one after another. It was as if the real universe had descended into the human world. Heavens, what kind of technique was this? Wasn't the astral palm an ultimate technique of the Qiyu family? How did this kid know it? Many people exclaimed. The people of the Qiyu family went crazy. Damn it! The astral palm was indeed their family's ultimate technique, and many people had practiced it before. However, they couldn't hit the opponent's terrifying power at all. More importantly, how did the other party do it? However, they didn't have time to think about it anymore. Wretched cries rang out in the sky. Those spinning stars were releasing a terrifying pressure that enveloped the entire world. In the blink of an eye, the bodies of many martial artists were crushed into a bloody mist by these stars and directly exploded. Boom! Boom! In an instant, at least 30 kings were killed. Moreover, there were even more screams. This time, not only the Qiyu family, but even the warriors of the other 3 families were affected. Damn it, impossible! How could he be so powerful? Countless people screamed crazily, and the faces of the elite almighties became extremely ugly. In an instant, more than half of the people they brought were dead. Moreover, it was still going on. It wouldn't be long before all of them were killed. This made their hearts bleed in disbelief. These were all the elites of their families. They were the hope of their family's future. But now, they were all killed. A red star descended, bringing with it endless flames as it flew towards the black-clothed old man. The black-robed elder roared crazily and slammed his palms continuously. Ghost claws tore through the void and attacked fiercely. However, it was useless. The red star was like a sun, burning fiercely and directly enveloping the black-robed elder. Then, it was completely refined. What? Even the elite almighties were killed. The death of the black-robed elder had a huge impact on them because he was an elite lord. He was definitely a peerless powerhouse with unimaginable strength. But now, he had been killed like a blade of grass. Who was the other party? They didn't dare to think. Therefore, in the next moment, those who were still alive screamed crazily. Run, run! At this moment, revenge and the mission of their families were all thrown away. Saving their lives was the most important thing. However, could they escape? The area within a radius of 10,000 miles was completely enveloped by Lin Xian's astral palm, forming a heaven and earth cage. They couldn't escape at all. Therefore, the ordinary kings were all killed very quickly. The almighties couldn't survive at all. Now, only 5 elite almighties were left. They were from the 4 great families, and 2 of them were from the Qiyu family. Chapter 2267. Now, there were only 5 elite almighties left. They were from the 4 major families, and 2 of them were from the Red Moon family. The other 3 were from the 3 major families. At this moment, the 5 of them were gathered together, and their expressions were extremely ferocious. They were covered in blood, both their own and their subordinates. Damn it, the 5 of us should join forces and attack in the same direction. I don't believe that he can fight against the 5 of us. The purple-robed ancestor roared crazily. Although he had delicate features, his small face was ferocious like a demon at this moment. Purple extreme demonic art. The purple-robed patriarch used his most powerful technique as soon as he stepped forward. The other 4 elite almighties also used their best ultimate skills, not daring to hold back at all. Heavenly Rainbow's Sword. The middle-aged man waved the long sword in his hand and released terrifying sword lights one after another. Sky Demon Fist. The demon roared. Immovable Mountain. Terrifying divine abilities burst forth, and the crazy energy between heaven and earth swept towards the starry sky. Lin Xian looked at this scene and sneered disdainfully. Now, it was over. Destroying the stars. Boom, boom, boom. As his voice fell, the stars in the sky exploded in his palm. The entire universe turned into chaos. The space within a radius of 10,000 miles was completely torn apart, and an endless black hole appeared. As for the five Almighties, they were completely drowned by this violent energy. Boom! 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 The violent energy between the heavens and the earth lasted for an instant's worth of time before gradually dissipating. In Tianxing City, all the warriors were lying on the ground, their faces pale. When the energy dissipated, they stood up from the ground and looked at the sky in shock. In fact, they had already thought of this. With such violent energy, it was impossible for the five Almighties to survive. However, they still had to verify their thoughts. Sure enough, when they looked up at the sky, the terrifying spatial cracks in the sky had already healed. However, the figures of the five Almighties had already disappeared. Only clouds of blood mist were left in the sky, turning into a rain of blood that fell in Tianxing City. Looking at this scene, everyone was stunned. Because at this moment, their feelings could not be described with words. The four major families, hundreds of kings, and so many elite Almighties were all killed in an instant. This scene was like a legend, and they could not believe it. Lin Xian waved his sleeve and landed again, returning to Tianxing City. Countless people looked at Lin Xian with fear in their eyes. The young people of the Zhao family also felt their scalps tingle. The elders of the Zhao family became extremely respectful. Among them, the Grand Elder hurriedly walked over. Their attitude towards Lin Xian was completely different. Before, they were all respectful of Lin Xian, but that was because of Murong Qingqing. However, things were different now. The strength that Lin Xian had displayed had definitely surpassed that of an elite mighty being. At the very least, he was at the pinnacle of the Almighties. Such strength was incomparably terrifying and worthy of their respect. The group once again, the group. Murong Qingqing and Lin Xian also made their intentions clear. You want to know the reason? Almighties. Hearing this, the first elder narrowed his eyes. Zhao Jiruo's eyes also flickered. This beast tide is indeed a little strange, but I really don't know the exact reason. The Grand Elder shook his head. You don't know? Seeing this scene, Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing were a little disappointed. They thought that with the status of the Zhao family, they should know something special. They did not expect that they did not know either. Then, the Grand Elder left. Zhao Jiruo also left, but before she left, she said, Junior sister Qingqing, don't be anxious. I'll help you ask around. Sure enough, half a day later, Zhao Jiruo returned again. She said, My grandfather wants to see you. Your grandfather? Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing looked at each other. Then, Lin Xian asked, Is it a clue about the beast tide? You'll know when you get there. Zhao Jiruo smiled mysteriously. Then, Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing followed Zhao Jiruo and left the pavilion, walking towards the depths of the Zhao family. The entire Zhao family was very large, so they did not reach their destination after walking for half a day. However, Lin Xian realized that the surroundings had already changed. The Zhao family in front of him was dotted with palaces and pavilions, as if it was a palace. Behind them, there were very few sights. There were forests, mountains, waterfalls, and running water everywhere, as if it was a paradise. Not only that, he also realized that the spirit energy here far exceeded that of the outside world. Compared to the spirit energy outside the Zhao family, it was denser. There were even some spirit beasts around at any time. They were all cute and harmless. The little fur ball in Zhao Jiruo's arms was also whimpering. However, at this moment, Little White also came out of the black earth and jumped onto Lin Xian's shoulder. It looked around with its big black eyes. Obviously, this little guy had smelled some spirit fruit. You have a little white ball too. Zhao Jiruo turned her head and exclaimed when she saw Little White on Lin Xian's shoulder. It looked similar to Snowball in her arms, except that one was a monkey and the other was a lion. Come here, I'll give you a spirit fruit to eat. Zhao Jiruo was very experienced in raising pets, so she flipped her palm and a red fruit appeared in her hand. When Little White saw it, it flew over with a whoosh. It jumped onto Zhao Jiruo's shoulder, hugged the spirit fruit, and chewed happily. Zhao Jiro looked at it and liked it very much. However, at this moment, she realized that something was wrong. That was because the little lion in his arms actually began to tremble slightly. Its black eyes looked at Little White with a trace of fear. What's going on? Zhao Jiro was extremely surprised. The little lion in her arms had a very strong bloodline power. It was born as a one-star king. In the future, it might even become a peerless demon king. Therefore, she liked it very much. She even took care of it personally. But now, this little lion with the potential of a peerless demon king was actually trembling. It was afraid of this monkey. Thinking of this, Zhao Jiro gasped. What kind of background does this monkey have? Could it be even more terrifying than the little lion in my arms? She didn't know, but her beautiful eyes were fixed on the little white monkey. Little White hugged the spirit fruit, glanced at the little lion, and then made a face. Then, with a swoosh, it returned to Lin Xian's side. So fast. Zhao Jiro was surprised that she could not catch the other party's trajectory. A mutant of heaven and earth. This was definitely a very terrifying mutant of heaven and earth. She did not expect that not only was Lin Xian powerful, but he also had such a terrifying pet. Aya, little guy, long time no see. At the side, Murong Qiqing was also happy. She picked up Little White from Lin Xian's shoulder, hugged it in her arms, and kept rubbing it. Ah woo, ah woo. The little white monkey looked like it was enjoying itself. Murong Qiqing was happy to see it. She followed Zhao Jiro and hugged Little White in her arms. The three of them chatted and laughed as they walked for a while. Buzz. Chapter 2268. Suddenly, two silhouettes flickered and appeared. They were wearing bronze masks and carrying two sharp swords on their backs. Their expressions were extremely cold. Their eyes, in particular, were emotionless. Zhao Jiro stopped in her tracks as soon as the two figures appeared. Behind her, Lin Xian and Murong Qiqing also looked solemn. They could sense that the two people in front of them were definitely experts. Seniors, I'm here on my grandfather's orders. These two are my friends. My grandfather wants to see them. This is a token. Zhao Jiro took out her family's token as she spoke. In front of her, one of the masked men took the token and looked at it carefully. Then, he nodded and returned the token to Zhao Jiro. Then, the two figures flashed and disappeared into the void. Whoosh! The leaves on both sides rustled, and birds chirped. It was very ethereal. It was as if the appearance of the two masked men was a dream. Let's go. My grandfather is right in front. However, the two of you have to follow me closely. Follow my footsteps. Don't make a single mistake. There's a formation inside. If you take the wrong step, it'll be very dangerous. Okay. Murong Qiqing smiled. Lin Xian also nodded. Then, he looked around. Indeed, with his knowledge of formations, he discovered that there was an extremely terrifying formation in front of him. Although there was no light, it was extremely dangerous. There was only one way out. Next, Zhao Jiro led the way. She did not walk in a straight line, but in all kinds of curves. Sometimes she even went backwards. However, Lin Xian and Murong Qiqing knew that they were walking on the only way out of the formation. If they did not follow this path, they would immediately activate the terrifying killing formation under their feet. It took them an hour to walk through the formation. Finally, Zhao Jiro heaved a sigh of relief. All right, there's no danger ahead. Let's speed up. In front of them was no longer a forest, but a grassland. There was even the sound of flowing water in the distance because there was a waterfall in the distance. On the opposite side of the waterfall was a huge lake that was embedded in the ground like an emerald gem. Beside the lake, there was a figure. However, soon, Lin Xian and Murong Qiqing were stunned. That was because they thought they would meet an old man with the demeanor of an immortal. However, the scene in front of them was completely out of their expectations. The figure in front of them was indeed an old man. However, he was dressed casually. He wore cotton clothes and a bamboo hat on his head. At this moment, He was holding a hoe and waving it in front of him. Moreover, it wasn't some terrifying divine ability. It was very ordinary, just like a farmer plowing the land. His trousers were rolled up, and the sweat on his face kept dripping to the ground. If it had not been Zhao Jiro who had brought them here, if it had not been for the terrifying guards and the terrifying killing array, then, they simply didn't believe that the old man in front of them was the old master of the Zhao family. That was because he was too ordinary. Such people could be seen everywhere in the countries of ordinary people. However, Zhao Jiro was not surprised. With a smile on her face, she ran over. "Grandpa, I've invited him," Zhao Jiro said softly. The old man stopped waving his hoe, stood up, and wiped his sweat. Then, he turned his head to look at Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing. "Please wait for a moment. I still have a little more to finish." "We're not in a hurry, old master." Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing also walked up and watched from the side. Murong Qingqing blinked curiously. Lin Xian glanced at it, and was extremely surprised. That was immortal grain rice. Lin Xian was too surprised. That was a type of rice, which was also an ordinary food. The rice in front of them was not ordinary. It was known as an ancient variant. That was because it contained pure spiritual energy when it was planted. It could be said that it was the same as spirit herbs and spirit fruits. However, it was much more effective than ordinary spirit fruits. Moreover, it could be eaten as a meal. If one ate it from a young age, the foundation and physique would be unimaginable. He did not expect the old man of the Zhao family to be planting such a thing. Hearing Lin Xian's words, old Master Zhao raised his head again with a hint of surprise in his eyes. "You know about this?" He had read about it in books before, but this was the first time he had seen it with his own eyes. "Can you give me a few stalks, old master?" Lin Xian asked. Old Master Zhao laughed when he heard that. "All right, it's fate that we meet. I'll give you a few stalks." Lin Xian picked 10 stalks, then waved his hand and kept them. He cupped his fists and smiled, thanking the old man for his help. Next, old Master Zhao continued to work on the unfinished ones. Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing watched from the side. Gradually, the two of them became serious again. That was because they realized that old Master Zhao's every action was very ordinary, but there was an inexplicable charm to it. Returning to simplicity. The two of them were shocked. Old Master Zhao was definitely a terrifying expert. Because there were very few people who could do that. After some time, old Master Zhao was finally done with his work. He put the hoe in his hand aside, took off the bamboo hat on his head, and said with a smile, "Please take a seat." The few of them sat by the old lake. At that moment, the surface of the lake was sparkling. A gentle breeze blew, and it was very cool. "I've heard from Jiro why you're here. The beast tide had started a year and a half ago. It had been intermittent, and it would come once every few months. However, there hasn't been a large-scale beast horde in Xianshan region yet. However, this matter has attracted the attention of all parties. We've investigated it. However, due to the lack of clues, we didn't find anything. However, after our analysis, this beast horde is indeed not ordinary. Moreover, the target of this beast horde is very obvious. They're all heading for the main cities. Among them, 4 main cities, including Wanran City, were attacked by the beast horde. The 9 Li dynasty also attached great importance to this matter and sent a large number of experts to help suppress the beast horde. They even caught a few peerless monster kings and wanted to search their souls. They found useful information. Unfortunately, after those peerless monster kings were caught, they immediately self-destructed and even sacrificed a few peerless mighty figures. It's very crazy. Therefore, we can't get any useful information at all. However, if you really want to know something, you can go to Qianshan City. That's also a main city. Maybe you can find some information there." Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing's eyes flickered when they heard that. They didn't expect it to be like this. Although they didn't get any exact information, they were sure that someone was secretly manipulating it. The self-destruction of the peerless monster kings was obviously to hide the information. It seems that the monster clans are making a big move recently. Moreover, they're attacking main cities. Their purpose is very obvious. Since they didn't get any information, Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing didn't stay any longer. They stood up. Sorry to disturb you, old master. Then, Zhao Jiro left again with Murong Qingqing and Lin Xian. Chapter 2269. At this moment, although he was still wearing plain clothes, he was definitely not ordinary. The aura on his body was like a peerless divine sword, revealing its sharpness. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In front of him, ripples suddenly appeared on the huge lake, rippling out in circles. Following that, countless water pillars rushed up, and a huge monster slowly appeared under the water. Whoosh! Water splashed all over the sky, and under the sunlight, it shone with a crystal clear light. A black shadow that was like a small mountain appeared in front of Old Master Zhao. It was a turtle, a black turtle. Its body was as big as a small black mountain. Its head was incomparably ferocious, and it was as big as a house. On its back was a black turtle shell with mysterious patterns on it. Old man, you're dishonest. How dare you leak our information? The black turtle spoke in human language, and there was a hint of fierceness in its eyes. Humph! Old Master Zhao snorted coldly, but he was not afraid. A sharp light flickered in his eyes, and his cold voice sounded. Leak information? What did I leak? From the beginning to the end, I didn't say anything, right? Cunning human! The black turtle slowly bent down, and its huge head came in front of Old Master Zhao. The coldness in its eyes was like 10,000-year-old ice. Then, what about now? Have you thought it through? No. This is an important matter, and I need to think it through carefully. If there's nothing, don't come out. Old Master Zhao said coldly with his hands behind his back. In front, the black turtle heard this and snorted coldly. However, its huge body slowly descended and disappeared into the water. Whoosh! Countless waves rolled, but with the disappearance of the black turtle, the entire lake returned to calm. It was as if nothing had happened. Old Master, something bad has happened. In the Qiyu family, a figure hurriedly sent a report. What happened? He was flustered. The warriors of the Qiyu family were very confused. The patriarch of the Qiyu family also frowned. This time, he had sent a large number of experts, and he had joined forces with the other three families. It could be said that it was foolproof. Even if the Zhao family made a move, they would be able to resist. Therefore, during this period, he had been patiently waiting for news. At that moment, he frowned when he saw how flustered his subordinates were. What have I always taught you? You have to be calm in the face of trouble. No matter what, my Scarlet Moon clan is still a big clan. Don't you know the rules of the clan? Hearing this, the subordinate broke out in cold sweat. Yes, Patriarch, I know I was wrong. The Red Moon Patriarch nodded slightly, then took a sip of spirit tea and asked indifferently. What happened? Did you catch that brat? All he had to do was push him back. No, that's not it. The people we sent were all annihilated. The 4 great clans were all annihilated. Clang! Hearing this, the Scarlet Moon Patriarch's body stiffened, and the smile on his face froze. The spirit tea in his hand fell to the ground and shattered into pieces. The surrounding people were also stunned. After a long time, they finally regained their senses. The Qiyu clan member stood up and said coldly, Damn it, what did you say? Say it again. This voice was like thunder, piercing through the void. The entire house even exploded, and a terrifying black hole appeared in the sky. The subordinate trembled in fear and directly knelt on the ground. Patriarch, all our martial artists were annihilated. None of them came back alive! How was that possible? When the surrounding people of the Scarlet Moon clan heard this, they were all stunned and could not believe it. The Scarlet Moon Patriarch's face was also ugly. To be honest, he would not believe it even if he was beaten to death. This time, he had sent nearly 100 martial artists. Moreover, he had joined forces with the other 3 great clans. With such a lineup, the Zhao family would not be able to annihilate them. Damn it, who was the one who did it? Could it be that there was a terrifying force behind that brat? It was not anyone else, nor was it the Zhao family. It was that brat who did it himself. He did it himself. Hearing this, everyone almost bit off their tongues. What a joke! A brat annihilated hundreds of kings with a raise of his hand? Damn it, do you think I'm an idiot? The Scarlet Moon Patriarch was furious. He slapped his subordinate to the ground, causing the subordinate to vomit blood and lie on the ground. He struggled to say, Patriarch, it's true. Everyone in Stellar Sky City saw it. When these words came out, everyone was dumbfounded. Everyone in the city saw it. There was no way it could be fake. However, they still could not believe it. Could it be that the brat was a peerless mighty figure? A peerless mighty figure in his 20s. Heavens, who exactly was that person? They did not dare to imagine. At that moment, an old man next to him frowned. He's so young and so mysterious. That brat is very suspicious. Third Elder, what are you trying to say? The Scarlet Moon Patriarch asked. Patriarch, have you forgotten? There was news from the prince's residence that a young demon king came from the Tai dynasty. He's the one who's wanted by the Tai dynasty. It's been confirmed that he's in the Nine Li dynasty. Do you think it's that brat? Is there a portrait of him? The Scarlet Moon Patriarch took a deep breath. With this reminder, he really did remember. Not long ago, the Tai dynasty had joined forces with the Nine Li dynasty and released a notice nationwide. The Scarlet Moon Patriarch naturally received the notice. However, they did not take it to heart at all, and they did not intend to interfere. After all, it was rumored that he was a very terrifying person. He was able to escape from the Tai dynasty alone. One could imagine how terrifying he was. But now, the Third Elder's words made him suspicious. It might be that brat in front of him. Yes. The Third Elder raised his hand and cast a light screen. Then, a figure appeared in the void. That was the wanted person. In the sky, there was a three-dimensional image of a handsome young man. He didn't look very old, probably in his 20s. Is that the person? The Scarlet Moon Patriarch asked coldly. The subordinate who was beaten to the ground raised his head and looked at the void. Then, he trembled. That's right. It's him. What? It's really him. Hearing this, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Those elders were extremely shocked. The Scarlet Moon Patriarch's pupils constricted. They did not expect that they had provoked such a terrifying demon king. But soon, a sinister smile appeared on his face. So what if that brat is strong? This time, the Tai dynasty had sent a large number of peerless powerhouses to hunt that brat down. Moreover, it was said that those who reported the news would be rewarded handsomely. It seems that we don't have to do anything to kill that brat. That's right. The surrounding elders all sneered malevolently. No matter how strong a person was, it was impossible for him to go against an entire dynasty. In their opinion, that brat would definitely die. Men, quickly send a message to the Sixth Prince. Tell him that we've found the murderer. Chapter 2270. Yes. A few subordinates hurried to do it. However, at this moment, the Chiyu clan spoke again. Men, send someone to follow that kid. Don't show yourself. Just follow him secretly. Don't let that kid escape. Looking at the departing figures of his subordinates, the Chiyu clan's leader smirked. Humph, this is what you get for going against my Chiyu clan. And that Zhao family, let's see how you deal with them this time. Nine Li Dynasty, White Cloud City. In the city, there was a manor that was extremely quiet. However, on this day, a few martial artists in battle armor descended from the sky. Their expressions were solemn as they walked over quickly. General, there's news. The three martial artists knelt on one knee, looking excited. In front of them, a valiant middle-aged man sat on a huge rock. When he heard the voice, he opened his eyes. His gaze was sharp like a blade. It was General Xianying. Have you found that kid's whereabouts? General Xianying asked. Found him. He's in Sky Star City in Qianshan region. Is the news reliable? Yes, it's from the Qiyu clan in Qianshan region. It's said that the kid had a conflict with the Qiyu clan and even crippled their young master. The Qiyu clan sent out hundreds of kings, but they were all killed by the kid. Only then did they discover the kid's identity. Very good, General Xianying sneered. Since that's the case, let's do it. Send our men over and suppress the kid. Also, inform the people from Hell to take action. Hell might have already succeeded by the time we arrive. Yes, I'll do it now. 3 figures soared into the sky, and General Xianying stood up as well. Kid, you won't be able to escape from me. Sky Star City, Zhao family. Since they couldn't get any news here, Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing decided to go to Qianshan City to take a look. However, Zhao Jiro hoped that they could play here for 2 days or at least tour Sky Star City. Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing felt that a day or 2 wouldn't take too much time, so they agreed. On this day, the 3 of them went out of the Zhao family together. Young Master Lin, Junior Sister Murong, our Sky Star City is still very fun. The snacks here are delicious. Let me take you to have a taste. Stellar Sky City was huge and was divided into many regions. If Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing were left alone, they might not be able to find it. However, Zhao Jiro was familiar with the road and soon arrived. The streets ahead were bustling with noise and excitement. There were many martial artists in front of them. Moreover, all of them looked very excited and happy. Whoosh! The 3 snow lions stopped and Lin Xian, Murong Qingqing and Zhao Jiro walked down from the carriage. Looking at the sea of people in front of her, Murong Qingqing exclaimed. There were so many people. That was natural, because the food here was delicious. Look, there are quite a few kings and even almighties among these martial artists. They were all regulars here. Let's go. Zhao Jiro led the way while Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing followed behind. They looked at the food on both sides and swallowed their saliva. To be honest, one of them had been cultivating in the sacred ground while the other had been fighting non-stop. It could be said that they rarely had the time to visit the city. Not to mention eating delicious food. Basically, apart from medicinal pills, Lin Xian only ate spirit fruits. Damn, it smells so good. I can smell it. The dark red dragon came out of the black earth and looked around while drooling. The little white monkey was also mumbling. He looked at the spirit fruit in his hand and threw it away. He looked around curiously with his big eyes. Damn, I want to eat this. The dark red dragon stared at a golden bird and couldn't move. That bird was as big as a house and was completely golden. It was currently being roasted on a huge fire rack. From afar, one could smell the fragrance of roasted meat. You guys have good taste. This is a 6-star king golden sparrow. Its meat is very fresh and contains powerful energy. Do you guys want to have a taste? A 6-star demon king! Hearing this, Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing were also surprised. They didn't expect the food here to have such extraordinary origins. I want it. The dark red dragon didn't say anything and directly tore off a piece of golden roasted meat. Damn, it smells so good. Soon, the dark red dragon let out a hearty laugh. The little white monkey was also very curious and tore off a piece to eat. Its big eyes narrowed into crescents. Okay, I want it. Lin Xian directly bought the entire golden sparrow. This scene shocked the surrounding people. One had to know that this was a 6-star demon king. It was definitely expensive. Most people would only buy a small piece. Those who bought the entire golden sparrow were definitely rich. And they were rich to an unimaginable extent. This 6-star demon king was indeed expensive, but Lin Xian didn't care about such a small amount of money. I want to eat this. Murong Qingqing looked at the shop on the other side with her beautiful eyes shining. The group of people walked over. The dark red dragon directly lifted the house-sized golden roasted meat with its 2 dragon claws and ate it as it walked. The little white monkey directly lay on the roasted meat. Although it usually loved to eat spirit fruits, it couldn't resist the fragrance of the roasted meat. The shop in front was also doing very well. Looking at the layer of white jelly-like things, Lin Xian, Murong Qingqing, and the others were curious. Shop owner, give us an introduction. Zhao Jiro smiled. A middle-aged woman walked out. She looked at them and knew that they were of noble status, so she carefully introduced them. This is called Golden Wind and Jade Dew. It is made by mixing 13 types of spirit herbs and adding Earth's spirit liquid. There are a total of 3 types in this shop. There are 100-year-old, 500-year-old, and 1,000-year-old. The age naturally refers to the age when the 13 types of spirit herbs were grown, and the prices are from low to high. Especially the 1,000-year-old ones, they were shocking. Ordinary people couldn't afford it. After all, 13 types of 1,000-year-old spirit herbs were absolutely priceless. Lin Xian waved his hand and ordered 5 bowls of 1,000-year-old spirit herbs. As soon as he said that, the surrounding people exclaimed, "He's a tycoon, a real tycoon. He doesn't even bother to bargain when buying things." One had to know that people like them only wanted a 100-year-old spirit herb at most. Even the mighty ones would only buy a 500-year-old spirit herb. These people are ordering 5 bowls of 1,000-year-old spirit herbs. Even the mighty ones wouldn't dare to spend like that. However, the wealth in Lin Xian's hands was far beyond their imagination. Buying 5 bowls was not a problem at all. Soon, each person had a bowl, and they ate with relish. Just like that, they ate as they walked. The surrounding people were amazed. However, they also knew that the identities of the people in front of them were not ordinary. Zhao Jiruo was the daughter of the Zhao family, and they knew this young man. Not long ago, he killed the powerhouses of the 4 major families with a slap. He was definitely a peerless genius. It was not surprising that such a person would have such wealth. Chapter 2271. Lin Xian and the others ate and drank crazily along the way. However, at that moment, they stopped in their tracks. A hint of doubt appeared in their eyes. That was because many people had gathered in front of them, and there seemed to be some noise coming from them. Among them, a sharp voice pierced through the void. "Damn it! How dare you curse me? I'll tear your mouth apart." What happened? They were curious and decided to go and take a look. Thus, they walked over. Soon, they discovered that there was an argument in front of them. One of the parties was an old man in a green robe who had the demeanor of a transcendent being. The other party was a sturdy middle-aged woman who was dressed very luxuriously. Moreover, the clothes she wore were even more dazzling. Just by looking at the necklace and ring, one could tell that they were extraordinary treasures. Obviously, she was a rich and powerful person. At that moment, the middle-aged woman who was as strong as a bear had her hands on her hips. Her eyes were filled with ferocity as she stared at the transcendent old man in front of her. "You're courting death, you bastard! How dare you say that I can't find a cultivation partner? Are you blind? I'm as beautiful as a fairy. How can I not find a cultivation partner? Damned liar, how dare you say that you can predict the world? Hurry up and return the money." The woman's voice was filled with endless power, causing the people around her to tremble. Obviously, she was an expert. On the other side, the transcendent old man looked helpless. He was holding a yellowed canvas in his hand. There were a few words written on it: "Immortal guides the way." He shook his head and sighed. "The heavenly secrets have already been revealed to you. How can I ask you to return the money? No! I'm risking the heavenly tribulation to reveal the secret to you. I have to collect some compensation." "Old man, you refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Then don't blame me for being rude." The middle-aged woman snorted coldly. She reached out her hand and grabbed in front of her as if she wanted to grab the transcendent old man. Whoosh! Whoosh! However, she missed. The old man's body disappeared on the spot. When he reappeared, he was already on the other side. However, he was obviously very displeased. The old man shook his head and sighed. All right, I'll take it that I'm unlucky. I don't want to fight you. So, I'll return the payment to you." Don't ask me for help if anything happens in the future. As he spoke, he waved his sleeve and threw a supreme grade substandard divine crystal. Humph! Liar! Don't let me see you! Otherwise, I'll show you! The middle-aged woman grabbed the top-grade substandard divine crystal on the ground and left in a huff. When the surrounding people saw this scene, they wanted to laugh, but they didn't dare to. However, after the middle-aged woman to Linus, was there even a need to calculate? She was clearly a tigress. Who would dare to dual cultivate with such a person? How's to? Essay of the of course of twos be to this old man even claimed to be an immortal guiding the way. Why do I feel like he's a fraud? Initially, Lousy was fine with it, but when he heard the word liar, he was so angry that his beard straightened. He snorted coldly. What do you people know? This old man has wandered the four seas, and his immortal tracks are untraceable. It wasn't easy for me to reach Stellar Sky City. Lin to have to be the Lins to of the of course be of me of a to be of course. Hee hee. The people of the heavenly tribulation shook their heads in disbelief. They felt that he was an old liar. Therefore, many of them walked away. Let's go too, Zhao Jiro said. She was not interested in such things. Lin Xian, Murong Qingqing, and the others also turned to leave. However, at this moment, the sage-like old man in front of them shifted his gaze. His eyes lit up when he saw Zhao Jiro. This was because the other party's attire was extremely extraordinary. With a single glance, one could tell that he was very wealthy. Therefore, he hurriedly said, "Everyone, please listen to me." However, no one stopped. Lin Xian and the others did not stop either. It seemed that no one wanted to bother with this old liar. When the old man saw this, he pinched his fingers. With a flash of light, he appeared in front of Lin Xian and the others. "You're in a hurry. Can you listen to me?" Seeing this, Lin Xian and the others stopped in their tracks. This old man is quite fast. However, Zhao Jiro obviously did not believe him. She said coldly, "We don't need any fortune-telling. Just leave." Murong Qingqing did not believe her either. Lin Xian shrugged, and a few of them prepared to leave. However, at this moment, the old man said, "Let me calculate. When you were 9 years old, something happened that changed your fate. When you were 13 years old, something happened that changed your fate again. 2 changes in your fate made you soar and achieve what you have today." Buzz. Hearing this, Zhao Jiro stopped in her tracks. She turned her head, and a sharp light flashed in her eyes. Countless runes flickered on her body. Her voice also became sharp. "Who are you? How do you know about me?" She seemed to be filled with shock. It seems that the old man was right. Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing were also surprised. Could it be that the old man really knows how to read fortunes? "Of course. I did it. How about it? Do you believe me now?" Hearing this, Zhao Jiro's eyes flickered. Murong Qingqing was also surprised. Seeing this scene, the old man thought that they believed him, so he took a step forward and said in a low voice, "I don't want to hide it from you. I can see that your complexions are extraordinary, but your glabella is dark. There seems to be a bloody disaster in the near future." Pfft. Hearing this, the dark red dragon directly spat out the monster king meat in its mouth. It bared its teeth and said, "Old man, it seems that I deserve to hit you. You're too good at deceiving people. How dare you curse me?" The dark red dragon was so angry that it stomped its feet. Little White was also unhappy. In addition, Zhao Jiro's face darkened. Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing's mouths twitched. They originally thought that this person was some kind of expert. However, they did not expect that the second sentence revealed his true nature. "He's obviously deceiving us." "Old man, don't talk nonsense!" Zhao Jiro shouted coldly. The dark red dragon at the side also sneered. "Old man, how dare you cheat me of my money? You're courting death. Do you know who this girl is? She's a member of the Zhao family. The Zhao family is the overlord of this place. How dare you say that she's going to face a bloody disaster? Aren't you afraid that countless mighty figures will hunt you down?" Hearing this, the old man shrunk his neck and muttered in his heart, "Damn, her identity is so precious. Could it be that I'm going to play big this time?" However, his eyes flickered. In the end, he gritted his teeth and said, "No matter how precious your identity is, there is indeed an incident that will affect you and even your family. If you don't handle it well, what nonsense!" Zhao Jiruo's face was cold. This old man is too reckless. Chapter 2272. The old man was completely unaware. He looked at them carefully and said, "All of you are doing this for the same reason." Then, his gaze swept past the few people. When he saw Lin Xian, his heart skipped a beat. He subconsciously took a step back. "You!" He pointed at Lin Xian in shock. Lin Xian's face darkened. What does the old man want to say? The old man said, "It's all because of you. Kid, things haven't been going well for you recently. You seem to be being hunted down. Moreover, the danger hasn't been resolved yet. Let me predict that in the future, you will be hunted down by even more powerhouses." Lin Xian did not believe it at first, but when he heard that, he immediately frowned. Because the old man was right. He was indeed being hunted down by Tai Dynasty, and Tai Dynasty was still looking for him. In fact, there was also the War Tribe. It could be said that the future would be very dangerous. However, other than him, only Murong Qingqing knew about it. Other than that, even Zhao Jiruo did not know about it. How did the old man in front of him know about it? Could it be that he was really an expert? Lin Xian was puzzled. At the side, the dark red dragon was also surprised, but he still snorted coldly. He threw away all the bones in his hand. He waved his dragon claws and said, "Old man, tell me, who am I? If you can tell me, I'll believe you." The old man, Sui Xian, looked at the dark red dragon. There seemed to be mysterious runes flickering in his eyes. However, he was soon shocked and a look of fear appeared on his face. In fact, he even broke out in cold sweat. Seeing that, the dark red dragon asked, "Old man, what did you predict?" Sui Xian shook his head. I can't say. Stop pretending. Hurry up and say it. Otherwise, I'll roast you." The dark red dragon bared its fangs. Sui Xian said helplessly, "You shouldn't exist in this world." "Fuck! What do you mean? How dare you curse me?" The dark red dragon was furious. Shouldn't exist? Is my existence a mistake? He was very angry and wanted to attack. However, he was stopped by Lin Xian. The old man wiped his sweat and said, "Although your existence is a mistake, your existence will soon become reasonable. Acting all mysterious." The dark red divine dragon snorted in disdain. Lin Xian also frowned because he felt that those words made sense. This was because the dark red divine dragon was a dragon. That was a legendary mythical beast. Other than the dark red divine dragon, he had never seen a second real dragon. At most, they were related to dragons such as flood dragons and tyrannosaurs. However, there had never been a true divine dragon. If that was the case, the dark red divine dragon really shouldn't exist in this world. However, what did he mean by the existence of the future would become reasonable? Could it be that many dragons would appear in the future? Lin Xian still didn't know. However, he felt that the old man seemed to have some skills, so he said, "Old mister, take a look at it." As he spoke, he pointed at the little white monkey. Sui Xian looked at the little white monkey, but after a long time, the reaction was the same as before. She had a look of horror on her face, and then she shook her head. Would ye? Hearing that, Little White was also very dissatisfied and even threw the bone in her hand away. Lin Xian's heart skipped a beat. It seemed that the little white monkey's origin was very extraordinary. He had been suspicious because Little White did indeed have many magical powers. She could make people dizzy, was extremely fast, and even had a treasure bowl. More importantly, she didn't seem to need to cultivate much, and her strength would increase with time. That was really shocking. It could be said that the little white monkey was extremely mysterious, but Lin Xian still didn't know what kind of race it was. He originally thought that the old man would be able to see something, but the old man refused to say anything. Next, Sui Xian looked at Murong Qingqing and was also very shocked. He didn't say anything else except for one word, Phoenix. Murong Qingqing was surprised because she was indeed of the Phoenix bloodline, and not many people knew this secret. She didn't expect that the old man would be able to see through it. Could it be that the old man was really an expert? What about me, old mister? Lin Xian asked in the end. He felt that the old man was indeed extraordinary, and perhaps he could see something from him. Sui Xian finally looked at Lin Xian. However, this time, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face became incomparably pale. How was that possible? Sui Xian was extremely frightened, and his body began to tremble. He said in horror, "No, I don't want to. I don't want the money, I want to live for 2 more years." Murong Qingqing, Zhao Zhiro, and the others were puzzled. What was going on? Why would he vomit blood just because Lin Xian was divined? That was too exaggerated. Old man, your acting is too fake. The dark red dragon curled its lips. Lin Xian also frowned. He asked, "Old mister, what did you see?" I don't know anything. Little brother, I beg you, let me go. I really want to live for 2 more years. Sui Xian turned around and left. However, his voice drifted over. What I said before is true. You've been in danger recently, so you should be careful. After saying that, he turned into a streak of white light and ran away in an instant. What did that old man see? Lin Xian frowned. It seemed that the old man had guessed the identities of the dark red dragon and the little white monkey. However, why did he vomit blood when it came to him? Ignore him, little Xian. He's an old liar. The dark red dragon snorted coldly at the side. Lin Xian also sighed. All right, let's go. He felt that the old man might have some skills, but for some reason, he could not tell them. If that was the case, then it was probably true that they were in danger. Therefore, Lin Xian reminded, we should be careful. Oh right, senior sister Jiro, after today, we'll leave and won't return to the Zhao family. If anyone dares to cause trouble for the Zhao family in the future, you must cut off all ties between us. Just say that you have nothing to do with me, got it? What's going on? What happened? Zhao Jiro frowned. She had thought that the old man was just spouting nonsense, but judging from Lin Xian's reaction, he seemed to be hiding something. Lin Xian shook his head and did not say anything. However, he felt that he could not stay in the Zhao family any longer. He decided to walk around for a while more before saying goodbye to Zhao Jiro. They were almost at the end of the road, so there were fewer people around them. However, at that moment, a cold light suddenly appeared. A terrifying murderous intent surged. Hum! A hazy, smoke-like figure suddenly appeared beside Lin Xian. Chapter 2273. Lin Xian's pupils constricted, and the people around him exclaimed. They did not expect such a thing to happen. Clang! At the critical moment, Lin Xian pulled out the ancient dragon abyss sword and blocked in front of him. An earth-shattering sound rang out as the attack collided with the ancient dragon abyss sword, emitting a thunderous sound. The terrifying force pushed him back, but fortunately, the ancient dragon abyss sword was a heaven-grade treasure sword and was extremely hard, so it did not shatter. However, the powerful force caused the blood in Lin Xian's body to churn. Damn it! Who was it? Could it be that the people from the Tai dynasty were here? Lin Xian frowned. The people around him were also shocked, and Zhao Jiro was even more surprised. Sui Xian said that there was danger. Could it be that they were going to verify it now? She did not dare to imagine. However, she quickly put up a defense, and a realm surrounded her. Murong Qingqing also snorted, and a terrifying light shot out from her body. On the other side, the dark red divine dragon also looked around. Who was it? Come out! The dark red divine dragon roared. Don't let me catch you, or I'll roast you! Whoosh! At this moment, another flash appeared beside Lin Xian, and was only 2 meters away from him. This time, Lin Xian finally saw the other party. It was a man in black, and his body was wrapped in a black mist. His face was also hazy, and it was impossible to see clearly. However, a black longsword was piercing toward him with a terrifying murderous aura. Everything was too sudden. Zhao Jiro, Murong Qingqing, and even Lin Xian did not expect it. The people around him were even more shocked. Someone actually dared to attack Lin Xian? He was courting death. One had to know that Lin Xian had killed hundreds of kings alone. Such terrifying strength made people tremble. Who would dare to attack him? But now, someone actually dared to assassinate Lin Xian. Boom! The terrifying sword light swallowed and spat out rays of light as it slashed towards Lin Xian's head. There was simply no way to dodge it. Because this was a fatal blow. No one could have imagined that a second ago, everything was fine, and in the next second, such a terrifying killing intent would occur. Brat! The dark red divine dragon roared crazily and struck out with its dragon claws in an attempt to stop them. However, his opponent's speed was simply too fast. Older brother Xian. Murong Qingqing also cried out in alarm. A terrifying radiance surged out from her body, and the Jade Lake's great divine ability was quickly launched. The entire sky was trembling. However, although this divine ability was very powerful, it couldn't save him at all. Buzz Lin Xian's pupils shrank as he felt a biting cold murderous intent stabbing towards him. The sword had yet to arrive, but that terrifying killing intent had already made his entire body turn cold. Get lost! Lin Xian roared when he saw that there was no way to dodge. In the next moment, the great dragon sword spirit erupted, and endless sword light emerged from his body. Between heaven and earth, there was the sound of a dragon's roar as streaks of dragon-shaped sword chi flew out from Lin Xian's body and slashed forward. Boom! The void in front of him instantly exploded, and a terrifying collision sound rang out. A blast of air turned into a mushroom cloud that shot straight into the sky. The sky rumbled, and everything within a radius of 10,000 miles shook. The surrounding buildings collapsed in an instant, and the void split open as the cracks spread in all directions. Everyone's scalps went numb as they frantically retreated. Many people were directly sent flying by the blast of air. Not good! Retreat quickly! The dark red divine dragon swung its tail and tore the void apart as it quickly retreated. Zhao Jiro and Murong Qingqing were also surrounded by countless rays of light as they floated back like fairies. The terrifying sword light in front of them filled the 9 heavens. The entire place was in chaos, and it was impossible to see clearly. This scene naturally alarmed the entire stellar sky city. In an instant, countless powerful auras surged out like smoke signals. Immediately after, figures filled the sky and rose into the air. Who was fighting? Angry roars could be heard, but when they saw the terrifying sword light in front of them, they were all stunned. What a terrifying aura! Could it be that a peerless powerhouse was fighting? These people were extremely shocked, and their eyes were also fixed on the scene in front of them. Finally, the sword chi in front of them slowly disappeared, and the cracks in the sky also quickly recovered. Seeing this scene, everyone's eyes widened even more. Because the most critical moment had arrived. They wanted to know what was going on. Was Lin Xian assassinated? In particular, Murong Qingqing, the dark red divine dragon, and the others were even more nervous. In front of them, a figure appeared. His hair was disheveled, and his face was cold. He stood there like a god of death. Brother Xian! Seeing this figure, Murong Qingqing immediately exclaimed. That's right, the figure that appeared was naturally Lin Xian. His hair was disheveled, and his face was extremely pale. The clothes on his body were pierced through. In front of him, there was a pool of blood. It was abnormally crystal clear, like blood jade. This was the blood of a powerhouse, and it was naturally different from that of an ordinary person. Damn it, could it be that he was injured? The dark red divine dragon's face also darkened. Where was this kid injured? They didn't know, and they were very nervous. However, in the next moment, Lin Xian suddenly raised his head. The light in his eyes was like a peerless divine sword that pierced through all directions. At the same time, he shouted coldly, "Ching Ching, be careful! That guy is injured, but he's not dead yet." "What? That guy is injured?" Hearing this, everyone in the distance was shocked. They didn't expect that Lin Xian could withstand such a terrifying killing move, and even injure the other party. His strength was heaven-defying? Murong Qingqing and the dark red divine dragon also heaved a sigh of relief, but then, they also became nervous. The other party was still there, and he had disappeared. This wasn't good news for them. That was because their lives could be threatened at any time. They couldn't completely block such a terrifying sword light. Lin Xian's face was even more gloomy because it was too dangerous just now. If it were anyone else, even a peerless powerhouse, they would probably be killed. Fortunately, he had the great dragon sword soul. At the crucial moment, he resisted the other party and destroyed the other party's killing move. Moreover, he injured the other party. However, the other party's speed was very fast, almost not inferior to him. Therefore, at the crucial moment, he dodged the fatal blow. Damn it, who was it? Could it be an expert from the war tribe? Lin Xian's face was gloomy. The threat that the other party gave him wasn't inferior to the Golden Lion King. In fact, it was even more intense. Although the Golden Lion King was domineering, it wasn't a sneak attack. And this person's sneak attack was impossible to guard against. If a peerless powerhouse wasn't careful, they would also die. No, it shouldn't be the war tribe. Lin Xian shook his head. This was obviously the behavior of an assassin. It was completely different from the war tribe's violence that was born for battle. Be careful, they're assassins. Lin Xian reminded, and the dragon sword domain rose from his body. When Murong Qingqing and Zhao Zhihua saw this scene, they also quickly used their own domains. Buzz! Right at this moment, another shocking ray of light lit up. Chapter 2274. The terrifying killing intent emerged again, and the surrounding people retreated frantically. They had long pulled a safe distance away, but now, their scalps were still numb. Because the aftermath of this killing intent made their hearts beat wildly. They realized that if it were them, they wouldn't be able to dodge at all. Qing Cheng, be careful! Lin Xian let out a long roar. He didn't expect that these killers would actually attack Murong Qingqing. It was really hateful. It was too fast, and he couldn't stop it in time. Because he had just called out, that sword light was still enveloping Murong Qingqing. Flying flower! At the moment of crisis, a jade lotus platform appeared under Murong Qingqing's feet, spinning rapidly, and petals danced in the sky. It was very dreamy. These petals contained endless power, completely enveloping her. Dang! Dang! Sure enough, in the next moment, that sword light collided with the dreamy petals, emitting the sound of metal colliding. The peerless killing intent was like the vast Milky Way, and the murderous aura soared to the sky. However, Murong Qingqing was even more extraordinary. The flying flower divine ability that she used was even more terrifying. This was a divine ability in the Western Emperor Scripture. Western Emperor Scripture. The Jade Lake Sacred Ground Scripture was a cultivation technique created by the Great Emperor, and its power was unfathomable. At this moment, when it was used, it was even more shocking. That shocking murderous aura was indeed unable to penetrate the petals that filled the sky. The surrounding void shattered in an instant, and countless cracks appeared. However, Murong Qingqing's side was completely unharmed. Countless petals enveloped her. Seeing this scene, Murong Qingqing heaved a sigh of relief, and then her pair of beautiful eyes exploded with light. Flying flower slash! Since her defense was ready, then it was time for her to counterattack. With a wave of her jade-like hand, the petals that filled the sky formed a sharp light that slashed down from the sky. Endless light flickered, and the void in front of her exploded, forming a terrifying black hole. However, that blurry figure was very fast and actually dodged in advance. However, the crisis was not over. Because when Murong Qingqing was attacked, Lin Xian was also attacked again. Moreover, it was an even sharper and more terrifying attack. When Lin Xian saw Murong Qingqing being assassinated, he was furious. He let out a long howl, wanting to rescue them. However, in the next moment, all the hair on his body stood on end. He unleashed the demigods and semidevils to the extreme and dodged to the side. At the same time, the dragon sword domain quickly slashed out streams of sword chi. 1. Pun! This shocking sword light brushed past his body. But fortunately, the sword chi formed by the dragon sword domain directly knocked away this terrifying sword light. This time, that figure disappeared extremely quickly. When the attack failed, it directly disappeared into the void, turning into strands of green smoke, disappearing without a trace. Damn it! Lin Xian's face darkened when he saw this. The other party actually dared to attack. This made him angry and frightened at the same time. Not just one assassin, but at least two. The dark red divine dragon and the others also came to their senses and roared angrily. One after another, they unleashed their great abilities to protect themselves. Damn it, who is this person? Zhao Jiruo's face was incomparably ugly because this method had completely surpassed her imagination. Fortunately, the assassin did not attack her previously. Otherwise, it would have been difficult for her to block it. The dark red divine dragon let out a long howl and waved its dragon claws. Immediately, a large formation flew out and completely enveloped Tianxing City. Above the sky, countless lights flickered. No one could leave without a sound. As long as those assassins wanted to escape, it would immediately discover them. However, those assassins did not seem to have escaped at all. However, they did not appear either. It was as if they had disappeared. What a terrifying concealment ability! Murong Qingqing's expression was also solemn. She actually could not catch the other party at all. Who is this person? In the distance, those martial artists in Tianxing City were even more terrified. They retreated crazily, not daring to approach at all. What a joke, the two attacks from before were really too shocking. Even those peerless mighty figures in the city felt their scalps go numb. Boom! However, there were a few figures in the sky with solemn expressions. Among them, one was a dignified man wearing battle armor and standing in the void. He was the city lord of Tianxing City. At this moment, his expression was extremely gloomy. The other one was from the Zhao family. He was an old man wearing cotton clothes. His eyes were like divine lamps, illuminating all directions. He was old Master Zhao, whom Lin Xian had seen before. His expression was also extremely solemn. This was because he realized that he could not catch the traces of these assassins. Not only the two of them, but all the martial artists in Tianxing City were also using their own secret techniques, trying to find the other party's traces. This was because they were afraid that these people would come to their side. However, very soon, a series of exclamations sounded. Damn it, how is this possible? I can't see them at all. I can't even catch a trace of their aura. Could it be that they had disappeared? Or had they already left? They did not dare to imagine. Even those peerless mighty figures had ugly expressions on their faces. Zhao Jiruo snorted coldly. Damn it, I can't find them. Who are they? Lin Xian's expression was cold. His soul power quickly surged out and enveloped the entire Tianxing City. However, he could not find them either. This made his expression extremely solemn. However, in the next moment, he snorted coldly. Suddenly, golden runes burst out from his eyes. At the same time, the dragon sword realm completely enveloped him, forming a layer of light. Outsiders could not see clearly at all. Lin Xian's eyes turned golden. He had activated the heavenly secret divine eyes. This was because he realized that the other party was too terrifying. He had no choice but to use this trump card. Golden runes flashed in his eyes. After activating the heavenly secret divine eyes, the whole world was different. As expected, Lin Xian saw two illusory figures flashing quickly near them. Their speed was really shocking. Among them, a figure quietly came behind the dark red divine dragon. The killing sword in his hand was about to stab. Humph! How dare you attack? Lin Xian was furious. He was using the heavenly secret body now and could still see the other party. Therefore, he did not hold back anymore. He pulled out the ancient sword. A sharp sword light slashed down from the sky. Boom! This sword slashed at the side of the dark red divine dragon. The dark red divine dragon was shocked. He thought that Lin Xian was going to attack him. However, he soon understood. He swung his dragon tail and instantly left the place. Boom! The sword light fell and the sky was split in half. A figure was sent flying while vomiting blood. This figure was surrounded by a black mist. He looked like a god of death from hell. However, in this sword light, the mist on his body was like a flame that was quickly extinguished. His true body was revealed. It was a man in black. He wore tight black clothes and a ghost mask on his face. Therefore, even without the black mist, no one knew who he was. Damn it, how could it be? Chapter 2275. Damn it, how was that possible? The mysterious masked man was also extremely terrified. He did not expect that the other party could hurt him. Could it be that the other party had discovered his tracks? But how was that possible? He could not believe it. He came from a very ancient and mysterious place, and his movement technique was passed down from ancient times. How was it possible that these people had discovered him? In the next moment, he turned into green smoke and disappeared again. Damn it! How dare you assassinate me? Go to hell! The dark red dragon was furious. If it were not for Lin Xian, he would have been attacked by now. Although he was a dragon and had a strong defense, if he was hit, it would not be a joke. Therefore, in the next moment, he roared crazily and spat out balls of dragon flames that covered the entire sky. However, the mysterious masked man did not appear again. What was going on? He was hit. Could it be that he had discovered him? No one knew that in the sky, two figures were communicating with each other through voice transmission. No one knew, but that kid must have been lucky. He could not have discovered us. The other person shook his head. There was a sword wound on his body, but it had stopped bleeding. Let's attack together and get rid of that kid. The two of them communicated secretly, and quickly flew toward Lin Xian. No one around them knew what was going on. Even the dark red dragon and Murong Qingqing did not know what was going on. However, Lin Xian sneered. Under the effect of the heavenly secret god eyes, he could clearly see the two figures. Naturally, he could also see the two blurry black figures charging towards him at high speed. Demon Seal. Lin Xian held the ancient sword in his hand, and a terrifying killing move appeared and slashed in a direction beside him. Boom! As expected, a figure suddenly appeared in the void that was originally empty. He spat out large mouthfuls of blood and was sent flying backward. When Lin Xian saw that he had hit his opponent, he snorted and used the chaotic sky destroyer sword again. The terrifying sword light directly pierced through the entire sky in front of him. At the same time, a lotus flower flew out from his fingertip and flew behind him. It repelled the other masked man. What? He actually repelled it completely. How did he do it? Did he see it? Everyone was shocked. Even the Heavenly Star City's city lord and old man Zhao had grave expressions on their faces. This was because the two of them did not see each other either. But why was Lin Xian able to see it? They could not understand. At the same time, they were extremely shocked. Because what happened today was truly beyond their expectations. The two terrifying assassins were far beyond their knowledge. Moreover, the strength displayed by Lin Xian shocked them even more. Even now, they didn't know how the other party had locked onto the enemy. The two of them were shocked, but the two ghost-masked assassins were even more shocked. Originally, they thought that the other party was just lucky to have found them the first time. But this time, they were dumbfounded. That was because the other party was able to accurately send them flying. This was definitely not a blind guess. Instead, it was because the other party had really discovered their tracks. But how was that possible? One had to know that the two of them were from an incomparably mysterious assassin organization. Their movement techniques were elusive, and even peerless powerhouses couldn't detect them. How did the other party, a young brat, discover them? They could not figure it out. However, there was no time for them to think because Lin Xian held the ancient sword and attacked again. Boom! Lin Xian held the ancient dragon abyss sword in his hand and quickly swung it. Buzz! The priceless sword kept enlarging, like a huge mountain, pressing down from the sky. The terrifying chaotic sword light shot straight into the sky. The void instantly collapsed, and the ghost-masked assassin who was injured earlier was enveloped by it. Humph! The ghost-masked assassin roared, and an incomparably bright light erupted from his body. He would use the black sword in his hand to quickly counterattack. Boom! The two collided, and the sound of 10,000 horses neighing was heard. Just the sound wave alone directly tore through the void. Although the ghost-masked assassin was powerful, he had underestimated Lin Xian's strength. This sword was extremely terrifying, and it contained Lin Xian's killing intent and anger. Therefore, in the next moment, the ghost-masked assassin was directly sent flying, vomiting blood. Not only that, his arm was instantly broken. That powerful energy had shaken his internal organs to the point where they were seriously injured. Damn it! The ghost-masked assassin's expression finally changed. In the process of retreating, countless black smoke rose from his body, and then merged into the void again, disappearing. The ghost-masked assassin behind him was also shocked. After seeing Lin Xian's methods, he did not attack, but instead used the same method. He merged into the void and disappeared. They were ready to retreat. Because they were assassins, and they were good at killing. If they missed their target, they would immediately flee 1,000 miles away. This was the rule of assassins, and as the top assassins, they naturally understood. More importantly, the young man in front of them was too strange. It was as if he could find their traces, so they had no choice but to temporarily leave. Want to leave? Lin Xian snorted coldly, and the light of zero force burst out from his eyes. Previously he was almost killed, so how could he let these two people leave? Therefore, in the next moment, he used the Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps, and his speed was extremely fast. In an instant he charged over. The Heavenly Secret God eyes burst out, and a biting cold light flickered. Mysterious runes appeared, causing Lin Xian to lock on to the two figures. Boom! The ancient dragon sword was incomparably powerful, and coupled with the sharp sword chi of the great dragon sword soul, it instantly shattered the void. It was as if a peerless divine sword had slashed down. The entire sky was cut in half, and countless spatial cracks spread out in all directions. Damn it! How could he be so powerful? The pupils of the two ghost-masked assassins shrank, and when they felt the sword chi descending from the sky, their faces became incomparably ugly. Because just this attack alone was already not weaker than a peerless almighty. It seemed that this target was indeed as powerful as the rumors said. Originally, they thought that with the strength of the two of them and their assassination techniques, they would be able to easily eliminate the other party. Now, it seemed that they had been careless and underestimated the other party. However, the two of them were not to be trifled with. With a roar, the two ghost-masked assassins burst out with unparalleled power, and then the two of them exploded with speed. Boom! In an instant, they dodged the terrifying sword light by a hair's breadth. However, very soon, they screamed again. Because, after the sword light, the dense and terrifying sword chi in the sky descended from the sky. It was as if a huge dragon was dancing in the sky. Sky shattering! After a few more ultimate moves, the entire sky exploded. The two ghost-masked assassins could no longer resist. They were sent flying while vomiting blood. Speak, who are you? Chapter 2276. Looking at this scene, the surrounding people were all stunned. Even old Master Zhao, the city lord, and the peerless mighty figures felt their hearts skip a beat. That was because they did not find any traces of the two masked men at all. However, Lin Xian was able to capture their figures the entire time. That was too unbelievable. Moreover, the combat strength that Lin Xian displayed made their hearts skip a beat. That kid's combat strength was comparable to that of a peerless, mighty figure. The two masked men in front took out pills and quickly swallowed them to repair their injured bodies. At the same time, their faces were gloomy as they circulated their inner force. Buzz! They waved their long swords and released a terrifying sword light. It flickered with a cold light and slashed directly at Lin Xian. At the same time, the other person spat out a black bead. The black bead continued to expand, and 18 skulls rushed out of it. Each of them was extremely ferocious as they charged at Lin Xian. Boom! Boom! However, it was useless. Under Lin Xian's long sword, everything turned into ashes. The two masked men vomited blood and were sent flying again. Their faces were filled with shock. That was because the other party was too powerful. Lin Xian held the ancient sword and said coldly, "Since you don't want to tell me, don't blame me for searching your souls." As he said that, he used the demigods and semi-devils and charged at them at his maximum speed. Boom! The great dragon sword soul roared, and a terrifying sword light shot into the sky. At that moment, Lin Xian was like a peerless sword god that everyone looked up to. Chaotic Heaven Destroyer Sword. Monster sword she slashed down, and each of them was like a huge mountain. They carried an extremely sharp force and crushed the void. He released 36 sword chi in a row, and each sword chi was like a giant dragon that covered the entire sky. The two devil-masked men were forced to retreat again and again, vomiting mouthfuls of blood. Countless sword wounds appeared on their bodies. One of them even had his arm cut off, almost splitting him in half. Damn it! Run! The two masked men's scalps went numb, and they did not dare to stay any longer. They turned into two streams of light and disappeared into the void. They quickly escaped. Humph! Dark Red Shenong snorted coldly, and waved his dragon claws. Trying to escape? How could this be? He quickly activated the formation. The terrifying array shone brightly, cutting off all paths of retreat for the enemy. Puff! Another sword slashed down, and the devil-masked man with the broken arm was directly cut into two. The lower half of his body exploded, turning into a bloody mist. The upper half of his body roared ferociously. That pain almost made him faint. However, at this moment, Lin Xian's large hand reached out and enveloped him. Boom! Countless sword chi intertwined. First, it destroyed the opponent's spirit sea. Then, it turned into countless runes that sealed the opponent. Lin Xian tossed him to the dark red divine dragon. Watch him well. I'll search his soul later. As he spoke, his footsteps flashed as he charged towards another masked man. Damn it! The other masked man was so scared that his scalp went numb. His companion had already been subdued by the other party. He didn't dare to resist such means. Therefore, in the next moment, he opened his mouth again and spat out a large black flag. The large flag trembled in the wind and turned into a 10,000-foot tall mountain peak. Countless ghost chi filled the air. Countless ghost faces were roaring inside. For a moment, the entire space seemed to have turned into hell. Obviously, that was a powerful bejeweled artifact. Explode! A cold voice sounded, and the powerful bejeweled artifact directly exploded. Terrifying energy filled heaven and earth, and the defensive formation was instantly torn apart. Countless black holes appeared in the sky. When the devil-masked man saw that, he smiled sinisterly and disappeared. In the next moment, the devil-masked man escaped from the broken black hole. Damn it! That guy was trying to escape. The dark red divine dragon's expression changed. He didn't expect the other party to be so decisive as to self-destruct a top-grade treasure chi to destroy his formation. If the other party escaped, it would be impossible to catch him again. In fact, he had already lost track of the other party. However, Lin Xian sneered. His eyes flickered, and a sharp light burst out from them. Then, he put away the ancient dragon abyss sword and held it in his left hand. A dragon-shaped longbow appeared. The ferocious dragon had roared, and its entire body emitted a blazing light. Endless energy gathered in his right hand and formed an arrow. Hum! Golden runes erupted from his eyes and locked onto the devil-masked man. In the next moment, Lin Xian pulled the longbow into a full moon. An arrow flew out. Boom! Wherever it passed, space shattered. The arrow was extremely fast. The devil-masked man felt the aura behind him and was scared out of his wits. He used a secret technique and burned the blood in his body to escape. However, it was useless. The arrow pierced through his heart. Puff! The devil-masked man was nailed in the void. His body trembled, and blood flowed out. It splattered on the ground, creating countless deep pits. That was the blood of a king. It was extremely terrifying. Impossible! The devil-masked man said with difficulty. He didn't expect the other party to be able to lock onto him and pierce through him. However, in the next moment, a hint of madness appeared in his eyes. Ha ha! Kid, you're dead meat! You can't escape! The sound made one's scalp tingle. Hum! At this moment, the devil-masked man's body suddenly expanded. A violent force instantly exploded and swept across a radius of 10,000 miles. Not good! Seeing this scene, Lin Xian frowned. The expressions of the cultivators in Stellar Sky City changed. Such a violent force was enough to destroy Stellar Sky City. Furthermore, it was likely that all of them would be affected. It was very likely that they would be killed. Boom! Boom! However, Stellar Sky City was not to be trifled with. 108 stars suddenly lit up and circled in the sky, forming a powerful light screen. It completely enveloped Stellar Sky City. This was the defensive formation of Stellar Sky City, and it was extremely powerful. Therefore, although the devil-masked man's self-destruction brought about a large amount of energy, it was all blocked by Stellar Sky City's formation. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief, feeling as if they had survived a disaster. However, Lin Xian and the others' expressions were extremely solemn because the other party would rather self-destruct than leave behind any clues. One had to admit that this group of people was too terrifying. Fortunately, they still caught a devil-masked man. At this moment, he was already sealed. As long as they searched his soul, they should be able to find some clues. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two figures flashed out. They were the Stellar Sky City's city lord and the old man of the Zhao family. Behind them, a few peerless almighties were also rushing over. It seemed like they were also very curious about the devil-masked man's identity. The golden light in Lin Xian's eyes disappeared. At the same time, the sword chi in his body flowed into his body, and he returned to his true form. Ruffian dragon, search his soul, Lin Xian said in a deep voice. Hearing this, the dark red dragon waved its claws and grabbed the devil-masked man's head, beginning to search his soul. The others waited patiently. The devil-masked man was sealed and couldn't resist at all. Chapter 2277. The masked man was sealed and couldn't resist at all. But at this moment, a strange scene happened. The masked man's body started burning on its own. Not only his body, but even his soul was burning, emitting a terrifying black flame that swept around. It pounced on Lin Xian, the dark red dragon, and everyone around. Damn it! How could this be? The dark red dragon frowned. Why did the masked man burn on his own? They had already sealed him. It shouldn't be like this. The masked man could still use his power? He couldn't understand. But in the next moment, he waved his dragon claws and extinguished all the black flames. The people around him also used their own methods. Lin Xian even raised his hand and shot out a layer of frost, completely freezing everything. But soon, his face became extremely ugly. Because the masked man in front of him had already burned into wisps of black flames and disappeared. Not only him, but the Sky Star City Lord and Old Man Zhao also looked serious. They originally wanted to investigate the masked man's identity, but now it seemed that the masked man was even more mysterious than they thought. This method seemed to be a restriction planted in their bodies by a peerless master. Once they encountered a method like soul capture, the restriction in their bodies would be activated and burn. The Sky Star City Lord said in a low voice, "It seems that the power they belong to must be very mysterious. And they did a very good job of keeping it a secret. I don't think any secrets will be leaked." Not only that. The masked man's movement technique is even more strange. I can't even catch him. It's unbelievable. Old Man Zhao also said coldly. The other peerless masters also nodded silently. Indeed, they had investigated before, but they couldn't find any trace of the masked man at all. The masked man had a destructive restriction in his body, strange movement technique, and powerful assassination skills. These should be terrifying assassins. Which assassin organization did they belong to? Snow Wolf? Sky Devouring? Judgment? These peerless masters named several top assassin organizations, which were very famous in the Nine Li dynasty. But soon they shook their heads. These organizations definitely couldn't find such terrifying assassins. Perhaps the assassins of those organizations were more powerful than the two masked men, but their assassination skills and terrifying movement technique were incomparable. After all, a movement technique that even a peerless almighty couldn't sense must be incomparably heaven-defying. The top assassin organizations in the country probably couldn't do it. What kind of organization was that? Could it be an assassin organization from another country? These people began to recall what kind of horrible killer organizations there were in the central continent. However, the dark red divine dragon frowned. With a wave of his dragon claw, countless rays of light gathered in front of him, forming a pattern of a ghost face. It was the mask worn by the devil-masked man. Seeing this scene, everyone raised their heads, extremely puzzled. Lin Xian also asked, "Ruffian Long, what did you find? This mask is very special. If my guess is correct, they should be people from hell." Hell! Hearing this, Zhao Jiro and Murong Qingqing both frowned, feeling very confused. However, the eyelids of the Heavenly Star City's City Lord and Old Man Zhao were twitching wildly. The other almighties thought for a while and suddenly came to a realization. Their faces turned pale instantly. No way, could it really be that hell? Their faces were filled with shock. "Grandpa, what was hell?" Zhao Jiro was very curious. She and Murong Qingqing were both from the younger generation, so they had never heard of this hell. Lin Xian also frowned. Hell? What a strange name. However, looking at the expressions of the dark red divine dragon and Old Man Zhao, he knew that this name was definitely not simple. These people were all peerless almighties. Just their names alone could make peerless almighties change their expressions. From this, one could imagine how terrifying the infernal realm was. On this true spirit continent, there were 3 extremely terrifying killer organizations that had been around for a long time. It was said that they had been passed down since ancient times. Hell was one of them. These people seemed to have really come from the 9 nether underworld, and they specialized in taking lives. No one who had been targeted by them could escape. Whether it was ordinary people or high and mighty kings, it was even rumored that they had successfully assassinated saints. What? Hearing this, Lin Xian, Murong Qingqing, and Zhao Jiro gasped in shock. Even saints couldn't escape from their evil clutches? They were simply too shocked. It should be known that the most powerful people in the world right now were the invincible kings. They were all monarchs of a country, the true peerless experts. Although saints were rarely seen, any one of them could wipe out an entire region. They were existences that completely surpassed the invincible kings. Especially Lin Xian, he knew how terrifying saints were. Because he had a saint's hand bone in his hand. It was just a small piece of bone, but it possessed unparalleled power. One could imagine how terrifying a complete saint was. Such a terrifying existence could actually be assassinated by Hell's killers, and they even succeeded. Just how terrifying was the infernal realm? They didn't dare to imagine. However, at this moment, Zhao Jiro frowned. It shouldn't be. If Hell was so terrifying, it would definitely be known by the world like the 9 great dynasties and the Eastern Barren Sacred Ground. But why have we never heard of it? It's very simple. Because they've already gone into hiding. Old Man Zhao continued. 30,000 years ago, Hell's organization went crazy because they received a mission from someone. They actually assassinated 3 Saint Lords of the Great Sage Land in a row, which completely infuriated the Eastern Barren Sacred Ground. Suddenly, all the sacred grounds of the Eastern Barren Continent joined forces to fight against Hell's organization. No matter how powerful Hell was, it couldn't resist the joint attack of so many sacred grounds. As a result, Hell was dealt a heavy blow in an instant. However, Hell's organization was very mysterious. No one knew where their base was. Therefore, although they were heavily damaged, they weren't destroyed. For tens of thousands of years they had been hiding. They didn't appear in the world. Who would have thought that it would appear again this time? What? They assassinated 3 Saint Lords? Why did all the powerful people in the Eastern Barren Continent join forces? Lin Xian and the others' eyelids twitched. The people of Hell were really crazy. Saint Lords were as famous as the monarchs of the 9 great dynasties of the Middle State. They were definitely supreme overlords. Even so, they were still assassinated. And 3 of them. One could imagine what kind of storm it caused in the Eastern Barren Continent at that time. However, what was even more shocking was that the entire Eastern Barren Continent couldn't destroy Hell. They could only suppress it. Just how terrifying was this Hell? They really didn't dare to imagine. Chapter 2278. That was because Old Master Zhao had said that there were 3 major assassin organizations in the world, and Earth Prison was only one of them. The other 2 should be as powerful as Earth Prison. However, they had never heard of them before. Heavenly Court and the Human World. Heavenly Court, Earth Prison, and the Human World. The 3 top assassin dynasties were supreme existences that had been passed down since ancient times. The dark red dragon said in a deep voice. Something like what had happened 30,000 years ago had happened more than once. Previously, the human world had assassinated the emperors of the 9 dynasties and succeeded. At that time, 4 emperors of the 9 dynasties were killed, which caused great anger. In the end, the human world suffered the same fate as Earth Prison. From then on, it kept a low profile and did not appear for tens of thousands of years. How could such a thing happen? Everyone was shocked. The eyes of the city lord of Sky Star City, Old Master Zhao, and the others flickered. They had also heard of this legend. But then they frowned. As for the Heavenly Court, it's even more mysterious. We don't know what it's like now. There isn't even a legend about it. Nothing is left behind? Lin Xian frowned and asked again. Ruffian Dragon, do you know? The dark red dragon took a deep breath. I've heard of a legend. The Heavenly Court has been destroyed and no longer exists. What? It's destroyed? How is that possible? Everyone was shocked. Old Master Zhao, the city lord of Sky Star City, and the others were in disbelief. The Heavenly Court was the most powerful assassin dynasty. It was rumored that it was even more terrifying than the human world and Earth Prison. How could it be destroyed? That's right. Even Earth Prison and the human world survived such a terrifying attack. How could the Heavenly Court be destroyed? It couldn't be helped because the Heavenly Court was even crazier. They actually attacked the clan of the Ancients. It was said that the Heavenly Court was very crazy and ambitious back then. They seemed to be carrying out a huge plan. Therefore, they attacked the clan of the Ancients. Moreover, they successfully assassinated the peerless prodigy of the clan of the Ancients. Even the prodigy of the war race was assassinated back then. In the end, some of the clan of the Ancients were angry. They joined forces and activated 3 extreme weapons to destroy the Heavenly Court. What? How could such a thing happen? When Old Master Zhao and the others heard this, they all sucked in a cold breath. Heavenly Court's legacy, and the Heavenly Court had been destroyed. Murong Qingqing was even more shocked. Extreme weapons! Those were weapons left behind the great emperor. One was already heaven-defying. There was probably no one who could contend against three of them. A great emperor was in existence that stood at the pinnacle of martial arts. His weapon was known as an extreme weapon, and its power was unimaginable. The power of an extreme-grade weapon was unimaginably terrifying. Of course, without a great emperor, the extreme-grade weapon would not be able to unleash its full power. Even so, if a peerless powerhouse used it, it would still be able to unleash a shocking attack. The Jade Lake Sacred Ground had an extreme weapon, the West Imperial Tower. It was a weapon left behind by the Queen Mother of the West. It could be said that with the West Imperial Pagoda, no one would dare to attack the Jade Pool. After hearing this, everyone was extremely shocked. Who would have thought that there was such an ancient secret? Among them, Old Man Zhao, the Stellar Sky City's city lord, and the others were even more astonished. How did the other party know a secret that they didn't know? Could it be that the other party's background was even more terrifying? Thinking of this, they all sucked in a cold breath. Kid, hell hasn't appeared for a long time. They must be up to something big this time. Moreover, after this failure, they would definitely send even more terrifying assassins. Because they wouldn't ruin their own reputation. You really have to be careful in the future. The dark red divine dragon reminded. Lin Xian's face was extremely gloomy. Being targeted by such a terrifying organization, one could imagine that the future would be much more dangerous. Thinking of this, his face was gloomy. Damn it, who was it that dared to send such a person to kill him? Needless to say, it must be those people from the Tai dynasty and the War tribe. Otherwise, ordinary families wouldn't be able to afford such terrifying assassins. Tai dynasty, don't let me meet you, or you'll be dead. Lin Xian gritted his teeth. He felt that he couldn't stay in Stellar Sky City any longer. He had to leave quickly and go to Qianshan City to see if there was any news about the nest of 10,000 dragons. If there wasn't, he would immediately leave this place. In short, he couldn't be pursued by the people from the Tai dynasty anymore. I'll help you find out who leaked the news. Murong Qingqing also said coldly. As the saintess of the Jade Lake Sacred Ground, she had a lot of power. However, in order to keep a low profile, she was generally unwilling to show this kind of strength. But now, someone dared to threaten Lin Xian's life. She couldn't care less. Senior sister, help me contact the people from the Jade Lake here. Okay. Zhao Jiro nodded and quickly went to contact the people. There was nothing she could do about it. Although she was the senior sister, Murong Qingqin was way more powerful than her. Because the saintess of the Jade Lake was the future master of the Jade Lake Sacred Ground. Such a status was extremely noble. After about the time it took for an incense stick to burn, 4 figures appeared in the sky. They were 4 beautiful women. As soon as they appeared, they shouted respectfully. Saintess! Go and find out who is in contact with the Tai dynasty. At the same time, pay attention to the people from the Kai dynasty. See what they've been doing recently. Also, find out the whereabouts of the Hell Assassin. Murong Qingqing said in a deep voice, then waved her hand. Buzz! The 4 beauties in front of her hurriedly turned into 4 streams of light and disappeared into the sky. They had to admit that the Jade Lake Sacred Ground was very powerful and terrifying. This was not the Eastern Wilderness and was not their territory. But soon they found out about this matter. Reporting to the saintess, the matter has been investigated. The people from the Tai dynasty found traces of young Master Lin. And this secret was leaked by the Qiyu clan. Qiyu clan? Hearing this, Lin Xian frowned. Murong Qingqing also asked in a deep voice. Then, is there any other news about the hell? No. The beauties shook their heads. The hell is too mysterious. We can't get any information at all. All I know is that they were hired by the Tai dynasty for this mission. Okay, I got it. You can leave. Murong Qingqing nodded. The beauties turned and left. Brother Xian, what should we do? Murong Qingqing asked. Lin Xian snorted coldly. The Qiyu clan was truly courting death. If we weren't strong enough, we would have been killed. Damn it, I won't let them go. Are you going to attack the Chiyu clan? Murong Qingqing asked. I'll help you. No need. Lin Xian shook his head. You have a special identity. It's not suitable for you to take action at this time. After all, the Chiyu clan could contact the Tai dynasty. There must be other forces behind them. It's not suitable for the Jade Lake to get involved. But I don't have so many scruples. Chapter 2279. At this point, Lin Xian's eyes flashed with cold, killing intent. A terrifying aura shot up into the sky. Old Man Zhao, the mayor, and the other almighties felt their eyelids twitch when they sensed the aura. The young man's aura was too terrifying. It seemed that the Red Moon clan was in trouble. Qingqing, stay with the Zhao family for a while. I'll make a trip to the Red Moon clan. We'll leave once we're done. All right. Murong Qingqing nodded. She was not too worried. With Lin Xian's means, even if he encountered an almighty, he could easily escape. Ruffian dragon, let's go. Lin Xian waved his hand and turned into a ray of sword light that shot up into the sky. The dark red divine dragon also waved its tail. The two of them shot up into the sky and disappeared. On the other side, Murong Qingqing stayed with the Zhao family for the time being. Red Moon Clan. The clan leader, Red Moon Soul, was leisurely swirling his wine glass. He narrowed his eyes as he looked at the dancing beauties in front of him. Based on the time, the people from the Tai dynasty should have made their move by now. He reckoned that the brat was very likely to be killed. Humph, what an arrogant kid! How dare he go against my Red Moon clan? I can kill him with a flick of my finger! Red Moon Soul was very happy. This time, his clan did not have to do anything. They could get rid of a strong enemy. For them, this was the best outcome. Other than Red Moon Soul, the other clan elders and young talents were all present at the banquet. That was because they wanted to celebrate. Today was the day they got their revenge. At this moment, when they heard Red Moon Soul's words, the other clan elders laughed. No matter how strong that kid was, he could not fight against the Tai dynasty. It was said that the Tai dynasty had sent out countless experts this time. It would be easy for them to kill that kid. They did not expect that kid to be so crazy. He dared to go against the Tai dynasty. Crazy? He's just an idiot. Many people sneered. That Scarlet Moon also came. At this moment, he was lying on a chair. Although his injuries had not recovered, his eyes carried a terrifying light. He was very excited because today, the kid who injured him was finally going to be killed. How could he not be excited? Although he didn't personally deal with it, the fact that the other party was killed by the Tai dynasty could be considered as his revenge. The group of people drank and chatted happily. They were all very excited. There were even a few elders who decided to go to the Tai dynasty to see how the kid was killed. Boom! Suddenly, a terrifying sword chi descended from the sky and covered the entire Red Moon mansion. Damn it! What happened? Sensing this change, everyone's expression changed. One by one, they stood up and looked at the sky. The dark clouds in the sky were suddenly torn apart. A terrifying crack appeared, extending for thousands of miles. Then, a divine sword fell from the sky. In the sky, the gigantic sky-piercing divine sword descended like a blue sky. That aura was extremely sharp, causing all the warriors of the Red Moon clan below to raise their heads. Their faces were pale and their bodies were trembling. Boom! An earth-shattering sound was heard. Endless sword chi rushed into the sky. A large number of buildings fell, the ground cracked, and the surrounding palaces turned into ashes in an instant. Screams were heard and blood spurted out. Countless people fled. However, they were soon pierced by the sword chi. In an instant, the entire Red Moon clan was split in half. Half of them turned into ashes in an instant. An endless pit appeared on the ground, as if it was the Nine Nether Hell. It was so deep that one couldn't see the bottom. A gigantic sword was inserted into the ground. It emitted a monstrous aura that could destroy the 9 heavens. Damn it! The elders and young geniuses of the Red Moon clan who were watching the performance at the banquet all stood up and roared crazily. The Red Moon Soul let out a long roar, and his body emitted a terrifying divine light. Who dares to attack the Red Moon clan? He was angry. He was really angry. Because he never thought that someone would dare to attack the Red Moon clan. Moreover, the method was so sharp. When the sky-piercing divine sword descended, they didn't even have time to react. Moreover, the sky-piercing divine sword was too terrifying. In an instant, it shattered their clan's defensive array and sunk half of their mansion. Countless Red Moon clan martial artists were killed. Blood gathered into a river and surged in the air. Damn it! Kill! Kill them all! The Red Moon Soul roared. The surviving elders and martial artists all rose into the air. They were murderous, and their eyes were bloodshot. They were like demons. Damn it, who is it? Get out here! I'm going to kill you! I'm going to kill you! I'm going to tear you into pieces! Angry roars could be heard. These elders and martial artists were murderous, and their bodies glowed brightly. Terrifying attacks rushed in all directions. Among them, there were even more people who attacked the sky-piercing divine sword in front of them. Since they couldn't find the person, they had to destroy the sword first. At this moment, their eyes were bloodshot as they attacked crazily. Boom! Boom! Dozens of elders and hundreds of young geniuses attacked in a frenzy. Divine abilities appeared one after another, and the violent energy could destroy everything. Boom! 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 The energy that filled the sky collided with the sky-piercing divine sword in front of them, and it produced a rumbling sound. Soon, their faces became extremely ugly. Because such violent attacks did not cause any damage to the sky-piercing divine sword. In fact, there was not even a trace of a crack. Instead, their actions angered the sky-piercing divine sword even more. Buzz! Light surrounded it, and endless sword runes flickered. Terrifying sword chi rushed into the sky. There was even a loud dragon roar. Boom! 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 Ah! 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 Screams could be heard. Many martial artists were penetrated by the sword chi again. Some were directly split in half. Damn it! Who is it? Who is it? Everyone went crazy. The young martial artists did not stop retreating. The elders' faces were also extremely pale. The Red Moon Soul's eyes were bloodshot as he stared ahead. Set up the array! At the same time, gather all the survivors. Attack with all your might! He roared, and 18 silver flags appeared behind him. On each flag, light bloomed, and runes rotated, emitting a terrifying aura. With a wave of his hand, the 18 flags expanded in the wind and turned into towering mountains. They stood on the ground and completely surrounded the sky-piercing divine sword in front of them. This was one of the Red Moon Soul's Dharma treasures. It was extremely terrifying. Moreover, when the 18 silver clouds combined, they could form a terrifying array that sealed everything. As expected, when the 18 flags fluttered in the wind, silver runes that filled the sky enveloped the sky-piercing divine sword, isolating all auras. Phew! Seeing this scene, the elders and young geniuses all heaved a sigh of relief. Chapter 2280. They quickly set up matrices and joined forces, preparing to completely seal the peerless divine sword in front of them. Boom! However, in the next moment, their expressions changed again. That was because the peerless divine sword in front of them suddenly erupted with a terrifying aura. Endless rays of light turned into giant dragons and rushed in all directions. In an instant, the 18 silver flags were cut in half. Boom! 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 The energy explosion swept across the sky like a wave. Many people were hit again, and did not even have time to scream. The others went crazy and unleashed several light barriers to defend themselves regardless of the price they had to pay. Damn it! Who is it? How dare you go against the Red Moon family? Do you really want to die? The Red Moon family is the 6th prince's people. A series of frenzied roars could be heard, but no one answered them. However, at that moment, a sneer sounded in the sky. The Red Moon family? Are they very powerful? How dare you secretly frame me? Today, I'll let you have a taste of being tortured. A cold voice sounded, and then two figures quickly descended. Whoosh! Soon, the two figures stood on the peerless divine sword. One of them was a handsome young man in red, and the other was a dark red divine dragon that was baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. It was Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon. What? It's you! You're not dead! When everyone saw the figure in front of them, they were all stunned and screamed crazily. How could they not recognize him because he was the enemy that they gritted their teeth and wanted to kill? However, wasn't he captured by the people of the Tai dynasty and brought back to be punished? Why was he here? That was impossible. Could it be that the people of the Tai dynasty had failed? They did not dare to imagine. Damn it, it's him! Father, kill him! You must kill him! In the crowd, Red Moon Ko was lying on the ground and roaring crazily. At that moment, when he saw Lin Xian, he roared crazily. However, when Lin Xian heard that, he sneered disdainfully. You still want to kill me? Do you have the right to? He was indeed angry. If the Red Moon family had not tipped him off, he would not have attracted the assassins from hell. If he did not have the great dragon sword soul, he would have been killed by such a terrifying assassin. He was not the only one. The Crimson Dragon, Murong Qingqing, and Zhao Zhiro would probably be killed. However, all of this was because of the Red Moon clan. How could Lin Xian not be angry? Therefore, he had no intention of letting the Red Moon clan off today. He even dared to kill the Golden Lion King, let alone a small Red Moon clan. Do you have any last words? Leave them. If not, you can all go to hell. Lin Xian's expression was ice-cold. He stood on the ancient dragon abyss sword like a sword god, exuding a peerless killing intent. You want to kill us? He really overestimated himself. Red Moon snorted coldly. Everyone, listen up. Kill him at all costs. Die, brat. The three great beings joined hands and lunged at him in a frenzy. A golden spear, a green saber, and a black shield. The three mighty figures were very fast and arrived in front of Lin Xian in the blink of an eye. The golden spears in their hands transformed into golden lightning that filled the sky and surged forward. The green saber turned into a dragon and slashed down crazily. The black shield continued to enlarge and turned into a black demonic mountain. It crushed the void and enveloped Lin Xian. The three elders were all elite great beings. When they attacked, terrifying energy surged and terrifying light pierced through the void. However, it was useless. Lin Xian waved his hand and countless sword qi gathered, forming a sword shadow that he grasped. Buzz! It slashed forward. Boom! The sword qi was resplendent like a comet. The golden light was split apart in an instant. The golden spear was split in half. Clang! The green saber was broken. Boom! The black shield was penetrated and a terrifying black hole appeared. Puff! Puff! The three elders were sent flying while vomiting blood. However, 3 more bloody wounds appeared on their necks and 3 heads flew up. What? They were killed! Everyone who saw this scene felt their scalps go numb. Although they knew that Lin Xian was very powerful, they had never seen it with their own eyes. Now that they saw this scene, they were extremely shocked. Those were 3 elders. The 3 elite almighties were killed in an instant. What kind of method was this? They could not believe it. Damn it! Go! Kill him for me! Don't attack alone. 5 in a group, 10 in a team. Kill him! Red Lunar Spirit roared crazily. Boom! 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 Finally, dozens of elders rose into the air. The hundreds of young geniuses behind them also attacked. Whoosh! The 3 elders formed hand seals and opened their mouths to spit out blue light that filled the sky. It turned into a terrifying wave as it surged forward. Boom! The 4 elders waved their hands quickly. Endless flames on their bodies pierced through the clouds and formed a fire chilene that roared in all directions. 8 symbols formation. The 8 elders quickly formed hand seals and formed an array formation that descended from the sky and enveloped Lin Xian in an instant. The hundreds of elite geniuses attacked even more crazily. Fire, lightning, vines, one after another, mystical spells and divine abilities were launched at high speed. The light was dazzling like fireworks. The entire sky was completely covered and no one could be seen. There was only light dancing in the sky. Buzz. Roar. However, at this moment, a dragon's roar sounded between heaven and earth. Immediately after, the sword vibrated and everyone's weapons trembled as if they were about to leave their bodies. Damn it, how could this be? Everyone held on to the weapons in their hands tightly, their faces full of fear. Boom! In the next moment, their pupils constricted as they saw the void in front of them split open. A huge ancient sword swept over quickly. It was like a dragon swinging its tail. It was extremely terrifying. The divine powers, light, and array formation that they had formed were instantly torn apart. Nothing could stop it. Boom! 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 Everything was cut into pieces. Hundreds of martial artists were split in half in an instant. More than a dozen elders vomited blood. The remaining people frantically retreated, their faces full of fear. Patriarch, he's too powerful. Let's run. The remaining elders' scalps went numb. Damn it, a bunch of trash. Use the Red Moon technique and I'll deal with him personally. Red Moon's spirit roared angrily. A sharp light burst out from his eyes and the aura on his body suddenly exploded. As the patriarch of the Red Moon family, he was a peerless powerhouse. At this moment, seeing that the other party was extremely powerful, he finally took the initiative to attack. A red armor appeared on his body and a bright light shot into the sky. Not only that, a red scimitar appeared in his hand. It was like a red moon and emitted a terrifying aura. The remaining dozen or so elders and the remaining few hundred young elites also quickly formed a formation. Chapter 2281. A massive matrix appeared in the sky. Like a heavenly map, it completely enveloped Lin Xian and the Crimson Divine Dragon. The Crimson Moon Formation. It was the most terrifying formation of the Crimson Moon family. Everyone entered the formation, regardless of their cultivation base. Crimson Moon roared. A terrifying sound wave spread in all directions. The surviving members of the Crimson Moon family rushed over in large numbers. They kept landing outside the formation. They were all ordinary warriors, and some of them were not even kings. However, at this moment, they could not care less. All of them poured energy into the formation as if they had gone crazy. The Crimson Moon family was a large family in Xianshan domain. There were even more kings, numbering over 1,000. As for the ordinary disciples of the family, there were millions of them. However, Lin Xian had killed half of them with a single slash of his sword. Coupled with the surrounding energy waves, there were only a few 100,000 people left. However, the combined power of these several 100,000 people was still very terrifying. Moreover, they were supported by the formation. It could be said that they were extremely terrifying. Seeing that the Crimson Moon formation was activated, Crimson Moon finally heaved a sigh of relief. A sinister smile appeared on his face. Brat, so what if you're strong? I don't believe that you can contend against my family's formation. Kill! With a furious roar, Crimson Moon held the red scimitar and charged over. At the same time, the Crimson Moon formation activated. A terrifying energy surged out and charged toward Lin Xian and the dark red dragon. The energy was too terrifying. Even a peerless almighty would not be able to withstand it. They would definitely be killed. Lin Xian also snorted coldly. The great dragon sword soul in his body circulated crazily. Ruffian dragon, attack together. I can't wait any longer. The dark red dragon let out a long roar, emitting a terrifying aura. The dragon's roar caused everyone's hearts to tremble. In an instant, 7,000 cultivators with low cultivation bases exploded into a bloody mist. more people felt their scalps go numb. However, at this moment, the formation had already been activated. Rays of piercing red light enveloped all of them. Only then was the formation able to withstand the dragon's roar. However, the dark red dragon had more than that. He was a real dragon, and he had countless great divine abilities. In an instant, terrifying divine abilities were unleashed, bombarding the Crimson Moon Grand Formation in all directions. On the other side, Lin Xian also made his move. Terrifying sword light slashed in all directions. All the energy that came close would be destroyed. At the same time, he charged towards Red Lunar Soul. Boom! Spirit Red Moon snorted coldly as a blood-red moon appeared behind him. It was dazzling. This was his king's domain. At this moment, it had transformed into a blood moon that continuously rotated. Red light swirled in the sky, forming a terrifying killing intent. It was as if it could suppress everything. Humph! Lin Xian also unleashed the dragon sword domain. The sword chi that filled the sky turned into an azure dragon under his feet, bringing him along as he flew quickly. In an instant he arrived in front of Red Moon Spirit. As the ancient dragon abyss sword slashed down, chaotic sword chi gushed out. Clang! The Red Moon Spirit saber blocked the attack. The full moon saber collided with the ancient dragon abyss sword, emitting a sonorous sound. Thunder and lightning fell all around, shattering the void. Then, the two retreated 300 meters each. So valiant! Lin Xian was shocked. This Red Lunar Soul was indeed worthy of being the family head. His strength was indeed terrifying. On the other side, Red Lunar Soul's face was gloomy and extremely ugly. The other party was actually able to contend with him. It was really beyond his expectations. Damn it, how was this possible? He couldn't believe that a brat actually had the combat strength of a peerless almighty. This made him crazy. In the next moment, his eyes turned red and the full moon behind him rotated crazily. Red Moon slash, go to hell! As the saber slashed down, a red light flickered. A gigantic moon rose up in the sky and shot towards Lin Xian at high speed. It was like a demonic wheel that could destroy the world. Wherever it passed, nothing could withstand it. In an instant, the terrifying blood moon arrived in front of Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He raised his hand and punched out. Burning Sun Fist. This was a great ability of the War Tribe. At this moment, he used it. In the sky, countless black flames jumped, forming a black sun that burned fiercely. Boom! 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 The sun and moon collided, and the world was dark. Terrifying energy erupted. Both of them raised their domains and blocked the energy impact. Clang! In the next moment, the red lunar treasured saber and the ancient dragon abyss sword collided, erupting into thousands of rays of light. Countless cracks appeared in the space, and a terrifying sound wave shook the surroundings. The Red Lunar family's warriors in the distance screamed, their ears bleeding as they kept retreating. This attack caused the sky to collapse and the earth to crack. The originally broken mansion became a mess once again. Clang! Clang! The two of them exchanged blows, and the sound of thunder was endless. Damn it, how could he block it? Red Lunar Soul's face was gloomy, and his eyes were burning with flames. He was going crazy with anger. He was the leader of a family, and he was powerful. He was a peerless almighty. Moreover, at this moment, he was going all out. Logically speaking, killing the younger generation should be as easy as flipping his hand. But now, the situation was beyond his expectations. The other party was incomparably powerful, and was actually able to fight evenly with him. In fact, there wasn't even any sign of defeat. Damn it, go to hell! Red Lunar Soul roared, and his eyes were cold. He opened his mouth and spat out balls of red flames that burned in the sky. Red Lunar Divine Fire. The terrifying flames filled the void, piercing through space, and quickly pouncing towards Lin Xian. This divine fire was a special ability from his family. It was formed by endless moonlight and the earth's spiritual fire. It was extremely terrifying. Even a peerless almighty of the same level wouldn't dare to resist it. Anyone below the level of a peerless almighty would be turned into ashes. Kid, go to hell! Red Lunar Soul sneered and controlled the endless divine fire. On the other side, Lin Xian snorted. Endless ice aura burst out from his body, and a huge ice goddess rushed out. The wings flapped, and the world was sealed in ice. The entire space turned into a world of ice. Boom! Boom! The ice and fire collided, and a terrifying power erupted once again. It was blocked again. In the distance, Red Lunar Soul was shocked. When the other family members saw this scene, their scalps went numb. They were very clear about the strength of their leader. He was extremely powerful. But now, he couldn't do anything to the other party. This made their hearts go cold. Could it be that the other party was already so heaven-defying? Boom! Boom! However, at this moment, they didn't have time to think too much. Because a terrifying force bombarded the array, causing them to vomit blood. Tens of thousands of warriors vomited blood at the same time. The blood gathered into a sea of blood in the air, and it was extremely terrifying. Ha! You want to fight against me with just trash like you? You're overestimating yourselves. The dark red divine dragon laughed wildly in the air, like a peerless demon king. The other Red Lunar Soul clan warriors' faces were abnormally ferocious. Kill! Kill for me! Kill this damned loach! A shocking battle erupted, and it was extremely intense. On the other side, Red Lunar Soul's face was gloomy to the extreme. He didn't expect that his red lunar divine fire couldn't cause any harm to the other party. Chapter 2282. Death Saber. Go to hell! 36 saber lights appeared in the sky. Each of them was 1,000 meters long, burning fiercely and carrying a terrifying power. They fell at the same time. Boom! Lin Xian's pupils constricted. The power of this move was definitely enough to threaten him. Therefore, he quickly used the demigods and semi-devils and dodged instantly. Sure enough, in the next moment, the place where he was standing collapsed. One black hole after another quickly appeared and flickered in the sky. Although he was not hit, the aftershock still hit him. It caused the blood in his body to surge. As expected of the patriarch of a family, he was indeed powerful. Lin Xian's expression was solemn. In the next moment, he used the chaotic Heaven Destroyer sword, and a terrifying sword light slashed upward. Buzz! This sword light was too fast. It was like lightning, and in an instant, it slashed toward Red Lunar Spirit. So fast! Red Lunar Spirit's pupils constricted. To be honest, he had never seen such a fast sword before. He knew that he could not dodge it. Therefore, in the next moment, he roared angrily. Endless light erupted from his body, and a red armor instantly covered his body, completely enveloping him. Clang! In the next moment, an earth-shattering collision sounded. Sparks flew and pierced through the void. The powerful force sent Red Lunar Spirit flying once again. After flying for a few thousand meters, Red Lunar Soul finally stopped. But soon he sneered. Kid, it's useless. This is the Zhan family's top-grade treasure, the moon armor. You can't break it at all. Red Lunar Spirit looked up to the sky and laughed, his expression extremely ferocious. You can't break my defense. Next, watch how I kill you! This moon armor was the treasure of the Red Lunar Spirit family. There were only 2 of them. One of them was on him. With his cultivation and this armor, his opponent would definitely not be able to break it. He did not believe that his opponent had the same level of armor. Therefore, in his opinion, his opponent was still inferior to him. As long as he attacked with all his strength, he could definitely kill his opponent. Buzz! Sure enough, he did the same. In the next moment, he soared into the sky and quickly attacked. Can't break your armor? You're thinking too much. Lin Xian sneered. So what if his opponent had a top-grade Earth-grade armor? He had a heaven-grade treasure in his hand. He could definitely break through his opponent's defense. Sure enough, in the next moment, runes flashed in Lin Xian's eyes, and the terrifying great dragon sword soul within his body erupted once more. Battle Song! The terrifying sword light streaked across the sky and landed on Red Lunar Spirit's body. The moon battle armor on his body emitted cracking sounds as countless cracks appeared. A terrifying gash appeared on the armor, and blood spurted out instantly. What? It was broken! This was impossible! When the clansmen in the distance saw this scene, they all went crazy. It was as if they had seen a ghost. That was the armor of the moon! It was extremely terrifying. Even mighty figures of the same level might not be able to break it. However, this brat actually sliced it open with a single sword. Damn it, how could this be? Red Lunar Spirit let out a blood-curdling scream. This sword strike had injured him. Although it wasn't a fatal injury, it still affected him. Especially the sword chi on the wound, it was actually impossible to erase it. Damn it, how could he break through my armor? Red Lunar Spirit simply couldn't understand. This was a top-grade battle armor. What grade of weapon was that sword in his hand? His eyes were filled with madness as he stared straight ahead. Brat, this treasure sword of yours is mine. To be able to cut through his armor, the grade of this treasure sword must be even more terrifying. If he could obtain it, his combat strength would definitely increase again. Even now, you still dare to have designs on my treasure sword? Looks like you really don't know what's going to happen to you. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He felt that it was time to end the battle. In the next moment, the sword light on his body became even sharper. A shocking sword chi swept in all directions. Not good. Red Lunar Spirit's scalp went numb when he saw this. In the next moment, he also roared angrily. The blood-red moon behind him spun rapidly, erupting with countless rays of light that entered his body. Kill! The blood-red moon hung in the sky. Red Lunar Spirit's combat strength soared again as he quickly charged over. However, Lin Xian did not meet the attack. The corners of his mouth curled up into a cold smile. Buzz! In the next moment, a golden light suddenly burst out from his eyes. Floating light. Buzz! Red Lunar Spirit's body stiffened. He felt that his soul seemed to be attracted to a strange place. In the next moment, his eyes turned blank and he stopped in midair. Sky shattering! The ancient dragon abyss sword enlarged to 100 feet long and slashed fiercely on Red Lunar Spirit's body. Red Lunar Spirit immediately spat out blood and flew backward. The armor on his body was shattered and his flesh was badly mutilated. Boom! His body was like a meteor that smashed into the ground, bursting out a few thousand meters long cracks. The surrounding buildings collapsed in an instant. The sky was filled with dust and fog. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. Patriarch! Damn it, this is impossible! They roared crazily, their faces full of shock. Why didn't the Patriarch dodge? They could not understand. How could they know that Red Lunar Spirit was under an illusion and instantly lost himself? Buzz! Lin Xian succeeded and did not stop. On his fingertips, the Hell's Ice Lotus flew out and flew down, forming a blue and black energy ball and exploding fiercely. Ah! Red Lunar Spirit screamed. His hair was disheveled and blood flowed from his body. The sword and the Hell's Ice Lotus had caused him serious injuries. But fortunately, he was a peerless almighty and was not killed. However, it still made him crazy. Damn brat, I'm going to kill you! I must kill you! He was angry, really angry. He did not expect that he would fall so badly in the hands of a brat. Buzz! In the next moment, countless blood-colored patterns appeared on his body and formed a mysterious rune above his head. Brat, I didn't expect you to have such a powerful soul attack. But this time, you can't hurt me at all. This mysterious rune looked like a pagoda that completely protected Red Lunar Spirit's soul. At the same time, Red Lunar Spirit laughed sinisterly. Don't think that only you can use soul attacks. Next, I'll let you have a taste of my power. He was like a god of death, as he quickly rose into the air. As he walked, he swallowed countless pills to heal the wounds on his body. Tens of thousands of rays of light wrapped around him, and quickly healed him. The spiritual energy within a radius of 10,000 miles gathered towards his body. Soul-slashing blade. With a roar, the blade slashed down. Between heaven and earth, an invisible force rushed towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian's soul trembled. He felt a terrifying danger. However, there was no blade light between heaven and earth. This was a soul attack. Lin Xian was shocked. He knew that this was definitely a terrifying soul attack. He did not expect that the other party really had such a method. In the next moment, the heavenly secret god eyes rotated and endless Tao patterns appeared, allowing Lin Xian to finally see clearly. A transparent saber light surged towards him. Buzz! His body swayed and quickly dodged. It's useless, you can't escape. Chapter 2283. It's useless, you can't escape. The soul-severing blade slashed your soul. No matter where you run to, it will chase you. Red Lunar Spirit did not attack again. His face was pale as he panted heavily. It was obvious that using the soul-severing blade consumed a lot of his energy. For a short period of time, he would not be able to attack again. However, he was not afraid. The moment the soul-severing blade appeared, the other party was already flustered and had no chance to attack him. He took advantage of this time to quickly heal his injuries. Damn it! Sure enough, Lin Xian dodged everywhere and found that the soul-severing blade was still chasing him. It was like a blade of death hanging above his head. Humph! Do you really think I can't do anything to you? Lin Xian stopped abruptly and turned around. Mysterious golden runes flashed in his right eye and burned his soul. Whoosh! The terrifying soul-severing blade that ordinary people could not see suddenly burned. Damn it! How could this be? In the distance, Red Lunar Spirit, who was still recovering from his injuries, suddenly trembled and roared crazily. Impossible! Damn it! How could this be impossible? Kill it for me! He roared crazily as the veins on his forehead bulged. More soul power was injected into the soul-severing blade. This soul-severing blade was very powerful. It specialized in cutting souls and was impossible to guard against. Even a peerless almighty would not be able to block a sudden attack. Unfortunately, he met Lin Xian this time. Lin Xian's heavenly secret divine eye was incomparably mysterious, and the divine ability it used was even more terrifying. Sure enough, in the next moment, the soul-severing blade burned fiercely, but it was unable to extinguish the mysterious soul flame. Ah! Soon, the soul-severing blade disappeared into the sky. Red Lunar Spirit also screamed. He hugged his head with a crazed expression. The soul-severing blade was condensed from his soul. Now that the soul-severing blade was destroyed, his soul was also severely injured. The pain was 10 times or 100 times more painful than the injuries on his body. It was over! Lin Xian held the ancient dragon abyss sword and charged over. Below, the warriors of the Red Lunar Spirit family screamed crazily when they saw this scene. Patriarch, run! They quickly reminded him. At the same time, they activated the Crimson Moon Great Formation and unleashed terrifying attacks in an attempt to intercept Lin Xian. 30,000 fire crows soared into the sky from the array formation, forming rivers of fire that blocked Lin Xian's path. Not only that, those fire crows quickly charged towards Lin Xian. Boom! Lin Xian's sword slashed down, and the fire crow in front of him was directly split in half. A vacuum appeared in the sky as Lin Xian strode forward. Pun! Another shocking sword light flashed, and Red Moon's soul was sent flying. There was a terrifying sword wound on his body, and he was almost cut in half. Damn it! He clenched his teeth and roared. He quickly swallowed a healing pill. However, the injury to his soul couldn't be healed in a short period of time. He could only temporarily suppress it. In the next moment, he raised his hand and shot out a pagoda. Then, he turned around and fled. The pagoda floated above his head, sending down tens of thousands of rays of light to defend himself. As for him, he fled into the distance. Ancestor, save me! he roared crazily as he fled toward the center of the Red Moon clan. Humph! A cold snort sounded between heaven and earth like tens of thousands of thunderbolts. The void was directly blasted open, and a crack that was close to 10,000 meters long appeared. Why are you bothering me? A cold voice sounded. Red Moon's soul couldn't care about anything else. He roared crazily. Ancestor, the clan is in danger! My Red Moon clan is about to be destroyed! Hearing this, a terrifying aura suddenly erupted from below. It swept through heaven and earth like a mountain flood. It was as if a peerless, ferocious beast had awakened. That aura made one's hair stand on end. Ancestor! The ancestor had come out of seclusion. All the surrounding Red Moon clan martial artists shouted crazily. Lin Xian stopped in his tracks, and his eyes flickered. On the other side, the dark red dragon also frowned. They didn't expect that there would be someone else here. Moreover, it seemed to be the ancestor of the Red Moon clan. It should be an even more terrifying existence. Ruffian dragon, hurry up and kill them! Lin Xian sent a voice transmission. At the same time, he let out a long roar, and a terrifying sword light slashed forward. The dark red dragon used the great divine ability of dragons, and quickly killed the surrounding people. Ah! Those people were caught off guard, and thousands of them were directly killed. Flames swept across the sky. In front of them, Red Moon's soul screamed, Ancestor, save me! In the face of this shocking sword light, he had no ability to resist at all. This was because he had suffered heavy injuries, especially the injury to his soul, which had greatly reduced his combat strength. Humph! Who dares to cause trouble in my Red Moon clan? A cold voice sounded, and then the figure of an old man appeared in the void. It was an old man with very long hair that reached his ankles. His face was full of vicissitudes, and he wore a white robe. His eyes were extremely sharp, like stars in the sky. With a wave of his sleeve, he blocked the shocking light. He was saved! Red Moon's soul heaved a sigh of relief and quickly went to the old man's side. He swallowed a pill again to recover from his injuries. However, the old man's face was gloomy. His gaze was like a blade that swept across the surroundings. When he saw the destroyed mansion and the sea of blood and corpses in the sky, his old face sank to the extreme. What's going on? Which family dares to kill my people? He was extremely angry. However, when he saw that the enemy was only a human and a dragon, he was even more shocked. In his opinion, someone who could cause such damage to the Red Moon clan would definitely be an organization that was not inferior to the Red Moon clan. It was very likely that several families had joined hands. However, he did not find a large group of enemies. He only saw a human and a dragon. Could it be that these two fellows were the ones who destroyed the Crimson Moon clan? Ancestor, these two people are very evil, especially this kid. His combat strength has reached the level of a peerless almighty being. I'm no match for him. What? A peerless almighty being? When the old man heard that, his eyelids twitched. Then, his eyes were like a lamp as he stared at Lin Xian. How could this be? He frowned. He guessed that the other party should not be a young man. He should be an old monster that had lived for thousands of years. However, he used a secret technique to check the other party's bones. He was very young, obviously in his 20s. Damn it, could it be that someone has taken over this young man's body? He absolutely did not believe that a young man had the strength of a peerless almighty being. Unless the other party was a prince. However, looking at the other party's appearance, it was definitely not. However, no matter what the other party's situation was, he would not allow the other party to attack again. Humph! He snorted coldly. Who are you? Why are you attacking my Red Moon clan? Cut the crap! Old man, who are you? How dare you stop me? Lin Xian pointed his sword in front of him. You're courting death. This is the ancestor of my Red Moon clan. Red Moon roared angrily. Ancestor Red Moon's face also darkened. How many years had it been since the other party dared to scold him? Ancestor Red Moon? So what? Do you really think you can stop me? Chapter 2284. Then, a golden rune appeared in Lin Xian's eyes again. Soul burning. Whoosh! Ah! Soul Red Moon shrieked miserably, looking extremely miserable. Ancestor, save me! He roared crazily, trying to ask for help. Ancestor Red Lunar Spirit's pupils constricted. Damn it, soul attack! Buzz! He hurriedly used a secret technique, and a rune appeared on his forehead. It seemed to be a secret technique of the Red Lunar Spirit clan that was used to block soul attacks. Then, he spat out a blue bead that covered Red Lunar Spirit. The blue bead emitted a blue light, trying to save Red Lunar Spirit's soul. However, they had underestimated the heavenly secret divine eyes. It was useless, and no one could save Red Lunar Spirit. Sure enough, Red Lunar Spirit stopped resisting. His eyes were empty, and his body fell from the sky. This was because his soul had already been obliterated. Patriarch! Everyone roared crazily. When they saw that their patriarch had no reaction, they were stunned. Their patriarch had been killed. Thinking of this, their scalps went numb, and their faces were filled with despair. Fortunately, their ancestor was still around. Otherwise, they would have escaped long ago. Ah! These people raised their heads and shouted crazily. Ancestor, please avenge us! Ancestor, kill this brat! You must kill him! Ancestor Red Lunar Spirit was trembling with anger. The other party had killed their patriarch in front of him, and he could not tolerate it. Damn brat, go to hell! He was furious, and in the next moment, he slapped out his palm. The thorny red palm carried a sky full of multicolored light, and it smashed down like a volcano. Boom! 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 Along with this palm, the ground below cracked open, and 8 fire pillars appeared. They shot directly into the sky, and together with the sky-covering palm, they quickly enveloped Lin Xian. Boom! Just as Lin Xian was about to be refined, a shocking roar was heard. Then, an azure dragon shot into the sky and kept expanding. Its body was tens of thousands of feet long, and it swept in all directions. Boom! 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 All the attacks were completely shattered, and the azure dragon circled around Lin Xian's body before entering it. Lin Xian, on the other hand, held the ancient sword in his hand and stood in the air like a god of death. What a terrifying sword energy! He was actually a swordsman. Old Ancestor Qiyu frowned. The attack power of a swordsman was extremely strong among those of the same level. It was very difficult to deal with them. It seemed like it was time to use his ultimate move. Old Ancestor Qiyu coldly snorted. Brat, I'll let you see the results of my 300 years of closed-door cultivation. Today, I will use you as an example. Ancestor Red Moon coldly snorted. His body emitted a hazy radiance, and his terrifying aura was extremely terrifying. It was as if 100,000 volcanoes were erupting at the same time. The next moment, he opened his mouth and spat out a red weapon. It was only the size of a palm and had an irregular shape. From the looks of it, it was not a precious artifact. It was probably just a broken fragment. However, as soon as the fragment appeared, it suddenly enlarged and formed a huge red volcano, blocking all of the sword chi in the sky. Seeing this, Lin Xian frowned. The dark red divine dragon's eyelids were also twitching. What was this thing? How could it be so powerful? The two of them were indeed shocked. Although it was just a fragment, its aura was too shocking. It definitely surpassed an Earth-class artifact. Brat, be careful. This should be a fragment of a Heaven-class artifact. A Heaven-class artifact? Hearing this, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. The dark red divine dragon said, That's right. It's a Heaven-class artifact. Its strength is above an Earth-class artifact, but it can't match the power of a Heaven-class artifact. However, its power still exceeds an Earth-class artifact. This old man has thousands of years of cultivation. Now that he has a fragment of a Heaven-class artifact, its power definitely surpasses the Red Moon Soul. You have to be careful. Lin Xian nodded, and the great dragon sword soul in his body circulated. However, he wasn't too afraid, because the ancient dragon abyss sword in his hand was a true heaven-class artifact. Brat, go to hell. Taking out the heaven-class artifact, old ancestor Chiyu sneered. With a wave of his hand, the artifact emitted a hazy radiance, and mysterious patterns appeared. Boom! A red ray of light slashed out. Clang! Lin Xian blocked with his giant sword, and a terrifying sword light formed a sword screen in front of him, blocking the opponent's attack. A thunderous sound echoed between heaven and earth, and he was forced back 2,000 meters. He's really strong. He's much stronger than the Red Moon Soul. Feeling the opponent's power, Lin Xian was shocked. He realized that this old man was definitely a powerhouse. On the other side, old ancestor Chiyu was also surprised. You can actually block my attack? No wonder you're so arrogant. Unfortunately, you don't have the right to be arrogant in front of me. Kill! He activated the Heaven-class artifact fragment and quickly charged over. The Heaven-class artifact fragment kept changing, and in the end, it turned into a 2-meter-long red light that slashed over. It was extremely powerful, even more terrifying than a top-class artifact. In an instant, the void was mercilessly cut open, and a 3,000-meter-long crack appeared, and it continued to spread. Wherever it passed, nothing could stop it. Boom, boom, boom! Lin Xian coldly snorted, and with the ancient sword in his hand, he fought against it. The two collided in the sky, forming countless rays of light, and then exploded. The sky was like a brilliant firework, extremely dazzling. In the blink of an eye, more than 30 moves had passed. Lin Xian roared angrily, and his sword chi suddenly erupted, sending the opponent's fragment flying. The fragment flew out and circled around old ancestor Chiyu like a meteor. Old ancestor Chiyu was extremely shocked. Damn it, how is this possible? How could I block it? To be honest, he was too shocked. One had to know that this was a fragment of a heaven-class artifact, and it could shatter any Earth-class treasure chi. After he obtained it, he refined it for 300 years and fused it with his body. When he used heavenly treasures and precious metals, it could be said that its power was extremely terrifying. In his opinion, as long as he used this treasure, he could instantly kill his opponent. However, he didn't expect that his opponent could block it. Damn it, what is the sword in his opponent's hand? He couldn't understand. Old man, it's over! Lin Xian coldly snorted. He knew that he couldn't delay any longer, or the people of the Tai dynasty would arrive soon. Therefore, he had to end the battle quickly. He had used floating light once, and burning soul twice, which consumed a lot of Lin Xian's soul. Fortunately, Lin Xian had a pill to recover his soul, and with his current soul power, he could use it twice more. However, he wouldn't use it easily. Lin Xian decided to use the great dragon sword soul. Kill! With a roar, the power of the great dragon sword soul erupted, and the dragon sword domain quickly flew out, forming a dragon-shaped phantom in front of Lin Xian. Chapter 2285. Buzz. The ancient dragon abyss sword emitted a dazzling light. Demon seal. Battle song. Sky shattering. The 3 killer moves were used one after another. Heaven and earth were shattered and nothing could stop them. Damn it, how could this be? Ancestor Chiyu's expression changed as he felt a threat to his life. How could the other party's combat power be so strong? He could even threaten him. He did not dare to be careless, and another moon armor appeared on his body. There were 2 moon armors. One of them was on Ancestor Chiyu's body while the other was on him. The moon armor appeared and covered his entire body, emitting a terrifying aura. At the same time, he was still worried and focused his terrifying power on the fragment of the heavenly secret treasure. Buzz! The fragment enlarged again and formed a huge mountain in front of him. Boom! In the next moment, the two collided and the sky collapsed. The area within a radius of 10,000 miles was completely enveloped by countless sword chi. Thousands of sword lights appeared in the sky and everything was annihilated. Below, many martial artists were directly sent flying. The dark red dragon used the dragon's great divine power and created more than 1,000 dragon shadows to shatter the array. In front of him, a scream could be heard from the vast sword Chi. It was from Ancestor Chiyu because he realized that the fragment of the heavenly secret treasure that he was so proud of was directly split apart. Countless cracks appeared, and then it exploded with a loud bang. A swift and fierce sword light instantly slashed his body apart. Boom! The moon armor on his body was instantly shattered. It could not block the sword at all. Ancestor! Looking at this scene, everyone cried out in surprise. They couldn't believe that their ancestor had been killed by someone. A sense of despair rose from the bottom of their hearts. To be honest, they had never thought that a young man could cause such a tragedy to the Chiyu clan. But now, they realized that they were wrong. They had provoked a demon. Run quickly! These people fled frantically. Even the patriarch and ancestor had been killed. The remaining people were no match for him at all. In an instant, the remaining tens of thousands of martial artists fled frantically. Boom! 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 However, it was useless. The dark red dragon's array directly sealed the entire mansion. No one could escape. Everything was over. Under Lin Xian's feet, the demon-slaying sword array appeared and instantly covered the ground. Countless blood-red sword Chis crisscrossed, densely packed. There were a total of 70 million sword Chis. On the other side, the dark red divine dragon used a great ability, the Inferno Sacred Dragon. Fire dragons filled the sky and danced in the sky as terrifying energy poured down in torrents. Under the joint forces of Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon, all the Red Moon clan warriors were killed. Nothing was left behind. When all of the light disappeared, the earth cracked open, scorched black, and the surroundings turned into boundless ruins. Lin Xian was expressionless as he looked at this scene. This was because the Red Moon clan had brought this upon themselves. After collecting their storage rings, Lin Xian's figure flashed and he left the place. The dark red divine dragon also removed the array formation. With a swing of its tail, it disappeared into the sky. To be honest, the battle here had already attracted the attention of everyone in the surroundings. There were already countless people around, but none of them dared to move forward. That was because the battle ahead was simply too terrifying. When all the light disappeared, these people flew over from tens of thousands of miles away. However, when they saw the shattered earth, they were all stunned. Heavens, where is this? Where is the Red Moon clan? They were extremely shocked. That was because the magnificent Red Moon clan had long disappeared. Below them were shattered mountains and rivers. Could it be that the Red Moon clan had been destroyed? Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air, extremely shocked. Among them, many mighty figures felt their scalps go numb. The Red Moon clan was a large clan in the Qianshan domain. Its strength was incomparably terrifying. The area of their manor was very large, comparable to a huge city. But now, everything was gone. There was no one, no palace, only the scorched earth and a terrifying aura. The once incomparably glorious Red Moon clan had long disappeared. Damn it! Who did it? This was a shocking matter. Hurry up and report it. For a time, countless figures in the sky fled. They wanted to go back and report it. After all, the destruction of the Red Moon clan was too shocking. The news swept out like a gale. In an instant, everyone in the Qianshan domain knew that the Red Moon clan had been destroyed. When many powerhouses heard the news, they did not believe it at all. They thought it was a joke. Who could destroy such a terrifying clan so easily? Even if it was the Zhao family, they would have turned out in full force. Such a spectacular scene would definitely be noticed. But before that, they did not notice anything unusual at all. Therefore, they did not believe that the Red Moon clan had been destroyed. However, when they arrived at the original location of the Red Moon clan, they were indeed stunned. That was because the Red Moon clan had long been destroyed. For a time, the world was in an uproar. Everyone was guessing which powerhouse had done it. When the Zhao family received this news, they sucked in a breath of cold air. Zhao Jiro's beautiful eyes widened in shock. Old Master Zhao was also extremely shocked. To be honest, they did not expect the Red Moon clan to be destroyed. Although they knew that Lin Xian had gone to find trouble with the Red Moon clan. In their opinion, at most, he would kill a few people to teach the Red Moon clan a lesson. However, they did not dare to think about destroying the Red Moon clan. That was because the Red Moon clan was only slightly weaker than the Zhao family. How could one person destroy such a terrifying clan alone? However, the other party had really done it. None of the millions of warriors of the Red Moon clan had escaped. Zhao Jiro was extremely shocked. Old Master Zhao's expression was also solemn. Even Murong Qingqing was shocked. She was very worried that Lin Xian would be injured. However, when Lin Xian returned, she found that he was just a little exhausted and his face was pale. Other than that, he did not suffer any fatal injuries. This scene made Zhao Jiro and Old Master Zhao even more shocked. After Lin Xian returned to the Zhao family, he did not stay for long. Instead, he and Murong Qingqing immediately bade farewell to Zhao Jiro. Then, they soared into the sky and left the Zhao family. Since his whereabouts had been leaked, and he had attracted the assassins of hell, the people of the Tai dynasty would also know. It would not be long before the other party led an army here. He had to leave because the Tai dynasty was not like the Red Moon clan. It was a dignified dynasty, and there were probably many peerless powerhouses. If he was surrounded, the situation would be very dangerous. Moreover, there was no news of the nest of 10,000 dragons here, so there was no point in him staying here. Therefore, the two of them left. Chapter 2286. Everyone was talking about the Red Moon family, but very few people knew that it was Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon who destroyed them. Because the entire Zhao mansion had already issued a gag order to not leak a single word about this matter. In the depths of the Zhao mansion, Old Master Zhao sat there with a solemn expression on his face at the azure lake. Countless splashes suddenly appeared in the green lake in front of him, and a huge creature stood up from the bottom of the lake. It was still that huge black turtle. He had a terrifying aura on his body, but fortunately, he had deliberately suppressed it. Moreover, this was the depths of the Zhao mansion, and there were array formations covering the surroundings, so it couldn't leak out. Otherwise, the entire Zhao family would definitely go crazy. Because other than Old Master Zhao, no one knew that there was a peerless demon king living in the depths of the Zhao mansion. How about it? Have you thought it through? The big black turtle asked. Old Master Zhao didn't answer. Instead, he said that the Red Moon family was destroyed. What? The Red Moon family was destroyed? Could it be that the White Tiger race made a move? The big black turtle frowned. It wasn't the White Tiger race, but a young man. Old Master Zhao said in a deep voice. What? The big turtle's eyes widened when he heard that, and a terrifying light flickered in his eyes. A young man? How is that possible? That's the truth, and I don't believe it either, but he really did it. Damn it, who is he? The Yin-Yang sect's holy son? Or the prince of one of the 9 imperial dynasties? Or rather, a genius of the war race? To be able to do this, he was definitely an unparalleled genius. Such a person was either the holy son of a peerless sect or the prince of one of the 9 imperial dynasties. Other than that, it was impossible for anyone else. I don't know the identity of that kid, but he has a close relationship with the Jade Lake Saintess. More importantly, he is also investigating the nest of 10,000 dragons. Why, are you afraid? The big black turtle sneered. Old Master Zhao's eyes flickered, but he didn't say anything. However, at this moment, a rumbling sound came from outside. Immediately after, countless rays of light erupted, and the entire ground trembled. Sensing this scene, Old Master Zhao immediately frowned. He snorted coldly and soared into the sky. What's going on? Outside, a huge light flickered and dust flew everywhere. In the distance, 2 black-clothed men flew out. They half knelt in the sky and quickly said, Someone is attacking our Zhao manor! What? Old Master Zhao's pupils shrank in disbelief. The Scarlet Moon clan had just been annihilated, and someone was already attacking the Zhao manor? Who was it? Lin Xian and the others? It shouldn't be them. Old Master Zhao couldn't figure out who had the guts to do this. Furthermore, from the looks of it, this person was definitely not weak. Whoosh! Whoosh! In the distance, more than a dozen streaks of light streaked across the sky. They were also half kneeling in the sky. Ancestor, oh no, it's someone from the Tai dynasty. People from the Tai dynasty. Why did he attack the Zhao family? Old Master Zhao's frown deepened. No matter how powerful the Zhao family was, they would not be able to handle a dynasty that wanted to attack them. But why would the Tai dynasty target the Zhao family? There was no interaction between the two. But in the next moment, he understood. This was because a thunderous voice came from afar. Zhao family, hand over Lin Xian immediately, or your family will be exterminated! Angry roars came one after another, sounding like thousands of thunderbolts. A terrifying crack appeared in the void. All the martial artists in Stellar Sky City held their breaths at this moment, their bodies trembling. The Zhao family was even more terrified. Zhao Jiruo's beautiful eyes flickered, and her face was extremely cold. At this moment, she suddenly remembered what the fortune teller said. He said that she was in danger recently, and that she would implicate the entire family. She didn't believe it before and thought that the fortune teller was lying. But now, it seemed that the fortune teller was right. Moreover, all of this was because of Lin Xian? Who exactly was this Lin Xian? Dao Jiruo couldn't understand. Why would he offend the Tai dynasty? Zhao family, listen up. That kid killed the Golden Lion King of the Battle Tribe and is wanted by the Tai dynasty. He is also the enemy of the Battle Tribe. Whoever protects him will be the enemy of the Tai dynasty and the Battle Tribe. Can you withstand this kind of anger? A cold voice came. Everyone's scalp went numb when they heard it. All of them were extremely shocked. Lin Xian killed the Golden Lion King? They couldn't believe it. They knew that the Tai dynasty was chasing after a murderer, but they didn't expect it to be Lin Xian. Moreover, what shocked them even more was that Lin Xian killed the Battle Tribe's genius. Heavens, this is definitely an earth-shattering event. No wonder he was so powerful and could destroy the Red Moon clan with a raise of his hand. He even dared to kill the Battle Tribe's genius, let alone the Red Moon clan. Thinking of this, they were extremely shocked, and at the same time, their faces were extremely ugly. Because everyone knew that Lin Xian had stayed in the Zhao family for a few days. Now that the Tai dynasty had come knocking on their door, they couldn't explain it at all. Damn it, explain it clearly. Say that the Zhao family has nothing to do with Lin Xian. Why don't we let Jiruo go and reveal her identity as a Jade Lake disciple? A few elders suggested. However, Old Man Zhao shook his head. It was useless. If the Jade Lake Saint was here, it might be useful. However, a Jade Lake disciple couldn't stop the Tai dynasty and the Battle Tribe. All of you leave. I'll go out now. Old Man Zhao waved his hand, and immediately, all the people in the sky left. Countless formations surrounded them, and the black tortoise climbed out of the water again. I can help you resolve this crisis, the black tortoise said in a deep voice. Old Man Zhao's face was extremely gloomy. To be honest, he really didn't want to have anything to do with the monster race, especially during such a sensitive period. However, the heavens didn't go as he wished. At this time, the Zhao family was facing the crisis of being destroyed. He had no choice but to bow down to the other party. At the next moment, Old Man Zhao sighed. What do you want me to do? It's impossible for the Zhao family to surrender to the monster race. At most, I can help you with some things. Don't worry, we don't need humans to surrender. We just need you to do something. As for the details, I'll tell you later. Now I'll help you solve the problem. As he said that, the black tortoise's figure turned into a black ray of light and disappeared into the void, leaving behind Old Man Zhao with an extremely gloomy expression. However, After about half an hour, the black tortoise returned again. It was done. He returned to the lake. Not long after, dozens of people came from afar. They were all elders of the Zhao family. They said excitedly. They had retreated. The people of the Tai dynasty had left. To be honest, they were extremely excited. They felt like they had survived a disaster. Because just now, countless figures descended on the Zhao family. Those people were like gods and demons, causing the void to distort. Chapter 2287. If these people made a move, the Zhao mansion would probably be reduced to ashes in an instant. However, they didn't expect that the people of the Tai dynasty would leave at such a critical moment. And it seemed that they wouldn't target them in the future. This made everyone heave a sigh of relief. Old man Zhao's pupils contracted abruptly, but he quickly recovered. Then he ordered, "All right, let's go back and immediately appease all the clansmen. Also, tell everyone to keep a low profile and don't cause trouble." Yes. These people retreated, and the array formation lit up again. Old Master Zhao stared at the lake in front of him and asked curiously, "What method did you use?" The big turtle poked its head out. "This is my secret, you don't need to know. But now, it's time to talk about our conditions." The big turtle's eyes shone brightly. Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing didn't know what happened to the Zhao family, because they were still heading towards Qianshan City. "Do you think we can find news about the nest of 10,000 dragons this time?" Murong Qingqing asked. Lin Xian shook his head. "I don't know, but I have a hunch that even if we can't find any news, the nest of 10,000 dragons should be appearing soon." "Really? Do you have a hunch too?" "I vaguely have this hunch too." Murong Qingqing's eyes also flickered. This time, the two of them didn't take the official spirit boat. Instead, they took their own private spirit boat and quickly flew towards Qianshan City. On the way, they also encountered a wave of demonic beasts. It seemed that these demonic beasts had already spread to the Qianshan region. But fortunately, they were just ordinary demonic beasts. There were about 300 of them. The strongest were 7-star demon kings. There were a total of 4 of them, but they were all killed by Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing. About 3 days later, they finally arrived at Qianshan City. Qianshan City, one of the main cities of the Nine Li dynasty, was much more majestic than Tianxing City. It covered an area of 70,000 miles. It was so huge that one couldn't see the end of it at a glance. There were more martial artists inside, and the atmosphere was even more lively. Many people were excited. "Have you heard? Yan Ryu will be here in 3 days. You're talking about the moon-concealing blushing red palace, right? I've heard about it too. She was a peerless beauty. He didn't expect her to come to Qianshan City. It was said that young Master Qianshan had invited him." "Is that so?" "Other than him, I don't think anyone else has the face to do so." Everyone was talking about it. Someone else said, "I heard that not only our Qianshan City, but all the young masters and young masters of the big clans in the entire Qianshan region, as well as the geniuses, are coming here. They probably all wanted to take a look at Yan Ryu." Not only that, it was young Master Qianshan's birthday 3 days later. Those people were also here to pay their respects. That might not necessarily be the case. Who knows, there might even be people looking for trouble. Last time, the Jasper Saber was defeated by young Master Qianshan. This time, he would definitely come. "Are you talking about that time 3 years ago?" Everyone was discussing animatedly. From time to time, they would mention Yan Ryu, young Master Qianshan, and Moonflower Palace. Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing looked at each other and decided to take a look in 3 days. From the looks of it, it should be a gathering of genius powerhouses. Perhaps they could get some information. With a goal in mind, the two of them prepared to find a place to settle down. "It smells so good," many people suddenly exclaimed. Then, they looked over. They saw a purple figure quickly leaving behind a glimpse. Those people exclaimed, "What a beautiful figure! Could that person be Yan Ryu?" "Now that you mention it, It's really possible. Although they only saw her back, she was so beautiful that many people were talking about it. A few of the bolder ones decided to follow her and take a look. More than a dozen figures followed her. In front, Murong Qingqing and Lin Xian frowned. What was going on? Could it be that someone was chasing after them? They were suspicious. Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing sped up, but the people behind them were shouting as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Miss Yen Ruyu, don't go. Fairy Yen, can you have a chat with us? They shouted one after another. Hearing this, Lin Xian rolled his eyes. Murong Qingqing frowned. It seemed that these people thought she was Yen Ruyu. Thinking of this, she snorted coldly. In the next moment, she waved her hand, and countless rays of light flew out and enveloped those people. Buzz, buzz, buzz! Those rays of light turned into vines that wrapped around the dozen or so cultivators behind them and dropped them in midair. Those cultivators cried out in alarm and wanted to struggle. However, they couldn't struggle at all. They could only stay in midair and shout with all their might. Fairy Yen, don't go. However, Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing had already disappeared into the void. Heavenly Treasure Pavilion, the best manor in Xianshan City. Lady Boss, please give me a good guest room. After Lin Xian entered, he walked to the front. The lady boss was a very beautiful middle-aged woman. She was wearing a long aqua blue dress and was still very charming. She raised her head, glanced at Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing, and then said with a smile, I'm sorry, the good guest rooms are all gone, and the other rooms are also full. There's only one East Water Courtyard left. Do you want it? East Water Courtyard, a standalone courtyard? Lin Xian asked. The lady boss nodded. That's right, a standalone courtyard. This is the last one. If you don't want it, then please leave. I'll take this. Lin Xian nodded. Because along the way, they found that the other places were also full of people. Perhaps it was because of Yen Ruyu that there were so many cultivators in Xianshan City that it had reached a bursting point. 1 supreme grade substandard divine crystal a day. The lady boss reported the price with a smile. Hearing the price, Lin Xian frowned. Why don't you rob? Although Lin Xian was using divine crystals now, it didn't mean that supreme grade substandard divine crystals were cabbages. This price could be said to be a sky-high price. The lady boss's face darkened as she said coldly. There was naturally a reason why it was expensive. Moreover, this was the last one. Take it or leave it. All right, I'll stay for 5 days. Lin Xian waved his sleeve, and 5 supreme-grade substandard divine crystals appeared on the table. If I need to extend it, I'll pay you again. Okay. The lady boss immediately smiled when she saw the 5 supreme-grade substandard divine crystals. She quickly put it away and shouted, Hurry up and bring this young master to the East Water Side Courtyard. Young master, this way please. Soon, a young man in a green robe and a small hat led the way. One had to admit that the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion was very extravagant. The space inside was very large, and there were many pavilions and palaces, as well as this stand-alone courtyard. The East Water Courtyard was one of them. After entering, Lin Xian knew why it was so expensive. There was a small stream, a pond, a bamboo forest, and grassland in front of him. There were even spirit beasts running around there. Although he lived in a bamboo house, rich spirit energy rushed to his face. Obviously, there was a spirit gathering array underground that could gather spirit energy from all directions. The entire East Water Courtyard was protected by a defensive array. Judging from the appearance of this array, it could withstand the attack of a mighty figure. It was safe, quiet, and very suitable for cultivation. No wonder it cost 1 supreme-grade substandard divine crystal a day. After the waiter left, Lin Xian waved his hand and closed the courtyard door. Then, he raised his hand and cast another defensive array to form a second defense. Murong Qingqing stretched her body. After flying for a couple of days, she was tired. I want to take a shower and have a rest. Chapter 2288. Lin Xian took off Murong Qingqing's veil and said with a smile, "Why don't we go together? When did you become so naughty?" Murong Qingqing blushed and pinched Lin Xian hard. Buzz! Lin Xian picked up Murong Qingqing and strode forward. As the day of Yan Ryu's arrival approached, Qianshan's city became very lively. At this moment, the inns of all sizes were already crowded, and Sky Treasure Pavilion was even more so. Moreover, those who could stay in Sky Treasure Pavilion were either rich or noble. He was either a powerful martial artist or a young master of a noble family. That was because the price of staying here for a day was very expensive. At this moment, the front hall of Sky Treasure Pavilion was also very lively. The decorations were very exquisite, and every detail was perfect. It was as if one had arrived at a celestial palace. Whoosh! In the sky, a black shadow grew larger and larger, as if a huge mountain was pressing down. Everyone outside Sky Treasure Pavilion looked up, and the people on the street were shocked. They thought that something terrifying was descending. However, in the next moment, they exclaimed in surprise. A white cloud was descending! That's right, it was indeed a white cloud. The white cloud was very large, dozens of meters long, and very soft, like cotton. There was a jade chair on the white cloud. It was transparent and shone with a mysterious light. Just by looking at the chair, one could tell that it was priceless. The white cloud was another great ability. Needless to say, the person who came must be someone extraordinary. A very handsome young man was sitting on the jade chair. He was wearing a white robe that was spotless. He held a folding fan in his hand and gently waved it. His chin was slightly raised, and his eyes were filled with pride. Beside him, there were 4 beautiful women in light muslin standing respectfully. Some held an umbrella for him, some served him fine wine, and the other 2 massaged his shoulders and back. However, at this moment, the white cloud landed on the ground, and the 4 European and American women immediately put away the things in their hands. The smoke catcher umbrella automatically flew up and floated above the young man in white. The 4 beauties gently lifted the jade chair. They were very fast and arrived at Sky Treasure Pavilion in the blink of an eye. Even though they were just 4 weak girls, all of them were sent flying by the impact. Among them, 2 5-star kings were also sent flying without holding back. Bang! Bang! These people fell to the side, and then they were all furious. Damn it! Do you want to die? Among them, a few kings emitted a terrifying aura. Humph! The young man snorted coldly. He turned his gaze and stared coldly at those kings. Buzz! Those people trembled as if they fell into a 10,000-year-old ice cave. How dare you block young Master Bai's stop? A woman yelled. Her voice wasn't loud, but it was exceptionally clear, shocking everyone. Was young Master Bai Yun the young master of the great general of White Cloud City? He's here too? It was rumored that young Master Bai Yun had mysophobia and his feet never touched the ground. Now, it seemed like it was true. Is that so? I thought he was just being ostentatious. Who knew that he would be such a person? Lower your voice, are you tired of living? How dare you talk about young Master Bai Yun here? Many people were discussing. However, some of them hurriedly made a face, and some even sneaked away. That was because young Master Bai was a very famous young master in Nine Li dynasty. His father was the great general of the dynasty. He had outstanding military achievements, and was very powerful. Moreover, he was trusted by the emperor. He was like the sun in the sky. Therefore, young Master Bai's identity was very precious. Ordinary almighties did not dare to offend him. Lady Boss, here's our room. One of the beautiful maids walked forward and took out a token and placed it on the table. There was a word, West, written on it. Seeing this, the Lady Boss smiled. All right, the West Wing Garden has already been prepared for the young master. Cough. Cough. Just as she was about to ask the waiter to bring them to the West Wing Garden, a cough was heard from outside. As soon as the sound was heard, the hearts of everyone in the hall beat violently as if they were about to explode. Damn it! Who is it? Those kings were terrified as if they had seen a ghost. Those who were timid cried, "Damn it, it's just a meal. Why are there so many terrifying people?" The lady boss also narrowed her eyes and did not say anything. That was because at that moment, two more figures walked in. One of them was a man in a black robe. He was not tall and had a hunchback. At that moment, his entire body was covered by the black robe, so it was impossible to see him clearly. He was holding a black walking stick in his hand. Every step he took was very light, and did not make any sound. However, every once in a while, he would cough twice as if he was sick. On his right was a very beautiful young girl with red lips and white teeth. She looked to be about 11 or 12 years old. She supported the black-robed man and slowly walked in. Who is this person? Was he the one who coughed just now? The surrounding kings looked over, but soon they frowned. Although there was no light on his body, it prevented them from checking him out. A few kings who wanted to check him out by force immediately screamed in agony as their eyes bled. There were even 6-star kings among them, but they could not take it at all. Humph! Didn't your parents tell you that you'll have your eyes gouged out if you peep at others? The girl, who was about 11 or 12 years old, snorted coldly. Then, she turned her head and looked forward. Lady boss, give me a good courtyard. The girl's voice was very pleasant, but at that moment, no one was in the mood to appreciate it. That was because those two people were too strange. The black-robed man did not make a move, but he blinded the kings. The girl, who was about 11 or 12 years old, was dressed even more strangely. She was wearing a colorful flower dress that was very bright. What was even stranger was that she was wearing 2 pendants, but they were not gold or silver, nor were they treasures. They were 2 small snakes. The 2 small snakes kept dancing and twisting in midair. Who is this person? Is he a beast tamer? Everyone was nervous. In front, the lady boss smiled sweetly when she heard that. I'm sorry, little girl, but the rooms are already full. Not to mention a good courtyard, there aren't even any ordinary guest rooms. The lady boss shrugged helplessly. The girl frowned when she heard that. No more rooms? No way, how can they stay here? As she spoke, she stretched out her fair little hand and pointed forward. Seeing this scene, everyone gasped because the girl was pointing at young Master Bai Yun. This guy actually dared to point at young Master Bai Yun. Is he tired of living? It's over. They will definitely end up in a miserable state. Many people whispered. Young Master Bai Yun turned his head and glanced at the other party. Then, he snorted with disdain in his eyes. Chapter 2289. A lady at the back left snorted coldly. Who do you think you are? How dare you compare yourself to my young master? Is your young master very famous? The little girl curled her lips, looking very disdainful. Seeing this, all the kings around were shocked, and their scalps went numb. Heavens, who is this? How can she not know young Master Bai Yun? How dare she provoke him? Is she tired of living? Crack! As expected, young Master Bai Yun's face darkened, and he closed the folding fan in his hand. Slap her, he said coldly. Whoosh! A maid beside him flew out quickly like a bolt of white lightning. At the same time, she raised her jade-like hand and slapped forward. This maidservant was a 5-star king realm, and a single palm strike from her could shatter a mountain, let alone a single person. For a moment, everyone was worried about the little girl. However, the little girl still stood there with the corners of her mouth slightly raised, and her face was full of disdain. The terrifying palm wind tore through the void, but it could not move the little girl's clothes at all. Whoosh! Ah! The next moment, the slap did not land, but the maid screamed in pain. She covered her fair palm and kept retreating. What's going on? What happened? Everyone around was stunned. They did not see the other party make a move. Could it be that the black-robed man made a move? They looked at each other. However, the next moment, they were extremely shocked. That was because the maid's fair palm was now pitch black, and there were countless black sheets surrounding it. It was spreading from her arm to her entire body. Poison, she's poisoned! Everyone exclaimed. It was an obvious sign of poisoning. Young Master Bayun frowned, and the other three maids were also nervous. The poison maid shouted angrily, and the spiritual power in her body burst out like waves, trying to resist the poison. However, it was useless. In an instant, her entire arm was pitch black, and it began to rot, and white bones appeared. The pain caused the maid to scream miserably. Her scream was so miserable that it made one's scalp go numb. Another maid shouted, took out a sword from her storage ring, and slashed down, cutting off the blackened arm. Sizzle! Sizzle! The arm fell to the ground, and all the flesh and blood were corroded, forming a black liquid. Soon, even the bones were corroded. Seeing this scene, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. What a powerful poison! How did the other party do it? They didn't see it. The little girl snorted coldly. A small green snake was coiling around her earlobe. A piece of trash like you wants to slap me? He was truly courting death. Everyone was shocked speechless. Because they realized that this little girl was simply too strange. However, some of the higher-ups could tell that it was the venomous snake on the little girl's ear that had attacked. This little girl was most likely a beast tamer, they guessed. However, no one spoke. They didn't want to provoke such a terrifying existence. At the front, young Master Bayun frowned. Once he made a move, one of his maidservants would chop off an arm. This was definitely a slap to his face. Therefore, he snorted and killed her. Yes. The injured maidservant retreated and quickly swallowed a pill. The other three unsheathed their swords and worked together to attack. 1. The 3 swords were very fast. In an instant, they had arrived in front of the little girl and were about to pierce through her. Humph! The little girl sneered disdainfully. She snorted lightly, and a majestic force rushed out of her body. Her king's domain instantly rushed out. Boom! It was a green snake. It suddenly enlarged and directly broke all 3 swords. The huge force sent the 3 maidservants flying. This scene shocked the surrounding people once again. They didn't expect that this little girl was not only good at using poison, but she was also so powerful. The king's domain was obviously very terrifying. In an instant, it sent all 3 5-star kings flying. It seemed that she was at least a 6-star king. However, an 11 or 12-year-old 6-star king. Her talent was too terrifying. Could it be that she was an old demon who had lived for hundreds of years? They guessed. On the other hand, young Master Bayun's face was completely gloomy. Little girl, get over here and kneel down, and I can spare your life. His voice was cold and carried a biting cold killing intent. Young Master Bayun? In my opinion, he's just SOSO. The little girl had gained the upper hand with one move. Then, she activated her king's domain and charged forward. 1. The king's domain formed a green snake and charged forward. Boom! This green snake was very huge. It crushed the void, but no energy leaked out. Other than the space near young Master Bayun cracked, the other places were not damaged. Not even a table was damaged. One could imagine how precise the other party's control of power was. She was courting death. Young Master Bayun was furious. The other party was just a little girl. How dare she attack him? The next moment, he waved his sleeve. With a boom, the sky cracked open, and a huge sleeve danced in the sky. It was as if it could devour everything. Flowing Cloud Sleeve! This was the White Cloud family's ultimate technique. Many people exclaimed because this flowing cloud sleeve could be said to be extremely terrifying. Boom! As expected, when the flowing cloud sleeve collided with the green snake, a deafening sound was heard. Many kings fell to the ground, their bodies trembling. The green snake wailed and was sent flying. Puff! 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 The little girl kept retreating until she was outside the door. Then she spat out a mouthful of blood. You! She wiped the blood with her small hands. Her eyes were abnormally cold. You're overestimating yourself. How dare you attack me? Young Master Bai Yun sneered in disdain. The flowing cloud sleeve in the sky attacked again. It was like a sharp heavenly blade that wanted to split the little girl in half. The little girl's expression was cold. Her hands quickly formed a seal. A green snake head burst out from her palm and bit forward. Crack! 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 The python bit the flowing cloud sleeve in the sky and made a clanging sound. However, the flowing cloud sleeve shook and shattered the python head. The little girl spat out another mouthful of blood. She was about to be enveloped by the flowing cloud sleeve. However, at this moment, the mysterious man in a black robe attacked. To be exact, he didn't attack. Instead, he coughed twice. Cough! Cough! Boom! In the sky, the flowing cloud sleeve exploded and turned into countless rays of light that scattered on the ground. Gulp! Gulp! The surrounding people swallowed their saliva. This man in a black robe was too terrifying. He could shatter young Master Bai Yun's superpower with just a sound wave? Who was this person? Young Master Bai Yun's pupils shrank. His eyes shone brightly. This move of his was something that even an almighty wouldn't dare to take lightly. However, the other party had broken it. He couldn't believe it. Who are you? Young Master Bai Yun didn't attack again. Instead, he asked coldly. Chapter 2290. Even a powerful being would not dare to block his attack, but the other party had broken through it. He could not believe it. Who are you? Young Master Bai Yun did not attack again. Instead, he asked coldly. Cough, cough. The black-robed woman coughed twice and said again. I'm just a villager. You won't know me even if I tell you. However, I've been walking for a day and I'm tired. Young master, why don't you give me your room? I'll pay you back double the room fee. Hearing that, everyone was shocked. It seemed that the mysterious person really wanted young Master Bai Yun's courtyard. Young Master Bai Yun's face darkened and he sneered. Old monster, you're courting death. As he spoke, he attacked again. Flowing cloud sleeve poured down, and a ray of light descended like a heavenly blade. The void instantly split open, and the terrifying crack enveloped the black-robed woman. How terrifying! Was this the true power of the flowing cloud cultivator? When everyone saw this scene, they were extremely shocked. Because the power this time was twice as strong as before. It seemed that young Master Bai Yun had not used his full strength before. Humph! The black-robed woman snorted. The walking stick in her hand shook slightly, and suddenly, a black ripple spread out like a ripple. The black ripple danced and formed a black light screen, blocking in front of her. Buzz! It blocked the terrifying flowing cloud sleeve. Boom, boom, boom! The two collided, and there was a loud boom. The entire world was shaking. Countless runes lit up in the Sky Treasure Pavilion, protecting all the buildings. The lady boss frowned. Her eyes flickered, but she had no intention to stop it. Humph! Seeing that the other party could block the flowing cloud sleeve, young Master Bai Yun's face darkened. However, he soon burst out with a bright light. The fan in his hand seemed to have turned into a mountain, and it pressed down. Even the surrounding powerful beings could feel the pressure from this attack. Clearly, this was an extremely terrifying attack that contained an unparalleled amount of power. Boom, boom, boom! The mysterious black-robed woman did not raise her head. However, a spatial crack appeared behind her. It grew bigger and bigger, as if it was torn apart by a pair of big hands. Then, a ferocious behemoth poked its head out from the crack. It looked like a butterfly with a horn that was covered with Dao runes. It was terrifying. It did not fully appear. Only a head appeared, but it filled up the entire space in the hall. Everyone was trembling, and the weaker ones were directly pressed to the ground, unable to resist at all. That was because the oppressive might was simply too terrifying. Soon, the horn blocked the huge folding fan in the sky. Not only that, countless black bugs appeared on the ground and flew towards young Master Bai Yun. These black bugs were very fast and covered the entire ground in an instant. It seemed to be able to devour everything. Young Master Bai Yun's face sank. With a wave of his hand, a terrifying light wave flew out and blocked the insects. At the same time, his expression became extremely ugly. Nan Jiang, you're from the southern border's 5 poison sect. What? 5 poison sect? Hearing this, the surrounding people also exclaimed. The southern border was a continent that coexisted with the central continent. They were very far apart. How could someone from the southern border come here? They could not understand. Young Master Bai Yun's face turned ugly. No wonder. No wonder the other party dared to disrespect him and even attack him. It turned out that the other party was not from the Nine Li dynasty. In fact, they were not even from the central continent. The 11 or 12-year-old girl swallowed a few pills to suppress her injuries and walked over. She stood beside the black-robed man and snorted coldly. What? You know who we are and you still don't want to give up the room? Humph. Young Master Bai Yun snorted coldly. So what if you're from the 5 poison sect? This is the Nine Li dynasty of the central continent. It's my territory. Could it be that I'm afraid of them? These are the 5 poison bugs. Once touched, even an almighty will definitely die. You still dare to go against us? The girl sneered. The bugs on the ground were about to erupt again. At this moment, a clear voice sounded from outside. Amitabha. The voice was loud and clear, bringing with it the aura of light between heaven and earth. Then, a ball of golden light shone in from the outside like the sun. The terrifying poisonous bugs on the ground quickly retreated and melted like snow. The surrounding people were shocked. Who was this expert? How could he be so powerful? He destroyed the poisonous bugs of the 5 poison sect in an instant. Who is this? How dare you interfere with the matters of the 5 poison sect? The girl snorted coldly, and her expression was very ugly. The black-robed man did not say anything, but the terrifying aura on his body became even more serious. Young Master Bai Yun heaved a sigh of relief. His gaze was uncertain as he looked forward. He was not the only one. Everyone turned their heads to look. A monk walked in from outside the door. He wore a kasaya and held a bowl in his hand that was covered with runes. He held a string of Buddhist prayer beads in his left hand. At this moment, he was chanting and walking towards the heavenly treasure pavilion. A monk? Seeing this scene, the girl frowned and even took 2 steps back subconsciously. That was because the Buddhist light on the other party's body made her feel uncomfortable. Their 5 poison sect was a poisonous creature of extreme mean and evil. On the other hand, the other party clearly had a masculine aura. The two of them countered each other, and the other party was very strong. Therefore, the girl from the 5 poison sect was very uncomfortable. However, the black-robed man did not change at all. He still stood there, and did not even turn his head. Why did the people of the 5 poison sect come all the way to the central continent? After the monk entered, he asked in a deep voice. The girl snorted coldly. Humph! Aren't you also from the western desert? Why did you come to the central continent? This monk has traveled the world and considers the world as his home. Why can't I come? After saying that, the monk ignored the people of the 5 poison sect and stared at young Master Bai Yun. I saved your life earlier. Are you going to give me your room? What? Another person who came to snatch the place? Hearing this, everyone was stunned. Young Master Bai Yun's face darkened again. He originally thought that the crisis was resolved. Unexpectedly, another one came. Furthermore, this person targeted him again. Damn it! Did they really think that he was easy to bully? Thinking of this, he roared furiously and a terrifying aura burst forth from his body. A white cloud surrounded him, and even his entire body became hazy, as if he could ride the wind and fly away at any moment. On the other side, the black-robed man kept emitting a cold aura. The monk held the Buddhist prayer beads in his hand. His body shone with golden light like a sun. The auras of the 3 were extremely strong. Furthermore, when they clashed with each other, they formed an invisible field that made it difficult for everyone to breathe. Those who were weak fainted directly. The lady boss also frowned. Seeing that the three of them were about to attack again, she wanted to stop this battle. Chapter 2291. Just then, the door to the backyard suddenly opened and a figure walked in. Originally, the auras of the three sides had reached a balance, but because of this figure walking over, the balance was suddenly broken. Boom! The three forces collided in the air and a terrifying black hole appeared in the sky, spinning rapidly. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh! Everyone turned to look at the back. They wanted to see who dared to come in at this time. Did he want to die? Lin Xian also frowned because he felt something was wrong as soon as he entered the hall. Especially the black hole in front of him, which was obviously caused by a battle. Also, many kings were lying on the ground. Could there have been a great battle? But soon, he shook his head. What did it have to do with him? So, he walked to the front and said in a low voice, "Lady boss, make me some exquisite dishes and send them to East Water Courtyard." "Okay, young master, please wait a moment." The lady boss smiled. Lin Xian nodded and turned to leave. Just then, young master Baiyun said coldly, "Wait." Hearing that, Lin Xian stopped in his tracks and turned around to look at the other party with a doubtful look on his face. He did not know him, so he asked, "You're looking for me?" "Yes, you." "Kid, let me ask you, which sect are you from?" Young Master Baiyun asked coldly. Because he felt that young Master Baiyun was a stranger. Those who could afford to live in the courtyard must be from a big family. For example, only people like him were qualified to live there. However, how could a stranger live there? So, he had to check his identity first. Lin Xian said lightly, "I don't belong to any sect. I'm just an itinerant cultivator." "What do you want?" "Don't belong to any sect?" Everyone was shocked. The white-robed man squinted his eyes and sneered. "Don't belong to any sect? Why do you live in the water courtyard? Kid, give it up!" Young Master Baiyun had his own plans. The Western Desert and Southern Border powerhouses wanted a place to live. He would not give it up. Why not take the kid's house and let the two powerhouses fight over it? Then, he would be able to get away easily. Everyone around understood this as well, so they looked at Lin Xian with sympathy in their eyes. "This kid is so unlucky. He came at the wrong time." That's right, of all times he had to come at this time. He reckoned that if he was targeted by the three great powerhouses, his end would be very miserable. As long as he cooperated obediently, he might even receive a large sum of money. Many people stood up from the ground. Lin Xian frowned. "Give up the room? Why, you want to stay?" From the looks of it, the other party was probably trying to snatch his room. However, White Cloud Prince snorted coldly. "I have my own residence." Lin Xian looked at him like he was an idiot. "You have a place to live, yet you want to snatch my house?" Was he sick in the head? He shook his head and ignored it. Then, he ordered again. "Lady boss, hurry up. I'm hungry. Hurry up and send the food to Dongshe Courtyard." With that, Lin Xian turned around and left. "Brat, you're courting death." Young Master White Cloud's expression turned extremely gloomy when he saw that young Master White Cloud dared to ignore him and even reprimand him. He was the son of the great general. Who would dare to be rude to him? However, there were people provoking him one after another today. First, it was the Southern Border Powerhouse. Then, it was the Western Desert Powerhouse. He could not afford to offend these two mysterious powerhouses. However, this kid, who had no sect and was just a rogue cultivator, dared to provoke him. That would be courting death. Buzz! The next moment, he attacked again. Flowing cloud sleeves spun and poured down from the sky like the Milky Way. The surrounding kings exclaimed, "Heavens, who is this brat? How dare he provoke young Master White Cloud? Does he not know who young Master White Cloud is? I think it's possible. It's over. This brat is dead meat." Flowing cloud sleeve continued to envelop Lin Xian as he spoke. Lin Xian turned around abruptly with a cold look in his eyes. This brat wanted to attack him just because of a disagreement. He even wanted to kill him? Was he that easy to kill? The next moment, a terrifying blue aura appeared on his body. Crack, crack, crack! The sea god's eyes spread out and condensed in the sky, freezing flowing cloud sleeve in midair. It was so cold. The surrounding kings trembled as frost formed on their bodies. They all channeled their spiritual power to resist. Lin Xian's figure appeared in front of him. I'll spare your life this time. If you dare to attack again, don't blame me for killing you. Lin Xian turned around and looked at young Master White Cloud with a murderous look in his eyes. It was frozen! This brat actually froze Flowing Cloud's sleeve. Who is he? He's so powerful! The crowd was in a heated discussion. They originally thought that Lin Xian would be killed, but they did not expect him to be a powerhouse. And by the looks of it, he was a young prodigy. That was interesting. What would young Master White Cloud do? Would he fight with him or back off again? They were actually looking forward to it. Young Master White Cloud's face darkened. He was so angry that he was about to vomit blood. He even suspected that he did not check the almanac before going out today. Why did he encounter so many terrifying powerhouses one after another? It made him feel ashamed. However, it was impossible for him to retreat now. He was young Master White Cloud, and this was the Nine Li dynasty. If he retreated now, he would probably become a joke in less than an hour. As a young prodigy and the young master of the White Cloud General's residence, his reputation was very important. Therefore, he could not retreat. However, among the three powerhouses, he realized that only Lin Xian was very young. He was from the younger generation. Although Lin Xian froze his Flowing Cloud sleeve, he knew that if he attacked with all his might, he could kill Lin Xian. More importantly, Lin Xian did not have any powerful background. Even if he killed Lin Xian, no one would come for revenge. The four beautiful maids beside young Master White Cloud were furious when they heard Lin Xian's threat. How dare you be so rude to our young master? Humph! Lin Xian snorted coldly and glanced at them. The four of them were struck by lightning and were sent flying again while vomiting blood. Lin Xian did not leave. Instead, he stared at young Master White Cloud. He sneered. Let me guess. Why do you want to snatch my house? Looking at you, you should be the young master of a very famous family. With your identity, you should have booked a very good house here. However, there are two powerhouses who seem to have designs on your house. And you can't defeat them. Therefore, the black hole appeared when you guys were fighting. I happen to be here at this time. You think I'm a pushover, so you want to take advantage of me. Although I don't know which family you are from, your ability to bully the weak and fear the strong is really good. Lin Xian sneered. Unfortunately, I'm not someone you can provoke. So, disappear in front of me obediently. Otherwise, you'll end up in a miserable state. Arrogant. So arrogant. How dare you threaten young Master White Cloud? Chapter 2292. They realized that the young man in front of them was very smart. Not only did he figure out the whole thing, he even dared to threaten young Master Bai Yun. Who exactly was he? Was he really an itinerant cultivator? They did not believe it. They had never seen an itinerant cultivator so arrogant. Kid, you're courting death. Young Master Bai Yun was trembling with anger. His face was terrifyingly gloomy. The killing intent on his body quickly condensed and pierced through the void. However, Lin Xian ignored him. Instead, he shifted his gaze away from him and looked at the two figures at the door. One was a mysterious man in a black robe with a little girl beside him. The other was a monk with Buddhist beads in his hand. The aura on their bodies was very strong. One look and anyone could tell that they were experts. Then, Lin Xian said coldly, the two of you better not have any ideas about me. Otherwise, you'll have to bear the consequences. The surrounding kings were completely stunned. This brat was simply too arrogant. First, he provoked young Master Bai Yun. Now, he was provoking the experts of Southern Border and Western Desert. What was he trying to do? Was he trying to declare war on everyone? The two experts were also taken aback. Then both of them laughed. Is that so? But I still think that it's better to kill you. After all, you don't have any family behind you. Killing you will not be a burden at all. Monks are not willing to kill, but I hope that you can cooperate and give up your East Water courtyard. Hearing this, young Master Baiyun laughed. He wanted to see how this kid would deal with it. At the thought of this, his lips curled into a cold smile. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. What do you mean? Are the two of you going to attack me? Indeed, that was the intention. The black-robed man said in a low voice again. Whoosh! The voice condensed in the air. Before it landed, Lin Xian's figure had already disappeared. When he reappeared, he was in front of the black-robed man. The ancient sword in his hand slashed down. Boom! The black-robed man's pupils constricted, and he raised his head for the first time. He realized that Lin Xian was too fast. Before he could even react, Lin Xian had already attacked. The sword had not yet arrived, but the sharp aura had already caused all the hairs on his body to stand on end. Even the black aura on his body was cut open. Whoosh! The black-robed man quickly retreated, and countless black gas formed a black light shield in front of him. Boom! The Dragon Source ancient sword slashed down on the surface, emitting a sky-shaking sound. Puff! A single slash. The black shield was split in half. The sharp sword light flew out once again. The black-robed old man retreated until he was completely out of the heavenly treasure pavilion. Only then did he manage to block the sword light. The mysterious man was repelled. When everyone saw this scene, they were extremely shocked. This mysterious person was extremely terrifying. Previously, when he fought with young Master Baiyun, he did not even move an inch. But now, he was scared off by a single slash from the young man before him. This was simply too shocking. However, what shocked them even more was yet to come. This was because Lin Xian had repelled the black-robed man with a single slash of his sword. Following which, he swept his sword horizontally and slashed at the monk beside him. Since these two people wanted to make a move on him, then he had to gain the initiative by striking first and intimidate these two powerhouses. Seeing Lin Xian attack him, the Western Desert cultivator roared in anger. His eyes shone brightly as his aura suddenly erupted. A golden Buddha light rushed out from his body. Boom! In the next moment, it collided with the terrifying sword Qi. When the two collided, countless cracks appeared in the void as if black snakes were dancing wildly in the air. Many people retreated one after another, as their hearts turned cold. Humph! The Western Desert cultivator roared and raised his palm to grab Lin Xian. Golden light flickered in his palm as if it was the palm of a Buddha. Lin Xian snorted coldly. The great dragon sword soul erupted and an even more terrifying sword Qi slashed out. Clang! Another earth-shattering sound was heard. However, this time, the Western Desert cultivator's expression changed because the golden light in his hand had been cut open. Not only that, there was a sword mark on his palm that was dripping with blood. It was extremely terrifying. Damn it! How was this possible? The Western Desert cultivator was extremely shocked and could not believe it. That was because he had cultivated a very terrifying physical technique called the Vajrabhati technique. It was a powerful divine ability of the Buddhist sect. With his current cultivation and divine ability, he could fight against an upper-grade earth-rank treasure with his bare hands. But now, he was actually injured. This really shocked him. What kind of sword was that in his opponent's hand? Also, how could his opponent's sword Qi be so terrifying? Was he really just a young man? He did not dare to imagine. Therefore, in the next moment, he also retreated out of the Sky Treasure Pavilion. Humph! Seeing that both of them had retreated, Lin Xian snorted coldly and put away the ancient dragon abyss sword. He stood with his hands behind his back and looked around disdainfully. Now, who else dares to have any ideas about me? A cold voice sounded and everyone's scalps went numb. They did not even dare to raise their heads. What kind of joke was this? two powerful cultivators had been forced back by two swords. This kind of strength was heaven-defying. Who would be so blind to provoke him at this time? That was purely courting death. What about the two of you? Lin Xian looked at the two people outside the door again. These two people's expressions were extremely unsightly. But soon after, the two of them sighed. I think young Master Bai Yun's room is better. Haha, this old woman is also very interested in young Master Bai Yun's courtyard. The two of them gave up on Lin Xian and turned their attention to young Master Bai Yun again. Because the young man in front of them was too strange. Although they did not use their full strength previously, from the previous exchange of blows, the other party was very terrifying. Even if they really fought, it would only be a lose-lose situation. Moreover, they were not willing to risk their lives. Young Master Bai Yun's face instantly darkened. Originally, he wanted to watch a good show and see how the three of them would fight. If the three of them were seriously injured, he did not mind giving them a final blow at the last moment. However, the current situation was completely out of his expectations. The three of them did not fight at all. Two swords and two powerful cultivators were forced back. He could not believe it. Damn it, who is this kid? Now, even if you beat him to death, he would not believe that the other party was just a rogue cultivator. In his opinion, the other party's origin must be very mysterious. It was very likely that he was one of those peerless sacred grounds, or an outstanding disciple of a peerless sect. Otherwise, the other party would not be so strong. When he heard that the two powerful cultivators had their eyes on him again, young Master Bai Yun was furious. Damn kid, it's all your fault. It's all your fault. Young Master Bai Yun's expression was ferocious as he stared at Lin Xian. It was all because of this kid that he had lost face. Therefore, he could not wait to kill this kid in front of him. Chapter 2293. His cultivation had reached the level of a 7-star king, and his combat strength was at the level of an almighty. Therefore, he did not have to worry too much about doing things. He did not mind getting rid of anyone who dared to provoke him and wanted to kill him, because he would not allow danger to sprout. Although this person looked like he was from a big family, he would not be lenient since he dared to release his killing intent. So what if he was from a big family? He even dared to kill a genius of the war tribe, let alone an ordinary family. Therefore, in the next moment, Lin Xian attacked again. Boom! The terrifying hellfire on his body turned into a black qilin, surrounded by a terrifying aura. It jumped up and charged toward young Master White Cloud. Kid, you're courting death. Young Master White Cloud was furious, and his face was extremely cold. He did not expect that the other party would dare to attack and kill him. This was intolerable. Therefore, in the next moment, he let out a roar, and light erupted from his body. His body became incomparably illusory, like a white cloud that would dissipate at any time. At the same time, wisps of white mist appeared around him, as if the entire hall had sunk into the clouds. Not good, retreat! When the surrounding kings saw this, they were terrified and frantically retreated. Boom! The black hellfire qilin charged forward, burning everything. However, young Master White Cloud's body had already disappeared. A ferocious voice sounded in the surroundings. Kid, you want to kill me? You're still far from it. I'll let you know my true strength. Now that you're in my White Cloud realm, accept your death obediently. As the voice sounded, the surrounding white clouds suddenly rolled and pressed toward the hellfire qilin. Boom! The hellfire qilin turned into countless hellfire and scattered on the ground. More white clouds charged toward Lin Xian. At the same time, countless white clouds condensed behind Lin Xian, and young Master White Cloud's figure appeared eerily. Buzz! A green longsword appeared in his hand, and as he waved it, there was a metallic sound. Accompanying it was an intense energy that could shake the heavens. It instantly enveloped Lin Xian. Boom! Lin Xian snorted coldly, and a shocking light burst out from his eyes. The Dragon Sword realm also appeared from his body and turned into the Azure Dragon Divine Shield. Clang! The terrifying longsword collided with the azure dragon divine shield, causing sparks to fly and a deafening sound to ring out. The surrounding void was torn apart. At the same time, countless runes lit up in the heavenly treasure pavilion, causing the entire pavilion to shake. The lady boss's face darkened. Young Master Baiyun also knew that he couldn't do anything here. He sneered and said, "Kid, come with me!" As he spoke, the white cloud domain enveloped Lin Xian and himself, and they flew outside. The two of them finally arrived in the sky above the city. White clouds rolled above them, and two silhouettes flickered within them. Terrifying energy and vibrations could be heard from time to time. The kings of the Sky Treasure Pavilion also followed him out. They looked at the sky and discussed animatedly. The monk from the western desert and the black-robed man from the southern frontier also looked up at the sky with sparkling eyes. The two of them did not make a move. In the sky, the battle was extremely intense. The strength of the two young geniuses was extremely frightening. Especially young Master Baiyun, who let out a furious roar as his body emitted an incomparable radiance. The surrounding white cloudling was erratic, causing his figure to appear and disappear mysteriously. He believed that with his strength and his white jade domain, it would be very easy for him to kill the other party. Buzz! As expected, with the unpredictable speed of the white cloud domain, young Master Baiyun appeared beside Lin Xian in an instant. His right hand was hazy and illusory, and white runes shone on it. Firmament palm. This palm was extremely shocking. It was clearly just a palm, but what it emitted was endless clouds that covered the entire sky. Oh no, this firmament palm was also young Master Baiyun's ultimate skill! Now that he had used his full strength, the kid would definitely not be able to resist. Yes, young Master Baiyun was extremely frightening. Coupled with his king domain, even the almighties of the older generation would not be his match. Below, those who were looking at the battle discussed animatedly. The eyes of the experts from the western desert and southern frontier flickered. In the clouds, Lin Xian snorted. Buzz! He pulled out the ancient dragon abyss sword, and the biting cold sword light lit up the entire sky. Thousands of swords rang in unison, and countless sword chi pierced through the white cloud domain. Buzz! 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 The sky was filled with light, and a terrifying killing intent pierced through the void. Sensing this scene, all the princes below began to tremble, and their eyes were filled with fear. At this moment, Lin Xian waved his ancient sword, and thousands of sword chi accompanied the ancient sword as it slashed down. Boom! Countless sword chi instantly split open the white cloud domain, and quickly enveloped young Master Baiyun. What? This is impossible! Young Master Baiyun was in disbelief. His opponent actually split open his domain with a single sword strike? He broke through his firmament palm? Impossible! Even the almighties of the older generation could not do it easily, so how could his opponent do it? Young Master Baiyun was in disbelief. However, the sword light in the sky emitted an aura that made his body tremble. Even his muscles were torn, and countless wounds appeared. Damn it! Young Master Baiyun's face changed, and he did not dare to resist. He turned into countless white clouds and merged into the void, trying to escape the attack of the sword chi. However, he could not escape. At this moment, the sky was filled with sword chi, and countless sword lights were extremely sharp. These sword chi contained the power of the great dragon sword soul, and it could pierce through the void and destroy the void. Therefore, even though young Master White Cloud's body movement technique was strange and unpredictable, he was still able to come and go like a ghost. But he was still injured. 73 sword wounds appeared on his body in an instant, and blood instantly dyed his body red. What? Young Master Baiyun was injured? Down below, the kings were extremely shocked when they saw this scene. They didn't dare to believe it at all. That was young Master Baiyun. It was incomparably terrifying. Furthermore, the other party's white cloud domain, coupled with that strange movement technique, even if he couldn't win, it wouldn't be a problem for him to escape. But what was the situation now? Young Master White Cloud had already merged into the void. but he was still injured by someone. Moreover, it was a serious injury. They couldn't believe it. Ah! Young Master White Cloud was also screaming crazily with a hideous expression on his face. Damn brat, you dare to hurt me? I'll kill you! He roared crazily. However, in the next moment, he was sent flying. A sword chi as heavy as a mountain sent him flying. Young Master White Cloud flew out for 3,000 meters, smashing through countless voids and creating countless cracks. Only then did he stop. His injuries had become even more serious. Blood dripped down, piercing through the void, dyeing the great earth red. At this moment, not only the Sky Treasure Pavilion, but the entire Qianshan city was alarmed. Countless pairs of eyes looked up and looked forward. Then, they were almost stunned. Heavens, who is that? Someone is actually fighting. Isn't that young Master White Cloud? What, young Master White Cloud? You mean young Master White Cloud from the White Cloud Mansion is here? However, how did he get injured by someone? Chapter 2294. In the sky, young Master Bai Yun's scalp went numb. He did not dare to say anything else and turned around to escape. The other party was a lunatic. Moreover, he was very powerful and was not afraid of any threat. If he stayed any longer, he would probably be killed by the other party. Therefore, he escaped. Young Master Bai Yun took out elixirs from his storage ring and swallowed them to heal his injuries as he ran away like a madman. Trying to escape? Lin Xian sneered. He stood in the sky and clenched his fists. Golden Dao patterns appeared in his eyes. Buzz! A green dragon bow appeared in his hand. Buzz! An arrow flew out and drew a bright light in the sky. Then, it hit young Master Bai Yun hard. Boom! There was an explosion of energy. Young Master Bai Yun spat out blood. His white shirt was torn, revealing the armor underneath. Damn it! Young Master Bai Yun's face was extremely ugly. He had already escaped, but the other party was still not letting him go. Damn it! He swore that he would kill the other party when he escaped. In the next moment, he changed his direction and ran toward the city governor's mansion. He wanted to call for help. He was the young master of General Bai Yun's uniform. Therefore, he naturally knew the people in the general's mansion. As long as he went there, the city governor's mansion would definitely save him. Buzz! However, before he could run a few steps, another shocking arrow came flying from behind and hit his body again in an instant. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and cracks instantly appeared on his armor. Damn it! Save me! I am young Master Bai Yun. If you kill me, you will become an enemy of the White Cloud Mansion. You will go against the Nine Li dynasty. You are dead meat. Young Master Bai Yun roared crazily. At the same time, he wanted to alert the people in the city governor's mansion. At that moment, all the martial artists in Qianshan City looked at the sky. Someone was chasing after young Master Bai Yun. Was this real? Why did it feel like a dream? However, young Master Bai Yun's roar was effective. Below, a few figures rushed out from the city governor's mansion. I am young Master Bai Yun. Save me! These people immediately came in front of young Master Bai Yun and protected him. One of the middle-aged men shouted coldly. Who dares to attack young Master Bai Yun? Do you want to die? Boom! Just as he finished speaking, an arrow hit him in an instant. Then, his entire body was smashed apart, turning into a bloody mist that filled the sky. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Who was this person? He was too terrifying. He even dared to kill someone from the city lord's mansion? Moreover, there was no hesitation at all. Everyone was extremely shocked. The few martial artists from the city lord's mansion felt their scalps go numb. Let's go, let's go! He was a madman. Young Master White Cloud was also frantically urging him. He could tell that the other party did not care about their identities at all. Such a person was the most terrifying. Therefore, the group of people flew down. However, they had only flown halfway when a ray of light blocked their path. The light exploded, turning into countless black holes, blocking their path. One! Buzz! 7 arrows quickly flew over from the sky. Lin Xian's godly strength was unparalleled. He continuously drew his bow, and every arrow contained the aura of the great dragon sword spirit. It was extremely sharp. Therefore, those martial artists could not contend at all. Boom! Boom! One king after another exploded, leaving behind only young Master White Cloud, who was bitterly holding on. Not only that, he also took out 3 white shields and a golden pagoda to protect her. However, it was useless. Amidst the energy that filled the sky, they exploded. Save me! Young Master White Cloud went crazy. He burned his spiritual energy at all costs and flew down frantically. Swoosh! 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 More than 10 figures rushed out from below. These figures had extremely powerful auras, and there were even top-notch almighties among them. That's great! Seeing this, young Master White Cloud heaved a sigh of relief, and a smile appeared on his face. He knew that he was saved. These people would definitely be able to save him. However, in the next moment, his pupils constricted as he realized that a sharp arrow had suddenly appeared behind him. Boom! A terrifying ray of light exploded and enveloped him. Ah! No! With a scream, the King Almighties who rushed up roared crazily. Damn it! Attack! They unleashed terrifying attacks, tearing apart the energy storm that filled the sky. Then, they were all stunned. Young Master White Cloud was nailed in the sky by an arrow. Avenge me! Young Master White Cloud said a few words with difficulty. His neck tilted, and he stopped breathing. This arrow had directly destroyed all of his vitality. Damn it! Who was it? Who was it? These people roared crazily, and their gazes were like divine lamps that pierced through the void. Soon, they saw a figure standing in the distance, and the longbow in his hand had not disappeared. It's him! Kill him! The top-notch Almighty waved his hand, and more than 10 figures rushed over quickly. They were rushing toward Lin Xian. Everyone's eyes followed him closely. Lin Xian looked at this scene, snorted coldly, and attacked again. More than 10 arrows flew out. Boom! 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 Dozens of King Almighties exploded instantly, and none of them could escape. Damn it! Seeing this scene, the top-notch Almighty was scared stiff. He realized that the other party was definitely a terrifying demon king. He did not dare to fight head-on and was about to return to the City Lord Mansion to call for help. However, he was also pierced through by an arrow. How is this possible? I'm a top-notch Almighty. The top-notch Almighty widened his eyes in disbelief. He was a top-notch Almighty, and his strength was asking for a beating. How could the other party kill him with 1 arrow? Could it be that the other party was a peerless Almighty? He did not dare to imagine. However, in the next moment he died. The entire Qianshan city was extremely huge, and there were countless martial artists. However, at this moment, no one made a sound. That was because the previous scene had stunned them. Dozens of King Almighties, top-notch Almighties, and the extremely influential young Master Bai Yun were all killed. None of them could escape. Who is this person? He's too terrifying. Who is he? For a moment, countless people looked into the distance. However, in the next moment, their eyes blurred because the fiend-like figure standing in the sky disappeared. Whoosh! At the entrance of the Sky Treasure Pavilion, everyone was shocked, and their eyelids twitched. That was because Lin Xian had fallen to the ground. Everyone automatically spread out to make way for him, and some of them even trembled. The Western Desert Monk and the black-robed man from Southern Border were also silent. The muscles on their faces stiffened because what the other party had done was beyond their expectations. They could not believe it. Is he really just a young man? Only a peerless Almighty can do that. The two of them were also shocked as they looked at Lin Xian in horror. Lin Xian ignored these people and strode into the Sky Treasure Pavilion. Then, he said again, "Lady Boss, send the dishes to my East Water Courtyard." Chapter 2295. Lin Xian ignored them and walked into the Sky Treasure Pavilion. Then, he said, "Lady Boss, send the dishes to my East Water Courtyard." "All right, young master." The Lady Boss smiled. Her mood was not affected by what had just happened. Lin Xian had left, but the entire Qianshan city was in an uproar. Especially the people from the Sky Treasure Pavilion. They fled frantically and spread the news. That was because they were the main witnesses. In an instant, the entire Qianshan city knew that a peerless demon was living in the Sky Treasure Pavilion. He was so terrifying that he even dared to kill young Master Bai Yun and the people from the city governor's mansion. No one dared to provoke him. However, while ordinary kings did not dare to provoke them, the city lord's mansion was incomparably furious. Young Master Bai Yun was killed in their territory. They could not believe it. One had to know that he was the young master of the White Cloud Mansion, the son of General Bai Yun. General Bai Yun was at the peak of his power in the Nine Li dynasty. Whoever killed his son would be committing a heinous crime. No one would be able to escape. Oh no, something big has happened. Hurry up and capture that person. I want to send him to the White Cloud Mansion personally. The city governor of Qianshan City gave the order. Buzz. Soon, 5 top almighties from the city governor's mansion moved out. At the same time, there were 10 elite almighties. 15 powerful figures instantly disappeared into the sky like shooting stars. Sky Treasure Pavilion, East Water Courtyard. Not long after Lin Xian returned, Murong Qingqing also woke up. Soon, a maid served exquisite dishes and spiritual wine. The two of them chatted as they ate. The atmosphere was very warm. However, halfway through the meal, an enormous pressure suddenly enveloped the entire Heavenly Treasure Pavilion. More than 10 figures descended upon the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion like demons and gods, causing the space below to distort due to the pressure. What happened? In an instant, all the martial artists in the Sky Treasure Pavilion trembled. Countless people in Qianshan City looked over. "Damn brat, come out! How dare you kill young Master Bai Yun? Today is the day you die!" A cold voice was heard, causing everyone's scalp to tingle. "What? The experts from the city governor's mansion are here! They came so quickly! That brat is definitely dead!" That's right, he dared to kill young Master Bai Yun for the sake of satisfaction, but his end would be miserable. There was no place for him in the entire Nine Li dynasty. He was too young, showing off his bravado, and did not know how to make long-term calculations. Many older generation figures shook their heads and sighed. There were also people who sneered, thinking that the other party was too arrogant. A rogue cultivator dared to challenge the White Cloud Mansion. What a reckless man! In the Eastern Water Courtyard, Murong Qingqing was puzzled. What had happened? Lin Xian, on the other hand, frowned. "It's fine. A few people who didn't know what was good for them came looking for trouble with me, so I chopped them into pieces." "Are they from the Tai Yi dynasty?" Murong Qingqing was a little nervous. If the army of the Tai Yi dynasty came, Lin Xian would be in danger. Lin Xian smiled. "No, it's just the city lord's mansion." As he spoke, he rubbed Murong Qingqing's hair and smiled. "You eat first, I'll go out and get rid of these flies." Whoosh! In the next moment, he disappeared into the void. 15 figures, each of them extremely powerful, stood in the void, causing everyone to hold their breaths and tremble. The lady boss of Sky Treasure Pavilion's face also darkened. Just as she was about to do something, suddenly, a bolt of lightning flashed across the void and appeared in the sky. "What? It's that kid! He still dares to come out. If I were him, I would definitely run away immediately. What an idiotic kid! Let's see how he's going to die this time." "Not necessarily. That guy is a top genius and is extremely powerful. Who knows, he might create a miracle." "What kind of miracle can he create?" "Those are 5 top mighty figures and 10 elite mighty figures. Unless he's a peerless mighty figure, there's no way he can survive." "Do you think a young man in his 20s can be a peerless mighty figure? Who do you think he is?" A prince of the dynasty or a saint of a sacred ground? The monk from the western desert and the black-robed man from southern border also appeared. The two of them looked up at the void with deep eyes. They wondered if the kid could fight them. The two of them whispered to themselves. In the sky, 15 godlike figures instantly locked onto Lin Xian. You're the culprit? The green-robed old man in the lead asked coldly. Lin Xian looked at the dozen or so people and sneered in disdain. Are you here to die? You're courting death. The green-robed old man roared, and his eyes instantly turned into 2 green moons, emitting a terrifying light. Buzz! 2 green eyes flew out and slashed towards Lin Xian. Buzz! In the sky, a green crescent moon appeared. Like a treasure wheel, it came crashing down. The void was sliced into 2 in an instant. How terrifying! That was the green moon monarch of the City Lord Mansion. He was a top mighty figure. That was the green moon divine eye. Legend had it that it could destroy everything. Below, in Xiansan City, all the martial artists were discussing. Countless cracks appeared in the space around Lin Xian in an instant. The terrifying energy was able to crush everything. Lin Xian frowned and snorted. The dragon sword's spiritual domain turned into a green dragon and waved its tail in the sky. Then, the sky shone like thousands of sword chi, so bright that people couldn't open their eyes. Boom! Dragon? That was a dragon! Countless people exclaimed. However, the pupils of the older generation experts also shrank. No, that wasn't a dragon. That was his domain. Heavens, he actually used a dragon as his spiritual domain. Where did this kid come from? As soon as the dragon sword's spiritual domain appeared, it looked like it was looking down on the world. He turned into a terrifying giant sword and scattered from the sky. Boom! An earth-shattering sound was heard, and the green moon was cut in half. Looking at this scene, the 15 experts in the sky changed their expressions. What kind of combat power was that? Could it be that this kid was more powerful than a top mighty figure? Who exactly was he? They couldn't figure it out. On the other side, Lin Xian stood in the void like a dragon god. There was a giant dragon coiled around his body. Whoosh! With a flash, Lin Xian stepped on the dragon's shadow and rushed over. Buzz! His palm reached out and grabbed downwards. Like a ferocious dragon head, it swallowed the old man in green. Damn it! Get lost! The old man in green roared, and the green light in his eyes burst out, turning into rays of divine light that slashed over. Countless rays of red light bombarded the green dragon hand, but it couldn't be damaged at all. This green dragon hand contained countless sword chi, and it was very hard and sharp. In an instant, it grabbed the old man in green. Boom! Lin Xian waved his arm, grabbed the old man in green, and blasted him into the void. With a boom, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. A black hole appeared in the void, and countless cracks spread out like a black river. The old man in green seemed to have been struck by lightning, and more than half of his bones were broken. He vomited a large mouthful of blood and was seriously injured. Ah, damn kid! How dare you hurt me? I'm going to kill you! The old man in green was caught and roared crazily. Chapter 2296. The 14 powerhouses quickly charged over. In an instant, they appeared in all directions around Lin Xian. Kill! With a furious roar, a terrifying divine ability bloomed in the sky. In an instant, the place where Lin Xian was completely submerged. Was it over? Below, all the martial artists looked at the sky in shock. Under such a powerful attack, even a pinnacle powerhouse couldn't survive, let alone a young kid. Boom! However, just as they finished speaking, an earth-shattering sound was heard. Immediately after, a sword light that was 10,000 meters long descended from the sky and slashed all the energy storms apart. Then, Lin Xian walked out. What? He came out. How was that possible? He was actually unharmed. These people were stunned. The 14 top powerhouses were actually unable to cause any harm to him. Who was he? Everyone couldn't believe it. What made them even more shocked was that Lin Xian was holding a head in his hand. Heavens, was that the head of the Green Moon Monarch? A pinnacle powerhouse was actually killed mercilessly in the hands of the other party without any ability to fight back at all. The other party's strength definitely surpassed that of a pinnacle powerhouse. In the surroundings, the 14 top powerhouses were also extremely shocked. Damn it, that's impossible! Chain attack! Kill him! Don't hold back! Boom! Boom! In an instant, a sky full of divine abilities appeared again and enveloped Lin Xian. The sky was instantly blasted apart. Nothing could be left behind. In the sky, a huge light wave spread out in all directions. The martial artists in the city were directly pressed to the ground by the energy. Buzz! Lin Xian pulled out the ancient dragon abyss sword and swung it, using the chaotic sky destroyer sword. Boom! 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 Terrifying sword she swept out and repelled the 14 powerhouses. Then, he used Sky Destroyer, Battle Song, and Demonic Madness. It enveloped the front. Poof! The bodies of the 3 elite almighties exploded. 6 elite powerhouses were severely injured. The rest were terrified and frantically retreated. Demon! He was a demon! Everyone was shocked. The other party was too powerful, so powerful that it made them despair. However, this only confirmed their suspicions. They must kill this kid. Whoosh! Whoosh! The 4 pinnacle almighties roared angrily. They quickly swallowed the purple pills, and the energy in their bodies suddenly erupted. The remaining elite and powerful beings joined hands to form a formation. Like the Milky Way, they rushed over. Raging waves! One of the pinnacle mighty beings had long hair fluttering in the wind as he raised the saber in his hands and slashed out. That shocking saber light was like a wave, erupting with an incomparable roar, swallowing mountains and rivers. Another top-tier being appeared behind Lin Xian. He waved his hand, and a terrifying heaven-devouring rat appeared, seeming to be able to devour the entire sky. Gold Peak! To the left of Lin Xian, a pinnacle mighty figure appeared. He held a golden pagoda in his hand and quickly activated it. In an instant, 7 golden mountains appeared in the sky and came crashing down. Each of them was like an ancient demonic mountain, incomparably heavy. To the right of Lin Xian, an old man in a golden robe appeared. Golden flames burned all over his body, and the terrifying temperature caused the entire space to distort. Golden ripple! The old man waved his hand, and golden light danced, turning into a golden lotus that charged towards Lin Xian. The 4 pinnacle experts instantly appeared around Lin Xian. They used their most powerful killing moves. The surrounding elite almighties quickly formed a formation, forming a terrifying formation. In the sky, a river of stars flickered, bringing with it dreamy runes. It pressed down and completely enveloped Lin Xian. This was their strongest attack. If they worked together, they could kill each other. Unfortunately, they had found the wrong opponent. The 3 killer moves of heaven crushing appeared and attacked the pinnacle mighty beings behind and to the left and right. At the same time, a golden rune appeared in Lin Xian's eyes. The pinnacle mighty being in front of him stiffened, and his eyes went blank. Boom, boom, boom! 4 pinnacle mighty beings were killed in an instant. Buzz! The dragon sword domain turned into a divine dragon again, roaring ferociously. The dragon swung its tail and tore apart the river of stars above its head. Those elite mighty beings vomited blood and were sent flying. On Lin Xian's fingertip, the hell ice lotus rapidly expanded. A terrifying energy enveloped everyone. Boom, 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 boom! Violent vibrations sounded, and energy surged all over the sky. When everything disappeared, there was nothing left. Only Lin Xian stood in place like a god fiend. They were all killed. Everyone was stunned. 15 peerless experts couldn't do anything to him. They didn't dare to imagine. For a moment, the entire Thousand Mountains city was silent. Lin Xian's figure flickered, and he returned to the East Water Courtyard again. Next, Thousand Mountains city fell into a great shock again. Countless people discussed crazily and made guesses. All kinds of rumors were spreading. At the same time, those powerful families were investigating the other party's identity. The city lord's mansion fell into a solemn atmosphere. They were extremely shocked. They didn't expect the person they were going to deal with to be so terrifying. From the looks of it, he should be a peerless, mighty being. Therefore, they didn't plan to interfere. They quickly sent the news to the White Cloud Mansion and let them capture him themselves. After all, a peerless, mighty being was a true powerhouse who could suppress a region. Unless they sent a true, peerless, mighty being, it would be useless no matter how many ordinary mighty beings they sent. Therefore, the city lord's mansion didn't make any more moves. After the warriors of Thousand Mountain City discovered this change, they were even more shocked. What's going on? Has the city lord's mansion regressed? Could it be that this young man was so terrifying? They couldn't believe it. As time passed, they finally stopped talking about Lin Xian. Instead, they talked about another matter. A woman, Yen Ryu. Because tomorrow was the day when Yen Ryu would arrive, and it was also young Master Qian San's birthday. At that time, powerhouses would gather, and geniuses would be as dazzling as the stars. It would definitely be a grand banquet. The next day, as soon as the sun rose, the Moonflower Palace became lively. War chariots stopped at the door, and the ones pulling the chariots were all terrifying monster kings. However, at this moment, they were sitting there very docilely. Figures walked out of the war chariots one after another. Some were mighty and extraordinary, some were graceful, some were young and energetic, and some were old and vigorous. In short, there were all kinds of people. However, without exception, they were all powerhouses and had incomparably noble statuses. In the sky, countless divine red streaks streaked across and then stopped. Spirit boats appeared one after another, and tens of thousands of rays of light shone down. Countless figures descended. On the other hand, immortal cranes danced. The huge immortal cranes were 1,000 meters long. When they spread their wings, they brought up clouds and mist that filled the sky as if they were riding the wind and breaking the waves. On the other side, the sky roared like dark clouds rolling over. It was an incomparably black flood dragon. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws. The scales all over its body flickered with a black light. As soon as it appeared, it suppressed the world. Chapter 2297. 5-colored auspicious clouds, golden divine boats, all kinds of birds and beasts, powerful chariots, and spirit boats gathered at the Moonflower Palace. Countless figures walked in. This was a grand occasion. Sky Treasure Pavilion, East Water Garden. Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing held hands and left the courtyard. They walked towards the Moonflower Palace. Today, they were going to participate as well. At this moment, the Moonflower Castle was a boiling cauldron of voices. Heads were moving about, forming a dark mass. Fortunately, the Moonflower Palace was big enough to accommodate tens of millions of people without feeling crowded. At the entrance, the warriors of the city lord's mansion were wearing armor and maintaining order. The cultivators discussed animatedly. They were extremely excited. However, at this moment, a commotion came from behind. A young man walked over in large strides. He was bare-chested and extremely vigorous. His muscles were like dragons, and his black hair fluttered in the wind. He carried a sense of arrogance. Su Hao, I didn't expect him to come too. What? He's Su Hao, the skyscraper? He's very famous among the younger generation. Who else could it be? Everyone was talking about it. The black-haired young man looked disdainfully and ignored everyone. He walked in with large strides. Whoosh! After Su Hao, there were exclamations of surprise. A few young men in white carried long swords on their backs. They flew in the air and looked very confident. People from the 6th Prince's mansion. They actually came too. I wonder if the young prince has arrived? Everyone exclaimed in surprise and made way for him. These young men in white had smiles on their faces. They were very confident as they flew into the main hall. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The ground trembled slightly as if thousands of horses were galloping. It made people's scalps tingle. Then, they turned their heads and looked behind them. 3 silhouettes walked over. They were tall and sturdy, and their faces were cold and stern. There was no expression on their faces. With every step they took, the ground trembled. One could imagine how terrifying these 3 people were. They were the 3 young masters of the Ting family. They could be said to be peerless prodigies. How many prodigies had come this time? Everyone exclaimed and felt dizzy. But soon, many people trembled and retreated frantically. This caused a vacuum to appear in the originally crowded place. Humph! When the 3 young masters of the Ting family saw this, they smiled with satisfaction. But soon they were stunned. Because they realized that these people were not in awe of them. Could it be that someone else was coming? In the next moment, the 3 of them stopped in their tracks and turned around to look. 2 silhouettes appeared behind him. It was a very handsome young man in a red robe. Beside him was a woman in purple. She was wearing a veil, so her true appearance could not be seen clearly. However, just by her disposition, one could tell that she was a peerless beauty. The 2 of them walked side by side, hand in hand, like a pair of celestial children. They did not emit any terrifying aura, but the surrounding kings trembled as they looked at each other, their faces pale. Seeing this scene, the 3 young masters of the Ting clan frowned. Where did these 2 people come from? Why were they so frightening? They did not know what had happened 2 days ago, nor did they know that Lin Xian had killed 15 peerless experts. He even killed young Master White Cloud in a domineering manner. If they had known, they wouldn't have taken action. He had never seen this unfamiliar-looking kid before. He should be someone who had just started roaming the Jianghu. Which clan is he from? The eldest young master of the Ting clan narrowed his eyes, but the second young master of the Ting clan smiled evilly. Who cares which clan he's from? But the woman beside him is really a beauty. I haven't seen such a beautiful woman in a long time. I must get her. Second brother, don't act rashly. Judging from the expressions of the surrounding people, he's definitely not simple. So what? The second young master of the Ting clan laughed. Could it be that he's more powerful than the 3 of us? Don't worry, big brother. Yes, big brother. The third young master of the Ting clan also laughed. At most, we'll investigate his identity first, then think of a way to make a move. If we can't get this beauty, second brother probably won't be able to sleep tonight. The 3 of them discussed there. The second young master's eyes were shining as he stared at Murong Qingqing. The surrounding people were also looking at Murong Qingqing, because she was just too beautiful. They even suspected that the other party was the legendary beauty, Yan Ryu. However, they knew that she should not be Yan Ryu. This was because Yan Ryu would not walk together with Lin Xian. Beautiful, she's too beautiful. The second young master of the Ting clan clapped his hands and laughed. He walked forward and blocked Lin Xian and Yan Ryu's path. Beauty, may I know your name? Where's your master? The second young master of the Ting clan smiled and greeted her. Murong Qingqing did not say anything, but she frowned. Lin Xian scoffed, Get lost, or I'll dig your eyes out. What? Hearing this, the second young master of the Ting clan's pupils shrunk, and his face darkened. How dare he talk to me like that? He's courting death. Nevertheless, the surrounding people were used to it. This was because the other party dared to kill young Master Baiyun. The second young master of the Ting clan was powerful, but he probably would not be taken seriously by the other party. Young fella, do you know who you're talking to? Do you want to die? The second young master of the Ting clan had a cold look in his eyes, and he emitted a terrifying killing intent. The eldest young master and the third young master stood out as well. The 3 of them were from the same clan, so they were bound together for good or ill. Therefore, they would fight together against the enemy. I'm in a good mood today, so I don't want to kill anyone. However, don't provoke me, or I won't mind sending the 3 of you on your way. Lin Xian hugged Murong Qingqing and said indifferently, You're courting death. The second young master of the Ting clan was furious. The eldest young master and the third young master's faces darkened as well, and their eyes were extremely gloomy. Just as the three of them were about to attack, a loud laugh was heard coming from the main hall in front of them. So it's the third young master of the Ting clan. Sorry for the disrespect. Third, why aren't you coming in with me? Another white-clothed young man walked out. Humph. Young fella, you're lucky this time. Just you wait, I'll definitely kill you today. The second young master of the Ting clan scoffed. He waved his sleeve and turned to walk in. The eldest and third young masters also looked deeply at Lin Xian before they left. Let's go. Lin Xian held Murong Qingqing's hand, and they walked in together. The surrounding people only dared to move forward after Lin Xian left for a long time. They had no choice as they did not dare to provoke the other party. Moreover, they felt that the three young masters of the Ting clan were going to be unlucky this time because they had offended a formidable person. Do you think the young fellow will attack the three young masters of the Ting clan? It's hard to say. It depends on the three young masters of the Ting clan if they want to attack the young fella. If the three young masters really want to attack him, he'll probably end up in a miserable state. That young fella looks like someone who has no scruples and is decisive. If they really fight, the three young masters of the Tong clan will probably end up in a miserable state. Chapter 2298. The people of White Cloud City were probably already rushing over. If he was caught, it would be difficult for that kid to die. Forget it, let's stop discussing. This isn't something we can discuss. Otherwise, if the other party hears us, we won't even be able to live. Let's hurry in. Yes, I've long wanted to see who that Yenryu is. Now that you mention it, I'm excited too. Let's go. The group stopped discussing and entered the hall in front of them. The Moonflower Palace was even more lively inside. There were powerful warriors coming and going. At this moment, there were groups of 3 and 10 people in groups. Those who knew each other gathered together to chat and drink. Even if they didn't know each other, they had heard of each other's reputation in the same dynasty. At this moment, they also smiled and greeted each other. Of course, there were also people who were hostile. After all, there were many young geniuses here, and no one was willing to submit to each other. There were even intense sparks colliding. However, no one made a move here. The Moonflower Palace did not allow people to fight inside. If they wanted to fight, they could, but they would be kicked out. The Moonflower Palace did not belong to Thousand Mountain City, nor did it belong to the Nine Li dynasty. It was a very mysterious organization. No one knew who was standing behind them, but everyone knew that the Moonflower Palace was very terrifying and must not be provoked. Because there were once 5 top mighty figures who caused trouble here. In the end, the next day, the corpses of these 5 top mighty figures were hung on the city wall. These 5 mighty figures were not injured, but their eyes were wide open as if they had encountered something terrifying before they died. Ever since that incident, no one dared to cause trouble here. After Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing entered, they also looked around. They did not look for anyone, nor did they intend to exchange pleasantries with others. The two of them came only to silently inquire about the news and see if anyone was talking about the nest of 10,000 dragons. Junior sister, you guys are here too! At this moment, a delicate voice sounded. Murong Qingqing and Ling Xian turned around and saw Bao Jiro walking over slowly from behind with surprise in her eyes. Senior sister, you're here too. Murong Qingqing was also surprised. Lin Xian nodded slightly and greeted them. Zhao Jiro walked up. She looked at Lin Xian, rolled her eyes, and coldly snorted. Do you know that you almost caused the extinction of my Zhao family? What? What happened? Murong Qingqing was nervous, while Lin Xian frowned. The people of the Tai dynasty were here? You also know why you hid your identity? I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. Lin Xian looked apologetic. After all, she was Murong Qingqing's senior sister. He said, I hid my identity to avoid those people. It's just that I didn't expect them to come knocking on my door so soon. However, didn't I remind you that the Zhao family had nothing to do with me? Could it be that they had made a move? Draw a line between them? How could he clear his name? Everyone in Stellar Sky City has seen that you're staying in our Zhao clan, but they don't know. Zhao Jiro snorted coldly, but then she shook her head and didn't make a move. For some reason, they retreated. And from the looks of it, they seemed to have let the Zhao family go. That's good. Murong Qingqing heaved a sigh of relief. Lin Xian asked. Where are they? Have they come to Qianshan City? I don't know. Even if they don't come now, they will come soon. That was because there were simply too many experts from the Nine Li dynasty. Moreover, they had connections with the Nine Li dynasty. They will probably use the Nine Li dynasty's intelligence network to lock onto your location. You're pretty bold, aren't you? You actually dared to swagger around here. How dare you show up at such a gathering? Don't you know that this gathering is for the top geniuses and people from great clans from all over the Nine Li dynasty? If they recognize you, you won't be able to leave. Don't worry. They don't dare to provoke me now. Lin Xian shrugged. Zhao Jiro was confused. Why are you so confident? Murong Qingqing smiled. Indeed, he had just killed young Master Bai Yun 2 days ago. These disciples wouldn't dare to do anything to him. What? He killed again. He even killed young Master Bai Yun. Zhao Jiro felt dizzy. She knew about young Master Bai Yun. He was famous and could do whatever he wanted in the Nine Li dynasty. As long as he didn't provoke those princes, no one would dare to touch him. But now, this kid in front of her killed young Master Bai Yun. What do you want to do this time? What else did you do? Zhao Jiro's mouth twitched. She had to get to the bottom of this. Otherwise, her heart wouldn't be able to take it. Other than killing young Master Bai Yun, I killed more than 10 experts from the city lord residence. Other than that, I didn't do anything else. You can't blame me. They were too arrogant. They wanted my life. I could only take action. What? You even killed experts from the city lord residence? Zhao Jiro exclaimed, which attracted the attention of the surrounding people. The surrounding people were terrified, while the warriors from other cities in the distance were puzzled. Who is this kid? Is he crazy? What nonsense is he talking about? They didn't believe what Lin Xian said. But fortunately, the Moonflower Palace was very big. So at this moment, not many people noticed Lin Xian. Because there were too many people. There were tens of millions of martial artists here. Junior sister, I think you should stay away from this guy. Zhao Jiro's mouth twitched. Murong Qingqing smiled. Don't worry, senior sister. I know what I'm doing. You call that knowing what I'm doing? He offended 2 dynasties. Zhao Jiro went crazy. Lin Xian shrugged helplessly. Brother Long. At this moment, another voice was heard. Then, Lin Xian and the other 2 turned around. Behind him, a beautiful young lady was running towards him happily. Then, she jumped into Lin Xian's arms. Seeing this scene, Zhao Jiro was stunned. Junior sister, this guy is too dishonest. He actually dares to interact with other girls in front of you. You can endure this? Zhao Jiro's face turned black. Murong Qingqing was much calmer. She said indifferently. Brother Xian is a peerless genius. It's normal for many girls to like him. This means that I have good taste. Alright, I really don't know what you peerless geniuses are thinking. All of you are freaks. Zhao Jiro shook her head helplessly. In front, Lin Xian also pushed away the beauty in his arms. Then he smiled. Little girl, why are you here? Brother Long, long time no see. In front, another tall figure walked over. Brother Xiao! Lin Xian smiled and greeted the other party. This tall figure was precisely Xiao Kuang. Previously, in Wanren City, Lin Xian and the other party had killed a powerful demon king together. The beauty in front of him was Xiao Ling'er. At this moment, Xiao Ling'er raised her face and shook Lin Xian's arm. Brother Long, when did you come? Why didn't you come to find me? Chapter 2299. At the side, everyone was shocked when they saw this scene. The cultivators of Qianshan City felt their scalps go numb. The foreign cultivators were even more shocked. Who was this person? He actually knew the little princess of the Xiao family? They knew the origins of Xiao Ling'er and Xiao Kuang. They were from the Hong sect. The Hong sect was very powerful and spread throughout the entire Qianshan region. It could be said that it was a very huge force. Therefore, Xiao Ling'er naturally became the little princess of the Qianshan region. Her status could be said to be very noble. Compared to young Master Qianshan of the City Lord's Mansion and young Master Bai Yun who was killed previously, she was not inferior at all. It could be said that she was the dream target of countless young geniuses. However, at this moment, they were somewhat stunned. Because Xiao Ling'er was so enthusiastic towards an unfamiliar young man. She even threw herself into his arms. What was the relationship between the two of them? Could it be that they were lovers? However, wasn't this brat already together with a peerless beauty? He could actually hug her left and right? These people were shocked. Many people looked at Lin Xian with unfriendly expressions. After all, Xiao Ling'er was also one of their pursuers. Sister Qingqing. In front, Xiao Ling'er also cheered and ran to Murong Qingqing's side. Lin Xian and Xiao Kuang walked to the side to drink and chat. Around them, many peerless geniuses and young masters of large families walked over, wanting to strike up a conversation with Xiao Ling'er, Murong Qingqing, and Zhao Zhiru. After all, these were three peerless beauties. However, they were all blocked by the three of them. In the distance, a cry of surprise suddenly came, followed by countless people. That voice was so loud that Lin Xian and the others turned their heads to look. In front of them, countless people were gathering there. A crystal platform rose, and a beautiful figure walked out from it. The woman's white clothes and black hair fluttered in the wind. Her eyes were incomparably clear, and her entire body emitted an immortal aura. She was indeed beautiful. Even Zhao Zhiru, Murong Qingqing, and the others were all amazed. Lin Xian looked at her in shock. His pupils even constricted. The wine glass in his hand suddenly shattered, and the wine spilled all over the ground. Seeing this scene, Xiao Kuang was puzzled. He asked, "Brother Long, what's wrong?" Murong Qingqing, Zhao Zhiru, and Xiao Ling were also surprised. Among them, Murong Qingqing was full of worry, but Zhao Zhiru snorted coldly. This guy, could it be that he got excited because he saw a beauty? Nonsense, Brother Long wouldn't be like this. Xiao Ling'er snorted lightly. Murong Qingqing also frowned. This was because she had never seen Lin Xian act so abnormally before. What's going on? Could it be that older brother Xian and this Yan Ryu know each other? Lin Xian was stunned because he did not recognize the white figure in front of him. However, he knew him and was extremely familiar with him. However, he did not understand why the other party was called Yan Ryu. This is Zhao Shui. When did it become Yan Ryu? To be honest, he was extremely shocked. He realized that Zhao Shui's entire body was mysterious. When he first met her, she was running for her life. After that, the two of them spent some time together and separated. When they met for the second time, Zhao Shui became incomparably cold, as if she did not recognize him. Furthermore, her strength had undergone an earth-shattering change, and she even learned the ancient divine ability, Void Sky Eyes. This made Lin Xian even more shocked. However, the two of them spent some time together and then left. After that, Lin Xian, Murong Qingqing, Xin Jingqiu, and the others came to the eastern wasteland and left the Tianwu continent. Lin Xian did not know whether Zhao Shui had left or not. He even thought that he would never see her again in this lifetime. However, he did not expect that she would also come. Not only that, but she also appeared here. However, this time, Zhao Shui was even more mysterious. Even her name was changed. Was she Zhao Shui or not? Or was it just that they looked very similar? Even Lin Xian was extremely puzzled. However, he did not believe that he had misjudged her, especially after he obtained the heavenly secret divine eyes. It was even more impossible for him to be wrong. Perhaps she had no choice but to do so. Lin Xian thought. He had a fortuitous encounter in these years, and so did she. Perhaps there was some unforeseen event that forced Zhao Shui to change her name to Yan Ryu. However, no matter what, Lin Xian wanted to meet her and have a good chat. Kid, be careful. She might not be the Zhao Shui you know anymore. At this moment, the dark red divine dragon also transmitted its voice. Lin Xian frowned and asked, "What do you mean?" The dark red divine dragon said, "I can sense a demonic aura from her body, and she also has a pure bloodline power. She is definitely a terrifying demon king. She might even be an extremely precious mutated species. Kid, be careful. She might have been possessed by some old monster." What? Hearing this, Lin Xian's eyes darkened, and a terrifying aura emerged from his body. However, at this moment, the dark red divine dragon said again, "Not necessarily. Perhaps she is a demon herself. No, I have to find her and ask her clearly." Lin Xian decided that he had to meet Zhao Shui. However, now was not the right time. He planned to meet her alone after the banquet. After Yan Ryu came out, a few more figures walked out. A handsome young man in green clothes, who should be young Master Qian Shan. As soon as he appeared, he was surrounded by countless people, like stars surrounding the moon. Those standing around him were all peerless geniuses, people of status and strength. Ordinary people could not blend in. Yan Ryu was also invited to the side by young Master Qian Shan and the others to taste wine. The others could only watch from afar, but even so, they felt that this trip was not in vain. That was because Yan Ryu was too beautiful. Lin Xian retracted his gaze and wiped the wine on his hands. He picked up a wine glass from the table again and took a deep breath. He tried hard to recover his emotions, and his gaze finally returned to normal. He drank with Xiao Kuang again. However, at this moment, four beauties walked over from the crowd. The person in the lead, wearing a palace robe, came in front of Lin Xian with a smile, then bowed slightly. "Are you young Master Lin?" "I am." "Who are you?" Lin Xian looked at her. "Our master invites young Master Lin over." "Your master, who are you people?" Lin Xian frowned. Could it be that Zhao Shui had discovered him? Lin Xian was not sure. Of course, he could not rule out the possibility that this was a trap. Perhaps someone wanted to deal with him and lure him away. Therefore, he had to ask clearly. "We are from the Moonflower Palace, so our master is naturally the master of the Moonflower Palace." The beautiful woman in palace attire smiled. "What, the master of the Moonflower Palace?" Hearing this, Lin Xian was extremely surprised. Not only him, but Zhao Jiruo, Xiao Kuang, and the others were also surprised. The surrounding King Realm Almighties also exclaimed in surprise. The Moonflower Illusion Palace was extremely mysterious. No one knew who was standing behind them. In the past, many powerful forces and families wanted to investigate. However, they all returned empty-handed. But now, to think that this mysterious master would invite Lin Xian over. Chapter 2300. This mysterious master actually wanted to invite Lin Xian. What was going on? Could it be that they knew each other? Everyone was extremely shocked, and the warriors of Qianshan's city also came to a realization. They had said that Lin Xian couldn't be a rogue cultivator. Otherwise, how could he be so powerful? He even knew the master of the Moonflower Palace. This was something that ordinary people couldn't do. "Who is your master?" Lin Xian also frowned and asked. He didn't know the master of the Moonflower Palace? Young Master Lin would naturally know if he went there himself. The woman in red smiled and then said, "Why, young Master Lin doesn't dare?" "Humph! What's there to be afraid of?" Lin Xian put down his wine cup and said, "Brother Xiao, I'll go." "All right." Xiao Kuang nodded. Then, Lin Xian came to Murong Qingqing's side. "Qingqing, you play with senior sister Jiruo and the others first. I'll be back soon. Be careful," Murong Qingqing said with concern. Lin Xian nodded and then left with the four women in palace attire. Lin Xian followed behind the woman in red and walked towards the depths of the Moonflower Palace. Soon, they arrived at a formation. The group of people entered the formation and disappeared with a flash of light. In an instant, Lin Xian and the others appeared in another place. Lin Xian looked around and realized that they should still be in the Moonflower Palace. They hadn't left, so he felt a lot more at ease. Not long after, they teleported again. After a total of 3 teleportations, they arrived at a very quiet place. Other than them, there was no one else around. It seemed that this should be the core area of the Moonflower Palace. In front, the 4 beauties in red stopped in their tracks. They bowed respectfully and said, "Young Master Lin, please." Lin Xian nodded, pushed open the door, and walked in. The 4 women in red closed the door behind him and quickly used the formation to leave. The inside was very big and the decorations were very exquisite. However, there was no one. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian frowned. What was going on? Didn't someone want to see him? Why is there no one here? Thinking of this, he narrowed his eyes and released his soul power. Although this room was very large, and there were many rooms, Lin Xian's soul force was extremely strong. In the blink of an eye, he had covered the entire area. However, his frown deepened. Because he didn't sense anyone. Was there really no one? Lin Xian was stunned. He had thought that someone was somewhere else, but his soul force didn't detect anyone else's aura. Lin Xian felt that something was amiss, so he turned around and left. Because he suspected that this might be a trap. Just as he turned around and took 2 steps, a flirtatious voice drifted over. "Young Master Lin, why are you leaving?" Upon hearing this voice, Lin Xian froze and his pupils constricted. He abruptly turned his head, and a sharp light burst out from his eyes. He once again probed with his soul force. "Someone's here? What's going on?" He was extremely shocked because this time, he felt the aura of a human. But this was impossible. He clearly hadn't sensed it before, so how did it appear? He couldn't believe it. One had to know that his soul force was even stronger than that of a peerless almighty. If he couldn't detect anyone, then it was definitely a human. But what's going on? Could it be that the other party had just teleported in? After another round of observation, he realized that there was no teleportation array in the room. "Who are you, and why did you ask me to come?" Lin Xian asked coldly. Then he said, "What, is this how you treat your guests? Since you asked me to come, why don't you come out and meet me? Why do you have to be so sneaky? Young master, you've wronged me, I want to come out too. But to see you, I specially took a bath. But I'm not done yet. Young master came too quickly, so why don't you sit down and wait for a while? Or you can come and find me directly." At this point, the sound of running water could be heard from the room. Hearing this sound, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Beauty trap? He wanted to see what the other party was up to. So he stepped forward and walked towards the sound of running water. Sure enough, the door in front of him was half open, and the sound of running water came from inside. There was also mist, and a figure could be vaguely seen. "Young master, come and have a cup of tea." However, at this moment, a coquettish voice came from the living room again. This voice was exactly the same as before. Obviously, it was from the same person. However, Lin Xian was shocked again. What's going on? Wasn't she taking a bath inside? Why did she suddenly come to the living room? In the next moment, he waved his sleeve, and the door couldn't be opened. Mist filled the room, but there was no one inside. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. Although he didn't activate the heavenly secret divine eyes, with his soul force, even a peerless almighty couldn't do anything to him. However, the current situation was really beyond his expectations. Therefore, in the next moment, his body swayed, and he used the demigods and semi-devils to instantly appear in the living room. There was indeed a figure in the living room. It was a woman. She was sitting there with a bathrobe wrapped around her body, and her hair was wet. Obviously, she had just taken a bath. However, how was that possible? How did she come out? How could she hide from Lin Xian's perception? The woman's skin was snow white, and there was a fragrance on her body. In addition to the scene, she was infinitely seductive. However, Lin Xian wasn't in the mood to care about that. He asked coldly, "Who are you?" The woman raised her head. She was very beautiful, but Lin Xian realized that he didn't know her. That made him wary. The beautiful woman smiled as she dried her hair. "Young Master Lin, don't be so anxious after you're here. Sit down and have a cup of tea. This is 3,000-year-old oolong tea, and it contains oolong blood essence. Drinking a cup will definitely strengthen your physique. In order to entertain you, I've even brought out the best things." Su Chen's eyes flickered as he stared at her. But then, he sat down with a smile on his face. "All right, I'll play with her." He wanted to see what tricks she had up her sleeves. Therefore, when he thought of that, he sat down boldly, picked up the teacup on the table, and took a sip. "It's indeed good tea." Lin Xian nodded in satisfaction. The beautiful woman was stunned for a moment before she smiled. "Young Master Lin, you're indeed bold. However, aren't you afraid that I'll poison it? You should know that some poisons can even kill an invincible king, let alone an almighty. Young Master Lin, do you think you can resist it?" Hearing that, Lin Xian smiled. He had secretly checked it with his heavenly secret god eyes before, and there was no problem. Moreover, he had the great dragon sword soul in his body. Even if it was poisonous, he was confident that he could destroy it. Therefore, he smiled and said, "Seeing that your movement technique is extremely strange, I think you must have a mysterious background. Someone like you wouldn't stoop to poisoning people. Moreover, I'll drink the tea you make even if it's poisonous." Lin Xian then stared at the man's body. The beautiful woman was stunned for a moment before she smiled and said, "Young Master Lin, you're indeed bold. The night is long, let's have fun." Chapter 2301. Lin Xian said with a smile. "Sure, I can't wait any longer." As he said that, he reached out with his palm. He was so fast that it was as if he had passed through the void. In an instant, his palm appeared in front of the beautiful woman. His target was the bath towel on her body. Seeing this, the beautiful woman's expression froze. She did not expect him to be so decisive. But soon, she laughed coquettishly and twisted her body, narrowly dodging the attack. What a strange movement technique!" Lin Xian was surprised. The other party's speed was so fast that it did not seem to be any weaker than his demigods and semi-devils. Who is this person? How can he have such an exquisite movement technique? Lin Xian was surprised that the other party had dodged it. However, in the next moment, he sped up again. Countless palm shadows in the sky enveloped the woman in an instant. However, the woman's identity was even stranger. She had dodged all of them. Otherwise, her body would have disappeared into the void in an instant, and could no longer be seen. Seeing this, Lin Xian probed with his soul spirit. The result shocked him. A similar scene happened again. He could not capture the other party's trace at all. It was as if she had really disappeared. However, how was that possible? He knew that the other party had not disappeared. She had used some kind of movement technique or secret technique to hide. Thinking of this, he snorted coldly. A golden Tao pattern appeared in his eyes as he looked around. Whoosh! Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile as he reached behind him. Ah! A cry of surprise came from behind him. A woman's figure appeared. Whoosh! The bath towel on her body had been torn off by Lin Xian. At this moment, the woman was naked. Seeing this, Lin Xian was stunned. The woman, on the other hand, laughed. What, Mr. Lin, do you want to do something else? As she spoke, she pounced on Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted coldly. With a shake of his sleeve, the bath towel wrapped around the beautiful woman again. The beautiful woman laughed coquettishly. A dagger appeared in her hand, and she slashed at Lin Xian's neck. The dagger shone with a cold light. It was obviously a top-grade treasure. The void was instantly sliced open, and a terrifying crack appeared. Lin Xian felt a biting cold killing intent. His muscles tensed up, and countless sword chi surged out from his body, knocking the dagger away. Sword chi that filled the sky flew out from his body and swept across the heaven and earth. Chi! The woman's bathrobe was instantly torn apart. Not only that, a human skin mask fell off her face. Seeing this scene, the woman cried out in alarm. Lin Xian was also extremely shocked. A human skin mask. He did not expect that the other party had actually disguised himself. Furthermore, it was such an ancient method. It should be known that for peak kings like them, if they wanted to change their appearance, it was an extremely simple matter. He only needed to change his bones and muscles. However, if the other party was so strong, why did he still use such a primitive method like a human skin mask? However, what made him even more surprised was that he did not notice that the other party was in disguise. It seemed that this human skin mask was no ordinary mask. "It's you!" Lin Xian looked at him and exclaimed. Because he realized that he actually knew the person in front of him. Without the human skin mask, the woman revealed an exquisite face. She was also extremely beautiful. Buzz! The woman took out a robe from her storage ring and put it on. Then, she knelt on the ground with one knee. "Greetings, Master. Luo Beishan, it's actually you. Where have you been all these years?" Lin Xian was extremely shocked. This woman was none other than the top assassin who had come from the Tianwu continent with him, Luo Beishan. Back then, not long after they had arrived in the eastern wasteland, Murong Qingqing, Xinjingqiu, and Luo Li had been taken away by different people. Among them, Murong Qingqing had gone to the Jade Lake sacred ground, and Xinjingqiu had gone to the Purple Dawn's sacred ground. Luo Bingshan had been taken away by a mysterious person. He did not expect that he would appear again. Moreover, the other party's strength had become so strong. That strange movement technique had shocked him greatly. "Get up. I'm no longer your master. The restrictions on you should have been removed. You don't have to do this." Lin Xian waved his hand, and a force lifted Luo Li up. Luo Bingshan said in a deep voice. "But in my heart, you have always been my master." "All right, let's not talk about this for now," Lin Xian asked. "Why are you here? How did you become the master of the Moonflower Palace? Also, what kind of movement technique is this? It's so strange that even I can't detect it." "Master, listen to me slowly." Hearing this, Lin Xian smiled. "Don't call me master, change the way you address me. Then I'll call you Brother Xian. Actually, that day, after I was taken away by that mysterious person, I joined an organization." "An organization? What organization?" Lin Xian was curious. Luo Bingshan said, "Regarding our organization, the core secrets cannot be said. There is a restriction in my body. Once I say it, I will be instantly killed. However, I can tell you some basic information. Brother Xian, I don't know if you have heard of the Heavenly Court." "Heavenly Court?" Hearing this, Lin Xian's pupils constricted. How could he not have heard of the Heavenly Court? That was an assassin divine dynasty that was as famous as hell. Moreover, not long ago, he had been assassinated by someone from hell and was almost killed. It could be said that his memory of this assassin divine dynasty was still fresh. Heavenly Court, hell, the world of men, could it be that ancient assassin divine dynasty? Lin Xian asked. That's right, it was the legendary Heavenly Court. Luo Bingshan nodded. Lin Xian was even more surprised. What, the organization you joined, could it be the Heavenly Court? He was extremely shocked. The Heavenly Court was a legendary existence that was even more terrifying than hell. The assassins inside were unparalleled in the world. No wonder the falling ice mountains movement technique was so exquisite that even he couldn't detect it. Thinking about it, this should be a unique ability of the Heavenly Court's assassins. It was about the same, Luo Bingshan said. However, we are not called Heavenly Court now, but Heaven. Heaven changed its name? Lin Xian frowned. Luo Bingshan explained that the Heavenly Court had been destroyed back then, but there were still some people left behind. These people wanted to rebuild the heavenly court, but in the past tens of thousands of years, their opinions had differed. In the end, these people were divided into two factions. One faction became heaven, and the other faction became the Holy Church. Among them, heaven inherited the previous assassination legacy of the heavenly court and became the top assassin organization. As for the Holy Church, they inherited other legacies. I'm not too sure what they do. I also changed my name. Now I'm called Luoli. There was actually such a thing. Lin Xian was extremely surprised. He had heard before that the three great assassin divine dynasties had suffered heavy losses. However, among them, the world of men and hell were preserved, while the heavenly court was destroyed and became history. He didn't expect that the heavenly court was also preserved. However, it split into two factions and formed two new terrifying organizations. One was the new assassin divine dynasty, heaven. The other was the Holy Church, which seemed very mysterious. Chapter 2302. This Moonflower Castle is a stronghold of our heavenly hall. I'm in charge here. So that's how it is. Lin Xian finally understood. But then, he asked again, Luoli, how much do you know about hell? Can you tell me more about it? What's wrong, Brother Xian? Are you interested in hell? Luoli was surprised. Lin Xian said in a deep voice. Not long ago, I was assassinated by them. What? Hell had attacked. Luoli was extremely surprised. She didn't expect Hell to assassinate Lin Xian. What surprised her even more was that Lin Xian actually managed to escape. She couldn't believe it. One had to know that Hell was an ancient assassin dynasty, an extremely terrifying existence. Rumor had it that the palace of Hell was filled with countless heads. Many of them were saints and invincible kings. One could imagine how terrifying Hell was. However, she was surprised that Lin Xian was able to escape. I happen to know a stronghold of Hell. And it's in the Nine Li dynasty. From the looks of it, it should be the people of this stronghold who did it. But Brother Xian, the people of Hell are extremely terrifying. Unless an army presses down on them, they can't be destroyed. Otherwise, it'll be difficult to fight against them. I know, don't worry. Lin Xian nodded. I won't be impulsive. But I need to know where they are first. I'll settle the score with them later. Soon, Luoli told Lin Xian the location of Hell's stronghold. After Lin Xian heard it, his eyes shone with a cold light. While Lin Xian was chatting with Luoli, on the other side, Murong Qingqing and the others were surrounded by people. The few of them standing there were simply too dazzling. Other than Yan Ryu, there was Murong Qingqing. Some people even compared Yan Ryu and Murong Qingqing and found that they were on par. This made them even more shocked and surprised. Yan Ryu was also very surprised when she discovered this situation. Yan Ryu was fine. Her face was like autumn water and her beautiful eyes were incomparably deep. The young geniuses around her were extremely surprised. There was actually someone who could compare to Fairy Yan. Who was this person? He looked unfamiliar. He shouldn't be from our Nine Li dynasty. Otherwise, we would have known about it long ago. These were all young masters of large clans. They were very clear about the geniuses and beauties of the Nine Li dynasty. Nothing could escape their eyes. But now, they discovered that they actually didn't know each other. The three young masters of the Ting clan also turned their heads to look. Subsequently, the Ting family's second young master smiled. He walked over again. Is Brother Ting interested in that girl? Many people laughed, including the Ting family's third young master. Yes, when we were outside, second elder brother had already noticed him. If he didn't succeed, second brother wouldn't give up. However, there were also people who frowned. Wasn't that woman with that brat? Brat, which brat? Why, is he famous? Many people were puzzled. The young man said. Of course, he was famous. That brat had killed young Master Bai Yun and more than 10 experts from the City Lord Mansion. Do you think it's famous or not? What? Young Master Bai Yun was killed? Many young geniuses were shocked. Because they had just arrived from another place, they naturally didn't know what had happened. Young Master Qianshan frowned and a cold look appeared in his eyes. It's them. Humph. The experts from White Cloud City are already on their way. But as young Master Bai Yun's good friend, I won't let the enemy escape. Young Master Qianshan's body emitted a terrifying killing intent. Not only did the other party kill young Master Bai Yun, but he also killed more than 10 experts from the City Lord Mansion. This was a provocation to them. It was a slap to their faces. As the future ruler of Qianshan City, how could young Master Qianshan allow this to happen? Therefore, in his heart, he had already sentenced Lin Xian to death. However, at this moment, a young man at the side exclaimed, "Isn't that Xiao Ling there? Why is that girl with the Hong sect? Could it be that they know each other? It's over. If she's really a friend of the Hong sect, it won't be easy to touch her. After all, the Hong sect is very terrifying. So what? Ordinary people might be afraid of her, but my big brother Qianshan isn't." A young man at the side sneered. He was also from the City Lord Mansion and was young Master Qianshan's younger brother. The young man raised his head and said proudly, "My big brother is an outstanding genius of the Yin-Yang sect. He's the future Supreme King. No matter how powerful the Hong sect is, can they be more powerful than the Yin-Yang sect?" Young Master Qianshan also smiled. He said indifferently, "Don't worry about them. We can't fight here. After the banquet ends, I'll let them know the consequences of offending the City Lord Mansion." While the group of people discussed animatedly, on the other side, Murong Qingqing was surrounded by many people. Whoosh! Suddenly, the crowd dispersed, and a young man walked over. It was the Ting family's second young master. He was also followed by a few young masters from big families. As soon as they entered, they pushed away the ordinary kings. The Ting family's second young master's eyes flickered as he looked at Murong Qingqing and the others. When he saw Zhao Jiro and Xiao Linger, his eyes also lit up. Then, the corner of his mouth became wider. 3 peerless beauties. It seems like I'm really lucky. However, in the end, he still stared at Murong Qingqing. "Fairy, we meet again." The Teng family's second young master smiled. Murong Qingqing looked at him and asked coldly, "Who are you? Don't I know you?" "Tengkuan, hurry up and leave. You're not welcome here." Xiao Linger also snorted coldly. It was obvious that she also knew the person in front of her. "Oh, isn't this little Princess Linger? I haven't seen her for a few days, and she's become more beautiful." Tengkuan's gaze shifted from Murong Qingqing to Xiao Ling and looked at her without restraint. Xiao Linger's face turned cold when she saw this scene. On the side, Xiao Kuang shouted coldly, "Watch your dog eyes. Do you believe that I'll dig them out for you? Humph, try it." Tengkuan looked at him and sneered. "The Hong sect is powerful, but do you think the Teng family is afraid of you? Don't forget the status of the Teng family. If you dare to touch me, I guarantee that you'll all die. So, hurry up and get lost. Don't you see that I'm talking to these beauties?" Hearing these arrogant words, Xiao Kuang's face darkened. The surrounding kings felt their scalps go numb, and a trace of fear appeared in their eyes. This was because they knew what kind of existence the Teng family was. This was a big family, and it was a very terrifying family. The other party wasn't completely human. It was a very special existence. It was a half-demon family. The Teng family was born from the combination of the human race and the demon race. However, no one dared to underestimate them. This was because the Teng family's ancestor was an invincible king. An invincible king was an existence even more terrifying than a peerless almighty. He was a top-notch expert. Chapter 2303. Therefore, the Teng family had a special status in the Nine Li dynasty. Almost no one dared to offend them. Even young Master Qianshan, the son of the governor, and the genius of the Yin-Yang sect, had to rope in the 3 young masters of the Teng family. Therefore, although the Hong sect was powerful, the Tang family was not afraid. Seeing that everyone was shocked, Ting Kun looked at Murong Qingqing again. He grabbed a cup of spirit wine from the servant's tray and handed it to her. Come on, fairy, I'll treat you to a drink. However, Murong Qingqing did not reach out her hand. Instead, she looked at him coldly. This scene was very awkward, so Ting Kun's face was a little pale. His eyes shone brightly, and his voice was very low. Beauty, you have to think carefully. Behind him, Ting Kun's followers sneered. That's right, Brother Kun is giving you face by giving you a drink. Do you know that Brother Kun is on the same level as the prince? It's your fortune to be chosen by Brother Kun. Numerous voices sounded out, causing Zhao Zhiro and Xiao Linger's little faces to turn icy cold. Among them, Xiao Linger gritted her teeth. Damn this guy, he's too despicable. I really want to beat him up. Aya, why isn't Brother Long here? If he's here, I'll teach him a lesson. Zhao Zhiro frowned. This guy doesn't know what's good for him. How dare he threaten junior sister Qingqing? He's courting death. She snorted and was about to reveal Murong Qingqing's true identity. What was the Ting family? So what if they were on the same level as the prince? Their identities were not worth mentioning in front of Murong Qingqing. After all, Murong Qingqing was the saintess of the Jade Lake Sacred Ground, the future master of the Jade Lake. Her identity was on par with the crown prince of the imperial family. Apart from the crown prince, only the saints and saintesses of the other sacred grounds were on par with her. Even an ordinary prince would have a lower status in front of Murong Qingqing. Not to mention the Ting family in front of her. Therefore, she wanted to reveal Murong Qingqing's identity to scare these people to death. However, Murong Qingqing shook her head slightly. She did not intend to reveal her identity this time. If she came here as the Jade Lake Saint, she wouldn't have come alone. She would have brought a large number of people with her. The reason why the sect had asked her to come here secretly was to let her gain more experience. Secondly, the Jade Lake Sacred Ground also hoped to secretly investigate the matter of the nest of 10,000 dragons. Therefore, Murong Qingqing stopped her. In the next moment, a smile appeared on her face. Then, she reached out with her jade-like hand and caught the wine cup. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned because Murong Qingqing was simply too beautiful when she smiled. Ting Kun, the Tang family's second young master, was even more proud. If he could obtain such a peerless beauty, he would be incredibly lucky. However, Zhao Zhiro and Xiao Ling were stunned. That's not right. Why did Murong Qingqing agree? While they were in a daze, the situation suddenly changed. Everyone's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Ting Kun's face turned incomparably dark in an instant. This was because after Murong Qingqing took the wine cup, she did not drink it. Instead, she waved her jade-like hand and directly splashed all the spirit wine on Ting Kun's face. She wants to drink with me? She's not qualified. Puff. Ting Kun's face was splashed with wine, and he was stunned on the spot. At this moment, not only was Ting Kun stunned, but everyone was stunned. Zhao Zhiro and Xiao Ling were stunned. All the surrounding King Almighties and the lackeys behind them were also stunned. Then, they burst into shouts like a torrent, and screamed one by one. Those lackeys also shouted, "Fuck, Brother Kun, are you alright?" Ting Kun's face was also gloomy. The aura on his body suddenly erupted like a divine rainbow as he charged towards Murong Qingqing. Murong Qingqing snorted coldly. Countless rays of light appeared on her body, forming a 5-colored lotus flower that instantly blocked the attack. Crack, crack, crack! The void cracked open, and the terrifying energy caused many to vomit blood. On the side, Xiao Kuang activated his king domain to protect Xiao Linger. Zhao Jiro's body was also surrounded by light, and a ball of battle armor appeared. It seemed that a great battle was about to break out. Buzz, buzz, buzz! Countless runes lit up in the surroundings, and 8 beautiful women suddenly appeared. The one leading them was the woman in red who invited Lin Xian earlier. As soon as they appeared, they shouted, "Who dares to fight in the Moonflower Castle? Do you want to die?" Hearing this, everyone looked at each other and did not dare to speak. The people in the distance also looked over. Even Yen Ryu and young Master Qian Shan stopped talking. Young Master Qian Shan looked into the distance and frowned. The surrounding young geniuses were also discussing. Damn, why are they fighting? Someone actually dares to fight with Brother Ting? Does he want to die? When the eldest and third young masters of the Ting family saw this scene, their figures flashed and instantly appeared in front. Second brother. Second brother. The two of them came in front of Ting Kun. When they saw Ting Kun's face full of wine, they were both stunned. Then, their bodies emitted an extremely terrifying aura. Why do you want to fight? Seeing this, the woman in red's face darkened. No matter who you are, if you dare to fight here, you will be punished by the Moonflower Castle. Speaking of this, the aura on the woman in red suddenly became fierce. Not only that, under her feet, terrifying runes flickered and condensed in the air. A terrifying killing formation spread out. It made everyone's hearts tremble. Young Master Kun, forget it. At this moment, young Master Qian Shan also came. Not only him, but Yen Ryu also walked over. The crowd dispersed, and a group of dozens of people rushed over. These people were all young geniuses, the young masters of large clans, and were very terrifying. At this moment, everyone was standing here. Of course, they were all on Ting Kun's side. Only Xiao Ling and Zhao Jiro were still standing beside Murong Qingqing. However, Murong Qingqing's expression was indifferent. So what if there were thousands of soldiers and horses? She would not be afraid at all. As the saintess, her strength was unfathomable. Brother Ting, there's no need to fight here. Young Master Qian Shan and the others walked over and hurriedly dissuaded him. That was because he was very clear about how terrifying the Moonflower Castle was. Even he did not dare to be presumptuous here. Humph! Hearing this, Ting Kun snorted coldly and put away his terrifying domain. Immediately, the light that filled the sky disappeared. All the King Almighties heaved a sigh of relief. The five-colored lotus in front of Murong Qingqing also quickly rushed into her body and disappeared. When the people from the Moonflower Castle saw this scene, they said coldly, I'll say it again, no fighting is allowed here. If anyone disobeys, kill without mercy. No matter who you are, the Moonflower Castle is not afraid. After saying that, she ignored Ting Kun and the others and looked at Murong Qingqing instead. Chapter 2304. The lady in red looked at Murong Qingqing and smiled. Fairy Murong, young Master Lin is chatting with my master and will be back soon. If there's anything, just call me. Okay, thank you. Murong Qingqing nodded. The lady in red left with her people. The surrounding people were shocked. Heavens, what was the relationship between these people and the Moonflower Shyness Palace? How could they be treated so politely by the Moonflower Shyness Palace? One must know that the Moonflower Shyness Palace didn't even respect such a terrifying family like the Ting family. One could imagine how powerful they were. However, Murong Qingqing received such honorable treatment. This shocked everyone, especially the Ting family's third young master, who frowned. Ting Kun sneered. I underestimated you. Don't think that you can provoke me just because you have the Moonflower Shyness Palace's support. Just you wait. When the banquet ends and you leave this palace, I'll see who can save you. When the time comes, I'll make you kneel and beg me. After speaking, Ting Kun snorted and turned to leave. The Ting family's first young master and third young master looked at Murong Qingqing and the others with a sinister smile. Then they left as well. Next, young Master Qian Shan and the others also left. Junior sister, why didn't you tell them your identity and scare them to death? Let them be arrogant. Zhao Jiro snorted. She naturally couldn't stand the arrogant attitude of Ting Kun and the others. So what? Aren't they just an invincible king family? The Jade Lake Sacred Ground had produced a great emperor. They weren't on the same level. However, Murong Qingqing shook her head. No need. I can still fight against them without any identity. Besides, I came out this time to gain experience in the mortal world. Xiao Linger, Xiao Kuang, and the others didn't know Murong Qingqing's true identity, so they said worriedly, Big Sister Murong, come with us later. Otherwise, I'm worried that those guys will attack you. Okay. Murong Qingqing smiled. She didn't take this matter to heart. On the other side, young Master Qianshan invited Ting Kun and the other 3 young masters of the Ting clan to the side. Damn it, I'm so angry. Ting Kun gritted his teeth. The other party actually dared to spill wine all over his face. Since he was young, he had never suffered such a loss. This was a slap to his face. The Ting family's 3rd young master scoffed. If it weren't for the fact that we can't fight here, they would have become my second brother's slaves long ago. Also, that kid actually dared to be so arrogant towards us when he was outside. At that time, he would deal with him as well. Of course, I want to see his beloved woman being tortured by me with my own eyes. Ting Kun revealed a hideous smile. However, young Master Qianshan reminded them, Don't let your guard down. Not long ago, that kid killed young Master Bai Yun and more than 10 peerless experts of my city lord mansion. It could be said that his strength was terrifying, and he acted without any scruples. What? There was actually such a thing? The Ting family's eldest young master and 3rd young master were also astonished. Ting Kun also took a deep breath, and a solemn look appeared in his eyes. But soon after, he revealed a cold smile. So what? No matter how powerful that kid is, I must kill him today. Also, that *tch, I must let her know how powerful I am. Gentlemen, if you can really get rid of them, I believe the White Cloud Mansion will be very grateful to you. Young Master Qianshan said in a deep voice. Is that so? The others sneered when they heard that. It seems like that kid is definitely going to die. How about this? Send out the 4 Julie demons. What? You want to use them? The eldest young master was shocked when he heard Ting Kun's words. At the side, young Master Qianshan's eyes lit up. Second brother, aren't you making a mountain out of a molehill? The 3rd young master said. I'm doing this just in case. Ting Kun took a deep breath. This time, I can't let them escape. Therefore, I can't allow any mistakes. Besides, that kid is very powerful, and that *tch was able to block my attack just now. Come to think of it, she must be a genius too. It's not safe to let others do it, let alone the people from the Hung sect. Therefore, the 4 Julie demons will definitely die if we send them out. However, we need the permission of our clan leader to use them. No, we'll use our identities to forcefully control them. After this matter is settled, we'll apologize to our clan leader. Alright, I'll contact the 4 Julie demons now. The eldest young master of the Ting family also took a deep breath. Since they had already made up their minds, they would not go back on their words. Soon, they hurriedly contacted the clan leader. Fortunately, there were only the 3 young masters of the Ting family, and young Master Qianshan nearby. Otherwise, the others would definitely scream in fear if they heard that. That was because the 4 Julie demons were 4 very powerful demon kings of the Julie dynasty. Among them, the Great Demon and the 2nd Demon were all peerless mighty figures. Although the 3 demons and the 4 demons were not peerless mighty figures, they were not far from it. They were far more powerful than ordinary top mighty figures. It could be said that the 4 of them were very terrifying when they joined forces. It would be easy for them to kill a peerless mighty figure. It could be said that they were more than enough to deal with these young people. They could not escape. Even if they were saints or princes, they would not be a match for the 4 Julie demons in a one-on-one battle. Moreover, how could these people be saints and princes? Therefore, they would definitely die. For a moment, the few of them sneered. In addition, in the secret chamber, Lin Xian still did not know what was happening outside. At this moment, he was drinking tea and chatting with Luo Li. At this moment, Lin Xian asked again. Oh right, do you know anything about the nest of 10,000 dragons? News about the nest of 10,000 dragons? Luo Li was stunned when he heard that. Then, he said, I know a little. Seeing Lin Xian's expectant gaze, Luo Li hurriedly explained. According to our intelligence, the beast tide of the Jiuli dynasty this time is related to the nest of 10,000 dragons. It seems that these demons are preparing for something. It seems that it should be related to the 10,000 dragons' annihilation. Moreover, the demons have a wide range of influence, and many people from the human race have dealings with them. Among them, there are half-demon clans and some human clans that have been bribed by them. It seemed that the nest of 10,000 dragons would appear soon. At that time, it was uncertain whether it would be a blessing or a curse. There were humans who were colluding with the demons. Lin Xian was surprised. He did not expect this matter to be so complicated. But then, he asked again, "Well, aren't there countless treasures in the nest of 10,000 dragons?" Although that was the case, there was another rumor. That was the nest of 10,000 dragons, the place where dragons were buried. Legend had it that these dragons were not dead, but asleep. Chapter 2305. Luo Li didn't say anything else, but a hint of worry appeared in her eyes. Dragons were legendary existences. If they were to revive, what kind of earth-shaking changes would they bring? In the end, dragons were also a type of monster race. In the end, would the dragons support humans or revive the monster race? It was still an unknown. Therefore, it was hard to say whether it was a blessing or a curse. "Brother Xian, didn't you have a dragon by your side?" Hearing this, the dark red dragon stuck its head out of the black earth. "Little girl, why are you looking for me?" Seeing this scene, Luo Li was shocked, but she quickly recovered. She looked at the dark red dragon and said in a deep voice, "You should know how terrifying dragons are. Although the human race is prosperous now, in ancient times, the human race was very weak. At that time, the 10,000 races were at their peak. The human race was just one of them. In addition, there were many powerful races, and the dragons were one of them. If these terrifying races were to revive, it was unknown whether the human race would be able to resist them." Powerful races? What were they? Lin Xian was shocked. He didn't know these ancient secrets. Luo Li seemed to know a little. She said that there were many races in the 10,000 ancient races. The most powerful ones, other than the dragons, were the Tianji race, the Spirit race, the Light race, the Kunping race, the Yiksha race, and so on. In short, there were many races, and most of them were monster race. Were there really so many 10,000 ancient races? Lin Xian was shocked. Luo Li nodded. In the past, there were countless heads in our heavenly court. Among them, there were dragons. There were also Spirit race and Tianji race. For example, Yiksha, Heavenly Ant, and so on. The heads of all kinds of strange shapes were all over the ground. Those were the heads of saints. It was said that in hell, there was a wall that was completely piled up with the heads of the terrifying 10,000 ancient races. Hearing this, Lin Xian sucked in a breath of cold air. As expected of the ancient god of killers, the dynasty was indeed terrifying. But soon he frowned. Originally, he wanted to explore the nest of 10,000 dragons because he wanted to obtain the treasures inside. But now, it seemed that it was extremely dangerous inside. But no matter what, he had to give it a try. After all, that was the legendary treasure trove. After chatting for a while, Lin Xian prepared to leave. Because Murong Qingqing and the others were still outside. "Older brother Xian, if you have any difficulties, you can come find me. If you want to kill any experts, you can also come here for a mission. Don't worry, I won't be courteous if it's useful." Lin Xian smiled and left. Looking at Lin Xian's back as he left, Luo Li said indifferently, "I really want to be with you. However, there are restrictions in my body. I'm afraid I'll never be able to leave this paradise." On the other side, Lin Xian left the room. There were 4 women waiting outside. They took Lin Xian away from the core area. Soon, Lin Xian arrived at the hall below. The outside was still bustling with noise and excitement. However, when Lin Xian came out, all eyes turned to look at him. Their eyes were filled with shock, surprise, and a trace of fear. The crowd automatically made a path for him. At this moment, not only the cultivators in the city, but even the cultivators outside were terrified. What a joke! Someone who was related to the Moonflower Palace was definitely not simple. Not everyone was like the Tang family's young master Qianshan, who had such a strong background. Ordinary cultivators did not dare to provoke them. Of course, there were also people who sneered and gloated. This was because they knew that this brat was dead meat. Lin Xian killed young master Bai Yun, and Murong Qingqing offended the Tang family's young master. Whether it was the White Cloud Mansion or the Tang family, they were both extremely terrifying. Even if this brat had the protection of the Moonflower Palace, no one would be able to save them once they left this place. Lin Xian ignored these people's gazes and strode over to Murong Qingqing and the others. Lin Xian said, "Sorry for the wait." Murong Qingqing heaved a sigh of relief and smiled. Xiaolinga said, "Big brother Lin, why are you only here now? Seriously, you really pissed me off just now. What's wrong?" Lin Xian asked. "Who made Ling angry?" It's not me, it's someone who has designs on big sister Qingqing." Xiao Ling angrily recounted what had happened. Lin Xian frowned after hearing this. Someone actually dared to have designs on Murong Qingqing when he was not around and even dared to threaten them. He was courting death. A cold killing intent appeared in his eyes. At the side, Zhao Jiro reminded him. "Be careful, that person is the young master of the Tang family. The Tang family is an invincible sovereign realm clan and is extremely terrifying. Moreover, they have many allies here. This time, you can't act rashly. If you really can't, you can ask the Moonflower Palace to escort you away." To be honest, Zhao Jiro was really worried. Moreover, she now knew that not only these people, but there was also an even more terrifying Tai dynasty behind them. Of course, she hoped that Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing could leave this place safely. "Thank you for your concern, senior sister Jiro," Lin Xian said. But then, he changed the topic and a sharp light appeared in his eyes. "Cultivators of my generation never shrink from a battle. Since the other party dares to find trouble, then I won't be polite either. Let's go, Qingqing, I'll take revenge for you." Lin Xian held Murong Qingqing's small hand. Murong Qingqing smiled faintly. "Okay." She followed Lin Xian and walked forward. Seeing this scene, Xiao Linga was incomparably excited. "Great, I can finally take revenge!" Previously, she was also very dissatisfied with the Ting family. Xiao Kuang snorted coldly. "If necessary, I will also take action." Because he had long wanted to take action. Zhao Jira sighed. "Forget it, let's not persuade him." The other party even dared to kill the Golden Lion King, let alone the cultivators of the Ting family. I wonder what kind of scene will happen. Thinking of this, she quickened her steps and followed. Whoosh! Seeing Lin Xian and his group walking into the distance, the King Almighties in the surroundings began to discuss among themselves. They immediately opened up a path for them. However, everyone's gaze fell on Lin Xian and the others. "Where is this kid going? Is he thinking of leaving? I think it's possible. After all, he provoked the Ting family. He can't afford to offend them. Leaving now is the best way. What a joke, that's not an exit. It seems that he's going to look for the young master of the Ting family. I also think it's possible, with his character, he won't leave just like that. Don't forget about young master Bai Yun." Many people discussed, and in the next moment, they also followed behind Lin Xian. For a moment the crowd surged forward like a dark cloud. The people in front naturally noticed this scene, so they all turned their heads. Chapter 2306. Humph! Ting Kuan, the second young master of the Ting family, naturally saw this and scoffed. A cold light flashed in his eyes. At the same time, he let go of the beauty in his arms and turned around to look behind him. Apart from him, the eldest young master of the Tang family, the third young master of the Tang family, young master Qianshan, and the other young masters of the major clans also came over. These people formed a powerful force. The air instantly condensed, and a terrifying invisible pressure pressed down on Lin Xian's courage. The pressure formed by these people joining forces was terrifying. Sure enough, in an instant, the expressions of all the King Almighties changed, and they retreated one after another. No one could withstand the pressure. In fact, they were worried that Lin Xian would be crushed in an instant. Lin Xian felt the pressure, but he snorted coldly and activated his great dragon sword soul. Buzz! A terrifying dragon's might was released, offsetting the terrifying pressure in front of him. The sound of ice and snow melting could be heard in the sky, and the terrifying pressure disappeared. Humph! Seeing this, Ting Quin's face became even gloomier. Young Master Qian Shan also had a grave look in his eyes. Everyone looked at Lin Xian. On the opposite side, a beautiful woman also stared at Lin Xian with flickering eyes. She was Yen Ryu. Lin Xian looked at Yen Ryu, then the corners of his mouth curled up. Long time no see. He did not directly acknowledge the other party but used this method. This way, if the other party was really Zhao Shui, she would definitely understand what he meant. After hearing this, Yen Ryu smiled faintly but did not say anything. Her beautiful eyes became even more profound. Everyone around was stunned. What's going on? Does this fella know Yen Ryu too? Oh God, how's that possible? Who exactly is this? Young Master Qianshan, the Ting family's young master, and the others also frowned. Among them, Ting Kun even scoffed coldly. Fella, don't pretend to be mysterious. How could you know Fairy Yen? Why? Are you here to die? Or are you here to beg for mercy? At this point, he sneered. It wasn't just him. The people around him were all looking at Lin Xian with sneers on their faces. Young Master Qianshan waved his fan and stood with his hands behind his back. His eyes were cold. He wanted to see how this kid would deal with today's situation. Brat, you are very arrogant. I originally wanted to look for you, but I didn't expect you to take the initiative to come here. Very well, tell me, how do you want to settle this? If you want to apologize, you have to kneel down and kowtow to me 100 times. Also, give me your woman to play with for 2 days. I can spare your life. Ha ha! Hearing this, everyone laughed. They wanted to see what the other party would do. Would he really hand over the woman obediently? When Lin Xian heard this, the corners of his mouth curled up into a cold smile. Very well, let's do as you say. Now kneel down and kowtow to me 100 times. Also, ask your mother to come over. I'll play with her for 2 days. I can spare your life. What? Hearing this, everyone was stunned. His eyes widened in disbelief. The faces of the Ting family's 3 young masters darkened at once. Damn brat, what did you say? The Ting family's 3rd young master roared ferociously, and a piercing killing intent appeared in his eyes. It was like a demonic sword that instantly pierced through the void. The Ting family's eldest young master and 2nd young master's faces were even gloomier. They were like raging volcanoes that would erupt at any time. The others were also shocked and in disbelief. Lin Xian sneered. Why? Am I allowed to insult others? Can I insult you? Or are you born noble and superior? I said, obediently do as I say, and I can spare your life. Otherwise, today will be the day you die. You are courting death. Ting Kun was also furious. No one had ever dared to insult him like this. Today, he must kill the other party. How dare you? Presumptuous! How dare you speak to young Master Ting like this? Quickly slap him. Kneel down and kowtow. Otherwise, you are dead. The few young men behind Ting Kun sneered. Their voices were like thunder that resounded in all directions. The others also glared angrily and emitted cold killing intent. However, without exception, no one made a move. This was because this was the Moonflower Castle, and there were rules here that prohibited fighting. Even Almighties would be killed if they fought, let alone them. No one dared to break this rule. Young fella, I know you have the support of the Moonflower Castle, so you dare to be so unscrupulous. Tinquin said coldly, his eyes burning with anger. A layer of terrifying flames appeared on his body. So what? You can't stay here forever. As long as you dare to take a step out of here, I can guarantee that you will end up very miserably. I will torture you for the rest of your life, and you will beg for death. This is the consequence of provoking me. The Ting family's eldest young master and third young master also snorted coldly. The killing intent in their eyes was not concealed at all. After Lin Xian heard this, he sneered in disdain. Why? You only dare to threaten and don't dare to make a move? Looks like you are really useless. How dare you be arrogant like this? What a joke! Lin Xian sneered in disdain. After hearing this, Tinquin snorted coldly. Young fella, don't play tricks. We all know the rules here. I won't give you a chance, and I won't let the Moonflower Castle make a move either. Just wait, the banquet will end soon, and your death will come. Damn it, this guy actually didn't fall for it. Xiao Ling waved her fist angrily, and at the side, Zhao Jiro also had a solemn expression. Lin Xian sneered. Why? Do you think I said those words to make you make a move and break the rules? Do you think I dared to come here because of the Moonflower Castle? Of course. If it wasn't for the Moonflower Castle, you would be a dead man by now. Do you think you can still stand? The Ting family's third young master shouted coldly, and the Ting family's eldest young master also snorted coldly. The surrounding young geniuses all sneered. Lin Xian smiled. Looks like young master Bai Yun's matter didn't teach you a deep enough lesson. Since that's the case, I don't mind making a move and teaching you a lesson. What? He was going to make a move. Everyone in the surroundings was shocked, and young master Qian San also frowned. Yan Ryu's beautiful eyes flickered, and she looked very expectant. On the other side, Xiao Linger, Zhao Jira, and the others were a little worried. Although they knew that Lin Xian had a special relationship with the people of the Moonflower Castle, they were afraid that he couldn't break the rules so obviously. After all, if this rule was broken, the prestige of the Moonflower Castle would also weaken a lot in the future. The Ting family naturally also understood this logic. Therefore, they sneered in disdain. Young fella, you still dare to make a move? Who do you think you are? You think you can break the rules here just because you have a little relationship? They snorted in disdain, and didn't believe it at all. The few young men behind Tinquin were even more arrogant. They stood out from the crowd, came in front of Lin Xian, and said arrogantly, Chapter 2307. They stood out from the crowd, came in front of Lin Xian, and said arrogantly, Come, come, come! I'm standing here. Try touching me. Tinquin, young master Qianshan, and the others had cold gazes. They were also looking forward to it. As long as the other party attacked, they would have an excuse. Even the people from the Moonflower Palace had no choice but to come out and punish Lin Xian. Because this was the rule, a rule that could not be broken. I've seen people run fast when snatching treasures. But this is the first time I've seen people in a hurry to die. Since you guys are in such a hurry to die, I'll fulfill your wish. With that said, Lin Xian waved his palm. Slap! 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 A crisp slap sounded, shaking the void. The tens of millions of cultivators in the distance all heard it. In the next moment, they were shocked. They were in an uproar. Their eyes widened in disbelief. Because in front of them, 3 arrogant youths were slapped and directly slapped to the ground. The ground trembled as if an earthquake had happened. And their faces were completely deformed. Their teeth were broken all over the ground, and blood splattered everywhere. What? He attacked. He really attacked. How dare he? Is he going to break the rules of the Moonflower Palace? Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air as they stared ahead in disbelief. One had to know that in the past, when a peerless mighty figure attacked here, he was mercilessly killed. Although the kid in front of them had some relationship with the Moonflower Palace, in order to maintain their dignity, the Moonflower Palace absolutely did not allow anyone to attack here. In their opinion, this kid was too daring. He's dead meat. You! The three young geniuses were slapped to the ground, and they were very angry. They roared crazily and struggled. A terrifying light surged from their bodies. They wanted to attack. How could they endure being slapped in public? But in the next moment, Lin Xian's cold voice sounded. Why, you dare to attack? Then try it. Buzz! Hearing this, the three geniuses' attack stopped in midair. The light on their bodies also dimmed. Indeed, they did not dare to attack. Although the other party had broken the rules, it did not mean that they could break the rules. They did not dare to offend the Moonflower Palace. Pung pung pung. Just as the three of them were hesitating, Lin Xian lifted his leg and kicked the three of them. The three of them felt as if they were struck by lightning, as if 3 mountains were pressing down on them. Countless bones in their bodies were broken, and they were sent flying. Everywhere they passed, the void shattered. All! 3 screams were heard as the 3 of them crashed into Liang Kun and the others. Pung! The 3 of them were caught by countless warriors. However, they discovered that the 3 of them were severely injured. Their eyes were filled with fear. What? This brat was too arrogant. He actually dared to act so brazenly in the Moonflower Castle. Everyone was discussing animatedly. Zhao Jirua and the others gasped. Young Master Qianshan, Ten Kun, and the others had gloomy looks in their eyes. However, at this moment, Ten Kun sneered. Originally, I wanted to do it myself. But now, it seems that I don't need to do it. You've broken the rules here, so you'll definitely die. Liang Kun looked at Lin Xian with a cold gaze that was as sharp as a blade. Too stupid! Young Master Qianshan shook his head with disdain. The young geniuses behind them sneered. The eldest and 3rd young masters of the Ting family also sneered in disdain. Idiot, let's see how you'll die later. Yan Ryu's beautiful eyes flickered and were extremely deep. She looked at Lin Xian with an inexplicable aura in her eyes. Is that so? Do you think you can predict everything? Hearing the other party's words, Lin Xian smiled. All right, let's see if I'm the one who will be killed today or you. As he said that, he took a step forward and grabbed at the front again. His palm transformed into a terrifying golden lion that pounced forward. Fearless Lion Seal. Under the effect of Lin Xian's great dragon sword soul, the great ability of the war tribe was displayed to perfection. Light flickered in the sky, and terrifying energy surged. A golden lion descended from the sky like a golden Buddha that could suppress everything. That power made even the mighty figures tremble in fear. You're courting death. Seeing this, Ten Kun roared angrily, and his eyes were filled with anger. His opponent actually dared to attack him. He really could not tolerate it. In the end, he did not make a move and instantly disappeared on the spot. Boom! The golden lion pounced down with its claw, tearing the void apart and creating a large black crack. Nevertheless, it did not hurt Ten Kun. However, the terrifying energy shockwave caused many martial artists behind Ten Kun to vomit blood. Young Master Qianshan, the eldest and 3rd young masters of the Teng family, were also affected. Buzz! They quickly defended, and a bright light screen lit up in front of them, blocking the energy shockwave. What kind of ability is that? It's too terrifying. Sensing the power of the golden lion, everyone's expression changed. Young Master Qianshan and the eldest young master of the Teng family also had gloomy expressions. They did not expect the other party to be so powerful. In the void, Ten Kun's figure also appeared. Brat, you've completely angered me. Later, I'll definitely torture you to death. Torture my ass? I've long disliked you. At this moment, the dark red divine dragon also came out of the black earth. It landed beside Lin Xian, waved its dragon claws, pointed at the void above, and said ferociously, Damn it, come over here if you dare. I'll roast you and eat you. To be honest, he was really angry. The other party is only an ordinary prodigy. How dare he be arrogant in front of me? How dare he threaten to kill me again and again? How could the dark red divine dragon tolerate that? Therefore, at this moment, he naturally had to counterattack. Humph! Where did this snake come from? How dare it be so presumptuous here? Tenkuin's face was gloomy. Being threatened by a snake was like a slap to his face. Therefore, in the next moment, a terrifying pressure rose from his body. Although he could not attack, using his pressure to kill the other party should not be against the rules here. Boom! 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 The invisible pressure enveloped the dark red divine dragon. Even an ordinary mighty figure would not be able to withstand it. However, the dark red divine dragon sneered in disdain. He was a dragon, and the pressure of a dragon was even more terrifying than that of a peerless mighty figure. How dare he compete with me in terms of pressure? What an idiot! Therefore, in the next moment, he snorted coldly, and his body also emitted a terrifying dragon pressure. Boom! 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 The other party's pressure instantly shattered. Not only that, the terrifying dragon pressure directly surged towards Tenkuin. Tenkuin left his original spot and appeared in another direction. However, his complexion turned incomparably ugly. How dare you attack me? Tenkuin gritted his teeth. Since when did a snake dare to be rude to me? The dark red divine dragon snorted coldly. So what if I attack you? I still want to test you. Besides, you're the fucking snake. I'm a dragon. Do you know? Dragon? Hearing this, everyone frowned. They were extremely puzzled because the pressure that the other party emitted earlier was too terrifying. Chapter 2308. However, they did not think that the other party was a real dragon. After all, no one had seen a real dragon. In their opinion, the other party might be a horned dragons that had the bloodline of dragons or some other rare species. But even so, it was still shocking enough. Tenkuin's face was also gloomy. He sneered. A horned dragon? All right. I'll roast you and have a taste of what a horned dragon tastes like. What? You want to eat me? The dark red divine dragon was furious. I'll spit all over your face. As it said that, it opened its mouth and spat in front of it. The saliva that filled the sky turned into a Milky Way and swept forward. It was terrifying as it covered the entire sky. Puff! Tenkuin did not have anywhere to flash this time, so he was sprayed all over his face and clothes. The saliva was extremely smelly, and had a very strange smell. Tenkuin's face immediately darkened like the bottom of a pot. Below, Xiao Linger and the others laughed because the scene was too comical. Many people in the crowd could not help but laugh. However, soon, they could not laugh anymore. This was because Tenkuin's body was emitting an incomparably terrifying killing intent that pierced through the void like a god of death. Black holes appeared in the sky one after another. It was terrifying as if the world was about to be destroyed. This aura made the scalps of tens of millions of martial artists go numb. Damn reptile, you're courting death. Tenkuin was furious. Why? You're not convinced? You're unhappy? Go ahead. I'll slap you to death with one slap. The dark red divine dragon was very arrogant, like an old monster that had no scruples. Humph! Lin Xian also sneered. Great, there are some things that I can't say, so I can let the dark red divine dragon do it. This time, I'll probably be angered to death. Look at how skinny you are. You probably won't have much meat even if I beat you up. How about this, you'll be my pet. The dark red divine dragon waved its dragon claws. Be my human pet and serve me well. If you serve me well, I can teach you one or two great abilities of dragons. Puff! Hearing this, Tenkuin was so angry that he vomited blood. Not only him, but the eldest and third young masters of the Teng family were also furious. The third young master was relatively young, only 18 or 19 years old. He was young and full of vigor, so how could he endure such humiliation? Therefore, in the next moment he roared. Damn it, I'll definitely kill you! He really couldn't hold it in anymore. 1. The energy in his body suddenly erupted like a volcano, sweeping out in all directions. The entire sky was like a piece of cloth, rustling as cracks appeared in countless places. As soon as this terrifying aura appeared, everyone's expression changed. That was because this power had actually reached the Almighty Realm. This was simply too shocking. It was worth noting that the Ting family's third young master was only 18 or 19 years old. Despite being so young, he could unleash the power of an almighty being. It was indeed shocking. He could be said to be a young genius. Not good. However, the expressions of Teng Kun, young master Qian Shan, and the others changed. Although the Ting family's third young master was formidable, he might not be able to resist his opponent. They wanted to save him. However, in the next moment, they were stunned. Another resplendent slap rang out between the heavens and the earth. Then, a figure was sent flying, smashing through the void. At this moment, everyone was drooling. This was because the domineering and peerless God-favored third young master of the Ting family was sent flying backward, and his teeth were broken all over the ground. His entire face was deformed. His body floated into the distance like a kite with a broken string. On the other hand, Lin Xian slowly put down his hand with a hint of disdain in his eyes. Shocked, extremely shocked. At this moment, the tens of millions of martial artists seemed to have been petrified. They realized that Lin Xian was too valiant. His speed and power were so fast that they could not capture him at all. Even many of the older generation figures were extremely shocked. On the other hand, the Tang family's eldest young master and Ting Kun roared angrily. Their bodies swayed, and they instantly appeared in the distance. They helped the third young master up. Third young master's entire face was deformed, and his teeth were all broken. Blood dyed his clothes red. Ah! The third young master roared angrily, and his body emitted a dazzling light. Next, his deformed face returned to normal, and the teeth that had fallen out grew out again. I'll kill you! I'll definitely kill you! The third young master roared crazily like a wild beast. He had never suffered such a loss before. He was sent flying with a single slap in front of so many people. If he did not take revenge, how could he live in the future? Third younger brother. Don't be impulsive. The Ting family's eldest young master held the third young master down. It was very disadvantageous for them to make a move in this situation. They had to endure it. Everything would be easy once they left the Moonflower Castle. Big brother, second brother, don't worry about me. I'll definitely kill him. At this moment, the Ting family's third young master had a crazed look on his face. His eyes were red, and boundless flames appeared on his body, burning fiercely. At this moment, he was like a wild dog. Brat, you forced me to do this. Today, I'll definitely kill you. The Ting family's third young master quickly formed a seal with his hands. Dense blood-red vein patterns appeared on his body, and a violent power instantly surged out. As soon as this power was released, the surrounding space instantly shattered. It could not withstand it at all. So powerful! His strength had doubled. This must be the Ting family's secret technique. Everyone was shocked. This secret technique is too powerful. Sure enough, under this energy shock wave, everyone's faces turned pale, and they frantically retreated. In fact, there was even a vacuum in the field. In the field, Lin Xian and the others were the only ones who stood calmly. Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing were peerless God-favored ones, so they were not afraid of the terrifying energy shock wave at all. Their bodies emitted a misty light screen, which blocked all the shock waves. Whoosh! Brat, I'll kill you! The Tang family's third young master roared furiously. He stomped his foot and broke the void as he charged over. He was as fast as lightning. He even pulled out a blood-red longsword. As soon as the sword was drawn, a sea of blood spread in the surroundings. Countless vengeful spirits appeared in the space as if they had turned into hell. The evil blood sword. This was a top-notch treasure sword. It was the Ting family's famous treasure sword. They did not expect it to be in the hands of the Ting family's third young master. Many people exclaimed. It was obvious that they had also heard of this sword's reputation. When the long sword was swung, a blood-red sword she appeared in the sky and slashed downward. In an instant, it enveloped Lin Xian. Buzz! Upon seeing this, Lin Xian scoffed. He swayed his feet and disappeared on the spot. Whoosh! He appeared in the void above the Ting family's third young master. What? So fast! The Ting family's third young master's scalp went numb. He did not expect his opponent to be faster than before. He could not believe it. After all, now that he had used a secret technique, his strength had doubled, and his speed had doubled as well. Even so, he could not keep up with his opponent's speed. Chapter 2309. Ah! Soon, he screamed in agony. This was because a foot had stepped on his back. The force directly broke his entire back. Countless muscles collapsed, and his bones were broken. Blood spurted out, and a huge force hit his body. Damn it! Block it! After the Ting family's third young master was enraged, a set of fiery red armor instantly appeared on his body. At the same time, countless red flames burned on the armor and turned into fire dragons that wrapped around Lin Xian, trying to burn him. Boom! However, everything was useless. The Ting family's third young master screamed in agony. The armor on his body shattered, and the sea of fire in the sky disappeared. Under this foot, he was like an ant without any ability to resist. Boom! He landed on the ground, and there was a shocking vibration. Countless runes lit up on the ground, forming a terrifying defensive formation. Otherwise, this attack could definitely penetrate the ground and create a 10,000-meter deep abyss. Ah! The Ting family's third young master screamed crazily. The foot was still on his body, making him unable to move at all. His 5 viscera and 6 bowels were all impacted. Seeing this, everyone was shocked and dumbstruck. The Ting family's eldest young master and Ting Kun roared, "Damn it! Let go of my third younger brother!" They were both shocked and furious. They did not expect the other party to be so powerful that he could instantly injure their third younger brother. The other party actually dared to be so heavy-handed. This was unbearable for them. You want to save him? Sure, kneel down and kowtow to me 10 times, and I'll spare his life. You're courting death. The eldest young master and Ting Kun's faces darkened. Lin Xian scoffed coldly. You only have one chance. Since you missed it, don't blame me. As he spoke, he exerted force with his foot, and an unparalleled force surged out, instantly crushing the Ting family's third young master's body. Boom! Countless blood mists filled the air and sprayed in all directions. The ground was instantly dyed red, and all the King Almighties in the surroundings were stunned. They could not believe it. What did this fella do? He actually killed the Tang family's third young master. Oh God, is he not afraid of the Tang family's revenge? Everyone went crazy. Because this scene was too shocking, they didn't dare to believe it. One had to know that fighting was not allowed in the Moonflower Palace. Lin Xian actually dared to fight here without any scruples. More importantly, he killed the Tang family's third young master. The Tang family was an invincible king clan. It was extremely terrifying. The third young master of the Tang clan had a noble status, and almost no one dared to provoke them. In the past, a few top-notch mighty figures had set their eyes on the Tang family's third young master's treasure and wanted to secretly snatch it, but they were directly killed by the Tang family's peerless powerhouses. Not only that, but they also directly destroyed the sects of these 3 top almighties, causing a huge commotion. At that time, this matter caused a stir in the 9 Li dynasty. Everyone knew about it. Therefore, from then on, almost nobody dared to offend the Tang family. Now, someone actually killed someone from the Tang family. He even killed the Tang family's third young master. Wasn't this poking a hole in the sky? They dared not imagine how the Tang family would react once they found out about this. Most importantly, the other two young masters of the Ting family were also present. Damn brat, I'm going to kill you! The Ting family's eldest young master and Ting Kun were furious. They roared crazily. Young Master Qian Shan and the others were also stunned. They did not expect that the other party would really dare to make a move. Boom! The Ting family's eldest young master roared, and his body emitted a terrifying light. His eyes pierced through the void and fixed on Lin Xian. In the next moment, a blue long saber appeared in his hand, and he slashed down. Boom! On the other side, multicolored light filled the sky, and Ting Kun's black hair danced wildly like a demon god. A black long spear appeared in his hand, and he directly stabbed forward. The sky instantly shattered. The two young geniuses of the Ting family finally could not hold it in anymore. They finally made a move. Boom, boom, boom! The void was instantly shattered, and terrifying energy instantly engulfed Lin Xian. The tens of millions of martial artists in the surroundings retreated frantically. They did not dare to imagine that someone would dare to ignore the rules of the Moonflower Castle and make a move here. Moreover, what shocked them even more was that the Moonflower Castle did not stop them this time. What are they trying to do? Could it be because of Lin Xian? These people did not know that their attention had long been attracted by the battle in front of them. Looking at the two terrifying attacks, the faces of Xiao Linger, Zhao Jiruo, and the others changed. Lin Xian, on the other hand, sneered. Buzz! He directly pulled out the ancient Dragon Abyss sword and slashed forward. Boom! In the sky, a sword light directly slashed out. Clang! In the next moment, the green long saber was broken into two. Not only that, but the eldest young master of the Ting family also vomited blood and retreated with a face full of shock. Buzz! The ancient Dragon Abyss sword was swung again and collided with the black long spear. The sound of metal colliding was like thunder that spread in all directions. Everyone's scalp went numb. Ting Kun's pupils suddenly shrank. He felt a huge force coming from the long spear. It shook his arm until it went numb, and the qi and blood in his body surged. Damn it! How can the opponent be so strong? He roared and wanted to counterattack again. However, something happened that shocked him. His black long spear, a top-grade treasure weapon, was instantly broken into two. Boom! The terrifying force blasted on his body, and he kept vomiting blood. What? Everyone was stunned. In an instant, two top-grade treasures were broken, and two young geniuses were injured. Oh God, what kind of strength is this? They could not believe it. At this moment, everyone looked at Lin Xian and felt their scalps go numb. Even young Master Qianshan's face became gloomy. Yen Ryu's lips curled into a beautiful smile that was full of mystery. Damn brat, you're going too far! The eldest young master of the Ting family and Ting Kun roared crazily. They stopped in their tracks, looking extremely disheveled. Nevertheless, they looked at each other and attacked again. This time, they took out two high-grade treasures. Not only that, but they also unleashed the power in their bodies to the extreme. Their bodies emitted a biting cold light like a sun. Boom! The eldest young master of the Ting family had a huge golden cauldron above his head. Thousands of golden auras hung down and imprisoned the entire sky. The golden cauldron was like an immemorial divine mountain that pressed down fiercely. The void shattered in an instant, and terrifying cracks spread toward Lin Xian. On the other side, Ting Kun pulled out a long sword. The sword she danced and formed divine rings that shone in the air. Humph! Chapter 23:10. When he swung his sword, heaven and earth trembled. Everyone in the main hall was terrified. They realized that their bodies were stiff, and the blood and power in their bodies seemed to be frozen. Moreover, the dazzling sword light in the sky made their bodies hurt as if they were being split apart. Boom! The ancient sword swept out and split the golden cauldron in half. The green long sword was also broken into pieces. The Ting family's eldest young master and Ting Kun vomited blood and were sent flying again. However, this time, Lin Xian did not let them go. He swayed his body and arrived in front of them in an instant like a fiend god. At the same time, he slapped with his palm. With a crack, the Tang family's eldest young master was enveloped by the palm. Ah! The Tang family's eldest young master roared crazily, and a terrifying light surged from his body. A golden armor appeared. On top of that, a pagoda rushed out from his body and protected him. Boom! Even so, it did not seem to be of much use. The pagoda's illusory image was smashed into pieces, and the armor on his body was also broken. Nevertheless, he took this opportunity to move his body horizontally. The terrifying palm wind swept across half of his body, causing his arm to be directly broken. Boom! The Tang family's eldest young master crashed into a pillar in the distance, causing the void to shake. Then, he fell to the ground and vomited blood. On the other side, Lin Xian swept out his right leg like a coiling dragon and aimed for Ting Kun. Damn it, get lost! Ting Kun threw away the broken sword in his hand and shouted as he punched with both fists. His terrifying fists were like mountains as they emitted a dazzling light. Boom! Next, he collided with the coiling dragon leg. With a bang, heaven and earth trembled. Ting Kun screamed in pain as his arms were broken and he was sent flying. In an instant, the two of them were severely injured. They trembled, and their hair was disheveled. Everyone around them was stunned. None of the tens of millions of martial artists said a word. The scene was silent. Even the young masters and peerless geniuses from the major clans gasped. Is he really just a young man? Why do I feel that the gap between us is so huge? We, the geniuses, are like ants in his hands that can be easily crushed. I'm afraid that even the princes and saints of the sacred grounds can't do this. What, do you still want revenge? Lin Xian looked into the distance with a hint of disdain. The Tang family's eldest young master and Ting Kun were so angry that they vomited blood. They were about to explode. But this time, they didn't dare to make a move. The other party was too strange. His strength far surpassed theirs, especially the treasured sword in his hand, which was incomparably sharp. Even a top-grade treasure artifact could be split apart. They truly did not have the confidence to continue fighting with him. He was terrified. The young master of the Tang family was terrified. No one dared to believe it. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, they would not have believed it even if they were beaten to death. What a piece of trash! Seeing that the two of them did not dare to fight, Lin Xian snorted in disdain. Then, he looked around. Soon, he spotted young Master Qian Shan and the others. There were about a dozen of them, all of whom were young geniuses. They were all in cahoots with the Tang family. Previously, when Lin Xian had come over, these people had mocked him and even threatened him. Now, it was time to return the favor. Lin Xian stared at the three young men. The three of you were very arrogant before. Didn't you say that you wanted me to kneel and accept my death? Now say that again? Lin Xian looked ahead. The three young men trembled, and deep fear appeared in their eyes. What's wrong? You don't dare to say it now? A bunch of good-for-nothings. Lin Xian snorted in disdain. But do you think I'll let you go just because you don't dare to say it? Now do as you said. Kneel down and apologize to me, and I'll let you go. Otherwise, you'll end up like those good-for-nothings from the Tang family. Lin Xian's cold voice spread in all directions. Everyone's scalps went numb when they heard it. In the distance, the Tang family's eldest young master and Ting Kun, who were struggling to stand up, spat out large mouthfuls of blood. They were so angry that they almost fainted. The three young men who were being stared at turned pale. They regretted it very much. Why did they have to speak so arrogantly and stand up for themselves? Now that they were targeted by this devil, even if they did not die, they would lose a layer of skin. However, it was impossible for them to kneel in public. They could not afford to lose face, and neither could their clans. Among them, one of the young men gritted his teeth and roared, "Damn brat, don't be too arrogant. You're strong, but don't forget that we're all young masters from big clans. Do you think you can fight against our clans?" That's right. The young man next to him also roared, if you know what's good for you, leave quickly. Otherwise, you'll be dead when our clans arrive. Using our clans to threaten me? Do you think I'll be afraid? Lin Xian sneered in disdain. Then, his body swayed, and he instantly arrived in front of the three young men. He raised his palm, which turned into the hand of a green dragon, and slapped down fiercely. Bang! 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 The palm evolved in the sky and instantly enveloped the three young men. In an instant, a terrifying force slapped the three young men's faces, and they fell to the ground. Bang! A light flashed, and a terrifying airflow swept in all directions, causing the surrounding martial artists to retreat frantically. On the other hand, the three young men fell to the ground and kept twitching. Ah! I'm going to kill you! The first young man stood up from the back, and a bright light erupted from his body. Damn it! You've gone too far! The second young man also had a ferocious face. His eyes were bloodshot like a wild beast, and his body emitted a terrifying killing intent. Everyone, join forces and kill him! I don't believe that he can fight against all of us alone. The third young man roared angrily. He wanted to call for everyone to attack together and kill the powerful enemy in front of him. All right, let's see who dares to attack. Lin Xian sneered. He took a step forward, and a terrifying aura surged from his body. Countless sword chi surrounded him, making him look like a god of death. However, there were still people who could not help but want to attack. In particular, the eldest young master of the Teng family and Ting Kun at the back were secretly surging, ready to attack at any time. A chaotic battle was about to break out. However, at this moment, young Master Qian Shan shouted coldly, "Stop! Everyone stop!" Seeing young Master Qian Shan appear, those people stopped and looked over. Young Master Qian Shan said, "Everyone, please don't be impulsive. The rules of the Moonflower Castle are not so easy to break. Besides, there's no need for us to take this risk and show off for a while. Once we leave this place, everything will be different." There was a hint of reminder in his words. Therefore, after the surrounding geniuses heard this, they nodded slightly. Indeed, the devil in front of them was very terrifying. If they made a move, they might be killed. After all, the Teng family's third young master was killed by the other party, and the other party had no scruples. If they were killed, they would probably die in vain. If they left this place, they could gather the powerhouses of their clans. If it really did not work, they could also make a move without restraint. Chapter 23:11. Therefore, these people did not take action. Lin Xian frowned and looked at young Master Qian Shan. This guy is quite sinister. He wants to unite all the clans and attack me after the banquet? If that's the case, there's nothing more to say. However, before Ting Qingshan made a move, young Master Qian Shan spoke again. This time, he looked at Ting Qingshan. Kid, let me give you a piece of advice. Don't be too arrogant. Don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you have the illusionary Flower Palace's support. Every single person here was a young master of a large family, a young genius. You can't afford to offend them. Especially the three geniuses of the Ting clan. How dare you kill one of them? Do you know that you have committed a heinous crime? A heinous crime? Is that so? Lin Xian sneered. So what? Are you going to punish me? Lin Xian looked at young Master Qian Shan. His eyes were like two divine swords that could pierce through everything. Young Master Qian Shan felt a great pressure when he felt Ting Qingshan's gaze. It was as if his body was going to be penetrated. Humph! He snorted and a terrifying power rose in his body to resist the gaze. He could not be afraid in front of so many people, let alone lose face. Of course, he could not attack Ting Qingshan. Therefore, he said loudly in the next moment, I must punish you, but I don't have to do it. Tingjia's experts will take you away after you leave the illusionary Flower Palace. Is that so? After talking for so long, you still don't dare to attack? You're just a piece of trash. What's the difference between you and them? Oh, right, you're a more sinister piece of trash! Lin Xian sneered and said provocatively. Since you don't dare to attack, then get lost. Don't block my way. What? Everyone went crazy, not daring to believe their own ears. What did they see? What did they hear? The young man in front of them was scolding young Master Qian Shan and asking him to get lost. Heavens, they were not dreaming, were they? For a moment, everyone went crazy. Young Master Qian Shan's face darkened and a cold light appeared in his eyes. Teng Qi Shan dared to scold him and ask him to get lost. This filled his heart with killing intent. If it wasn't for the rules of the Moonflower Castle, he dared to guarantee that the other party would already be a dead man. What kind of look is that? How dare you release your killing intent towards me? Lin Xian snorted coldly. His figure flickered and appeared in front of them in an instant. The azure dragon palm in his hand smashed down once more. This palm strike was too fast and too sudden. Everyone was stunned. They had never imagined that Lin Xian would dare to make a move on young Master Qian San. This was Qian Shan's city. Young Master Qian Shan was even more shocked. There was actually someone who dared to attack him in Qian Shan's city? Wasn't this purely courting death? Therefore, for a moment, he was also stunned. Boom! The azure dragon hand shone like the sun and the moon. It crushed the void and enveloped young Master Qian San. Sensing this terrifying aura, young Master Qian Shan finally regained his senses. In the next moment, he retreated rapidly. At the same time, countless rays of light rushed out of his body in an attempt to resist. However, he was only resisting in a hurry, while Lin Xian was prepared. This azure dragon palm contained the power of the great dragon sword soul, which was extremely terrifying. In a hurry, young Master Qian Shan could not block it at all. Therefore, in the next moment, the light curtain that he held up shattered, and the azure dragon palm slapped his face. Smack! The crisp sound of a slap was heard. Blood splattered in the air, and young Master Qian Shan's body kept flying backward. Everyone was stunned. The gazes of tens of millions of martial artists followed young Master Qian Shan's body into the distance. Then, with a bang, young Master Qian Shan fell to the ground. Ah! Damn kid! Young Master Qian Shan stood up and roared crazily. His body was filled with a terrifying aura like tens of thousands of sword lights that pierced through the 9 heavens and 10 lands. His cold eyes were filled with biting cold killing intent. His eyes were red, and the temperature of the entire space instantly dropped as if they had returned to the world of ice. He was crazy, he was really crazy. He did not expect that someone would dare to attack him. Moreover, it was to slap his face. Was he courting death? He was young Master Qian Shan, and this was Qian Shan's city. As long as he gave the order, countless experts would rush over. Who dared to be rude to him? In Qian Shan's city, he was the king. No matter how strong the enemy was, they had to lie down. But now, the young man in front of him was so arrogant. Not only did he confront him in public, but he even slapped him in the face. He could not stand it. Humph! However, Lin Xian did not seem to want to let him go. After the successful attack, his body swayed, and he appeared in front of young Master Qian Shan again. The azure dragon palm in his hand slapped down mercilessly. The azure dragon palm shone with divine light like a dragon's head, and it let out a piercing roar. It shattered the entire void. The blood of tens of millions of martial artists boiled, and some of them could not help but want to kneel down. There was nothing he could do about it. This palm strike was simply too terrifying. Damn it! Young Master Qian Shan's pupils constricted. He did not expect that Su Mo would dare to attack again. Moreover, Su Mo's speed was far beyond his imagination. He roared and resisted with all his strength because he could not afford to be slapped in the face again. Otherwise, he would not be able to establish himself in Qian Shan's city in the future. Buzz! Young Master Qian Shan opened his mouth and spat out a round bead. It instantly enlarged in the air like a mountain, blocking in front of him to block Su Mo's attack. Boom! The azure dragon palm slapped the red bead, and a dazzling light burst out. terrifying energy swept in all directions. The King Almighties and the surroundings screamed. Many of them vomited blood and were sent flying. Their faces were pale. That attack was too terrifying. It was far beyond everyone's imagination. Crack! 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 However, to everyone's horror, the red bead in front of them was covered with countless cracks. Then, it collapsed and turned into pieces. The azure dragon hand, carrying boundless sword Qi, fiercely slapped down. Smack! The palm slapped young Master Qianshan's face again, causing his face to be completely deformed. Puff! Young Master Qianshan's teeth were broken, and he was sent flying while vomiting blood. This time, he crashed into a pillar on the left, causing heaven and earth to shake. The terrifying void was shattered. Ah! Damn brat! I'm going to kill you! I'll definitely kill you! Young Master Qianshan roared crazily. Endless light burst out from his body, causing his deformed face to return to its original state. His teeth also grew out. At his level, as long as his soul was not destroyed or his body was seriously injured, he could recover. However, even though his body had recovered, he still couldn't accept being slapped in the face in front of everyone. Not only did Su Mo slap his face, but he did it twice. Chapter 23:12. Not only did the other party hit his face, but he did it twice. This made him so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. He swore that he would kill the other party, to relieve the hatred in his heart. Today, I will completely offend the Moonflower Palace. I will cut you down with my blade. Young Master Qianshan was really angry. He didn't hesitate to break the rules and attack. If the Moonflower Palace wanted to blame him, he would use the power of the City Lord Mansion to fight against them. If he couldn't win, then he would fight to the death. But today, he had to take revenge. In the field, the ones who were still calm were Yan Ruyu and Murong Qingqing. These two stunning beauties had faint smiles on their faces. They were very calm. Zhao Jira and Xiao Ling at the side opened their eyes wide and their cherry lips were really big. They were really stunned. Xiao Kuang's face was also full of shock. To be honest, he usually thought that he was very arrogant and didn't put anyone in his eyes. But now, he found that compared to Lin Xian, his arrogance was too gentle. At least he didn't dare to break the rules of the Moonflower Palace, and he didn't dare to become enemies with so many young geniuses of the big clans. Among them, there were top geniuses like young Master Qiansen from the Teng family. Looking at Lin Xian's appearance, was he going to become enemies with the entire Qianshan domain? While everyone was still in shock, Lin Xian made his move again. The azure dragon palm kept attacking, turning into countless palm shadows in the sky, completely covering young Master Qiansan. At the same time, he sneered and said, "Stop talking nonsense. If you want to fight, then fight. If you don't want to fight, then get out of my way." The cold voice sounded, making everyone's scalp tingle. Arrogant, he was really too arrogant. They had never seen such an arrogant person. This was defying the heavens. Ah! Young Master Qianshan roared at the sky, his black hair fluttering. At the same time, he waved his fist, forming a terrifying fist shadow. It collided with the azure dragon palm that filled the sky. In an instant, the void shattered, and countless cracks appeared. Violent energy swept in all directions. Thunder Snake Blade. On young Master Qianshan's body, terrifying thunder armor formed. Otherwise, it would form a terrifying domain around him. A snake-shaped blade appeared in the void, and he grabbed it. Crack! Thunder and lightning exploded all over the sky, covering the entire sky. Boom! As the saber slashed down, 10,000 lightning bolts descended. The violent power made everyone hold their breaths. This was young Master Qiansan, who was very powerful. Even though the other party was young, he had already attained the strength of a top mighty being. It could be said that many of the older generation felt ashamed of their inferiority. Sure enough, When this saber slashed down, many martial artists were directly blasted to the ground by the shocking thunder, their bodies twitching. Humph! You want to fight me with just you alone? He really overestimated himself. Lin Xian coldly snorted, waving the ancient dragon sword to attack again. The huge sword she turned into a true dragon in the sky and slashed down. It directly tore apart the sea of thunder that filled the sky. Clang! The thunder snake saber and the ancient dragon abyss sword clashed together, emitting the sound of metal colliding. However, in an instant, the thunder snake saber trembled and shattered. What? How could this be? Young Master Qian Shan was so shocked that he couldn't believe it. His thunder snake blade was extremely terrifying, but at this moment, it had actually shattered. How was this possible? What kind of sword was that in his hand? Damn it! He roared again, and the endless sea of thunder rolled, once again forming a terrifying thunder snake saber. However, it was useless. Lin Xian used the wanton sky destroyer sword, and the terrifying sword she ruthlessly descended. In the sky, countless swords she descended, directly tearing apart the sea of thunder, and extinguishing all the aura. The thunder snake wild saber instantly collapsed. Poof! Young Master Qian Shan's king's domain was also suppressed, and countless cracks appeared. In fact, even the thunder battle armor on his body was rapidly dispelled. In an instant, countless sword wounds appeared on his body, and blood dyed his body red. Ah! Damn it! How could this be? I don't believe it! Young Master Qian Shan roared crazily, his eyes filled with shock. He was a young genius. At such a young age, he already had the combat strength of a top mighty being. Other than those princes and saints, no one could suppress him. But now, he was actually beaten to the point that he could not fight back, and he was even injured. This was unacceptable to him. However, in the next moment, he roared crazily. Damn kid, this is between you and me! I'll definitely kill you! As he spoke, the aura on his body also changed. It was no longer a sea of thunder that filled the sky, but yin and yang qi. One black and one white qi surrounded his body. One of his eyes turned black while the other turned white. It was an extremely strange sight. A terrifying and mysterious power appeared on his body. In an instant, it enveloped the entire space. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian frowned. What kind of cultivation technique is this? It's so strange. The people around him screamed. The yin-yang technique was the cultivation technique of the yin-yang sect. That's right. Young Master Qian Shan was not only the young master of the city lord's mansion, but he was also a prodigy of the yin-yang sect. The yin-yang sect was an unparalleled sect. It was extremely terrifying. The yin-yang qi cultivated in the sect had a mysterious connection with heaven and earth. It could be said to be incomparably terrifying. It seemed that young Master Qian Shan was really angry. Otherwise, he would not have used the yin-yang qi. It's over. That kid is dead meat. No one can withstand the yin-yang technique. The yin-yang sect? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes when he heard that. Naturally, he knew that in the middle ground, other than the 9 imperial dynasties, there were also unparalleled sections. The yin-yang sect was one of them. Its strength and status were equivalent to the sacred grounds of the eastern wilderness. Moreover, he knew that the yin-yang sect was not an ordinary unparalleled sect. It was an extremely terrifying one. That was because the yin-yang qi was the origin energy of heaven and earth. One could imagine how confident and terrifying the yin-yang sect was to cultivate that cultivation technique. However, Lin Xian was not afraid. In fact, he was looking forward to it. That was because he had never fought with anyone from the yin-yang sect. Let me see what's so special about the legendary yin-yang sect. Lin Xian snorted coldly and attacked again. You'll see. Not only that, but you'll also kneel at my feet. I'll make you beg for death. Young Master Qian Shan roared angrily, and the yin-yang qi on his body became even more terrifying. At that moment, he looked extremely strange. Half of his body was extremely pale, while the other half was as black as ink. The yin-yang saber. With a furious roar, the black and white chi on young Master Qian Shan's body surged out and formed two long sabers in front of him. One was as white as snow, while the other was as black as ink. They were the yin saber and the yang saber. Kill! With the yin-yang saber in his hand, young Master Qian Shan turned into a terrifying bolt of lightning and charged forward. That was the yin-yang sect's grand theurgy. It was extremely terrifying. The yin-yang chi surged toward him, and the terrifying saber light cut through the entire space. At that moment, young Master Qian Shan was like the god of death from hell. He was unstoppable. Be careful, kid! The dark red divine dragon reminded him. Lin Xian nodded slightly and narrowed his eyes. He was not in a hurry to attack. Instead, he sensed the sharp saber light in front of him. Chapter 23:13. The white saber should be the yang saber, which could absorb the vitality in his body. The black saber should be the yin saber, which could increase the death aura in his body. One could deprive vitality, and the other could increase the death aura. When used together, they could kill the enemy quickly. As expected of a peerless sect, their divine powers were indeed magical. Lin Xian's eyes lit up, but he was not afraid. In the next moment, he swung the ancient dragon abyss sword again, and the chaotic heaven destroyer sword flew out quickly. In the sky, the chaotic sword aura and the terrifying yin-yang saber collided, making an earth-shattering sound. The entire space was filled with incomparable light. Stop struggling. It's useless. You can't withstand my yin-yang saber. Young Master Qiansan sneered and charged at him like a demon. Is that so? Not necessarily. Lin Xian sneered and swung the ancient dragon abyss sword. The divine powers of the yin-yang sect were indeed powerful. If his opponent was a peerless mighty figure, Lin Xian would have to put in a lot of effort. However, his opponent was just an ordinary mighty figure. In that case, he could not pose a threat to him at all. As expected, when the ancient dragon abyss sword slashed down, the pair of yin-yang sabers in front of him instantly collapsed. They turned into countless yin-yang chi and scattered around. What? How was that possible? Young Master Qiansan was in disbelief. That was his most powerful divine powers, the terrifying divine powers of the yin-yang sect. His opponent destroyed it with a single slash. He was going crazy. Damn it! Go to hell! Yin-yang life and death curse! Young Master Qianshan shouted angrily and formed a seal with his hands. Buzz! The black and white aura on his body spun quickly, forming runes that flickered in the air. That was also a terrifying divine powers of the yin-yang sect. Once touched, all vitality would be destroyed immediately. There was no way to escape. It was extremely terrifying. Buzz! In the face of the powerful divine powers, Lin Xian did not do anything else. He continued to fight with his sword. The chaotic heaven destroyer sword flew out quickly. Demon seal! Terrifying sword aura surrounded it as if it could seal everything. It collided with the life and death runes that filled the sky. Suddenly, the sky was filled with light. The runes danced like waves. The tens of millions of martial artists in the surroundings exclaimed. Both of them were peerless geniuses. They were using divine powers. Unfortunately, in terms of combat strength, young Master Qiansan was too weak. Therefore, in an instant, the yin-yang life and death curse shattered. Is this the power of the yin-yang sect? That was all there was to it. Lin Xian sneered, not wanting to waste any more time with the other party. Battle song. A terrifying sword chi slashed forward. In an instant, young Master Qiansan was enveloped. Ah! After young Master Qianshan was enraged, the yin and yang chi on his body vibrated rapidly, forming a yin-yang diagram to protect him. Boom! Boom! An intense collision sounded as the yin-yang diagram resisted the terrifying sword chi. But soon, countless cracks appeared on the yin-yang image before it split apart again. Young Master Qian Shan spat out blood and was sent flying. Damn it, impossible! This was impossible. Qian Shan didn't believe it at all. He was using the great divine abilities of the Yin-Yang sect. They were absolutely terrifying. However, he was unable to block his opponent's attack. This made him feel a sense of despair. Who was the other party? Could it be that he was really the holy son of some sect? Otherwise, it would not be so terrifying. The surrounding crowd was stunned. What? Even young Master Qian Shan was defeated? Firmament? In that case, who else would be able to stop him? They dared not imagine. Lin Xian held the ancient sword and walked forward. Young Master Qian Shan's eyelids twitched when he saw this. At this moment, 2 middle-aged men rushed out from the crowd. Kid, go to hell! These 2 were the elites of the city governor's mansion who were responsible for the safety of young Master Qian Shan. Usually, they would not come out, but now that young Master Qian Shan was threatened, they could not help but take action. Whoosh! The middle-aged man in a yellow robe on the left waved his hand, and a sharp light flashed. It was a flying sword. It was only the size of a palm, but it was extremely sharp. Wherever it passed, the void would shatter quickly. Nothing could stop it. It was a terrifying treasure. Whoosh! Lin Xian's body swayed and instantly disappeared on the spot. The flying sword only hit his afterimage. However, the flying sword was very intelligent. After missing its target, it drew an arc in the air and attacked Lin Xian again. It was useless. It was the spirit-guiding sword. It would not stop until one of them died. Go to hell, brat! The middle-aged man in a yellow robe sneered. Fight to the death? You think too highly of yourself. Lin Xian snorted. Looking at the flying sword again, he did not dodge and directly swung his sword. Clang! An earth-shattering sound was heard as the ancient dragon abyss sword struck the flying sword. Instantly, countless cracks appeared on the flying sword. Then, it collapsed and turned into countless fragments. What? How could this be? The middle-aged man's expression changed drastically. Bang! In the next moment, he was sent flying by the azure dragon palm. He spat out blood and crashed into the distance. Damn it! The other middle-aged man in a red robe also roared. He held the Fantian halberd in his hand and looked very heroic. When the attack landed, it was as if dark clouds were pressing down on the 9 heavens. The terrifying power sent chills down everyone's spines. Buzz! Lin Xian stretched out his palm. Black flames burned fiercely, forming a black flame palm that directly grabbed the Fantian halberd. Then, he shook it forcefully. Boom! The middle-aged man in a red robe was sent flying. His arms were directly broken. Horror, infinite horror! The young man in front of them was too powerful. They could not contend with him at all. In front of them, Lin Xian held the Fantian halberd and swung it forcefully. Whoosh whoosh whoosh! The Fantian halberd dodged and flew directly toward young Master Qian San. No! The 2 middle-aged men screamed. Young Master Qian San was also terrified. He gritted his teeth and once again condensed the yin-yang qi in his body to form a yin-yang bell that enveloped him. Clang! The yin-yang bell shattered, but it blocked the Fantian halberd. However, the powerful impact still landed on his body. More than half of the bones in his body were broken. His entire body was sent flying again. For a moment, the scene was incomparably silent. The eldest young master of the Tang family, the second young master, and young Master Qian Shan were all seriously injured. The other young geniuses. They were also affected. However, Lin Xian did not stop. He turned his head again and stared at the group of people who had gone against him previously. You and you? Get over here and die. Those who were stared at by Lin Xian trembled. A few of them looked uglier than crying, while the others gritted their teeth and roared. Damn it, I'm from the Wang family. I'm from the 6th king's residence. If you dare to touch me, you're dead meat. Angry roars were heard one after another. Lin Xian sneered disdainfully when he heard that. He slapped them. Pfft! Those young men in white spat out large mouthfuls of blood. Their bodies were badly mutilated. So what if you're from the sixth king's residence? Even if the sixth king comes in person, I'll still kill him if he dares to provoke me. Everyone was about to go crazy when they heard that. Who is this person? How dare he look down on the sixth king? Chapter 23:14. Bang! 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 Next, all the young geniuses who went against him were sent flying by Lin Xian. Every one of them was seriously injured. Many of their bones were broken, and their internal organs were also severely injured. The remaining tens of millions of martial artists' minds were blank. They knew that this matter was definitely serious. If news of this spread, it would probably shock the entire Nine Li dynasty. Moreover, it was probably not over yet. These were the young masters of the big clans. Now that they were injured, how could the clans behind them let it go? Sure enough, these people had already begun to secretly contact the forces of their clans. Especially the Teng clan. Young Master Qian Shan was gnashing his teeth. Young Master Qian Shan had already used a secret method to contact the powerhouses of the city lord's mansion and rushed over. The two young masters of the Teng clan also contacted the powerhouses of their clans nearby. As long as the other party left the Moonflower Palace, they promised to kill him in an instant. Seeing that the people who went against him had already been beaten down, Lin Xian snorted coldly and looked around again. Then, he stared at Yen Ryu. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. Is this guy going to attack Yen Ryu? Feeling Lin Xian's gaze, Yen Ryu's expression did not change at all. Don't you think that we've met before? Lin Xian spoke again. He really wanted to know if the other party was Zhao Shui or not. The corners of the mouths of the surrounding people twitched. Damn, is this guy trying to worm his way into being friends with Yen Ryu? But this method is too old-fashioned. Sure enough, Yen Ryu's gaze changed after hearing this. But soon, it calmed down again. It was like a stone that sank into the sea, and only a few ripples were created. But soon, it disappeared. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian frowned. He had a feeling that the other party was Zhao Shui. But why didn't the other party acknowledge him? Could it be that there was a reason? He did not know, but he definitely wanted to find out. Therefore, Lin Xian walked forward. Buzz! However, just as he took 2 steps, 2 figures rushed out beside Yen Ryu. They were 2 young men. Their appearances were not impressive, and they did not emit any powerful auras. Previously, Lin Xian did not care at all. However, now that they had rushed out, it seemed like they were here to protect Yen Ryu. Lin Xian did not mind. He used the Azure Dragon Palm and slapped forward. Bang bang! 2 low voices sounded like muffled thunder. However, this time, Lin Xian exclaimed in surprise. This was because the 2 of them were not sent flying like the previous geniuses. Instead, they were fighting against each other. Although the 2 of them were trembling and their expressions changed, they still managed to resist the Azure Dragon Palm. This greatly surprised Lin Xian. It seemed that these 2 people were even more terrifying than the previous Sky Prides. However, these 2 people had concealed themselves too deeply. If he had not asked Yen Ryu, these 2 people probably would not have stood up. Where did he come from? How could he be so strong? The 2 young men were even more shocked, and fear appeared on their faces. They finally understood why the other party was able to send so many Sky Prides flying. This power was too terrifying. If it were not for their strong physiques, they would have been sent flying long ago. Even so, the chi and blood in their bodies were churning, and their bones were trembling. Ha! In the next moment, the 2 of them roared angrily, and an unparalleled domineering aura surged out of their bodies. They finally suppressed the trembling. Buzz! The 2 of them were like an iron wall, blocking Lin Xian's path. Kid, these 2 are not humans. At this moment, the dark red divine dragon said, I can sense a demonic aura from their bodies. Hearing this, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes in surprise. If they're not humans, could they be demons? Thinking of this, a dark golden light appeared in his eyes. Then, he looked forward. His pupils constricted because he could see the two people in front of him clearly with the heavenly secret god eyes. As expected, they're not humans. They were draped in human skin, and under the human skin, there were many scales. They're demons. One is a demon wolf, and the other is a demon fox. They're not ordinary demon beasts, but demons. The scales on their bodies are too terrifying and abnormally hard. No wonder. No wonder the two of them can resist my azure dragon palm. The physique of a demon is much stronger than that of a human. What's going on? Why are the two demon powerhouses protecting Yenryu? He remembered that the dark red divine dragon said that Yenryu also had a demonic aura. Could it be that Yenryu is also a demon? But why does she look exactly the same as Zhao Shui? Could it be that the previous Zhao Shui was a demon? Lin Xian could not understand. He felt that there was a mystery about the other party that he could not see through at all. Therefore, he wanted to figure it out. In the next moment, he took a step forward, and the aura on his body suddenly erupted. Countless sword chi formed a wave of sword chi in front of him and surged forward. You're courting death. The two demon powerhouses were furious. Their eyes were red, but they did not reveal their true forms. Obviously, they were afraid of something. However, although they did not reveal their true forms, the strength of these two people could not be underestimated. Their strength had reached the level of a top-notch human mighty figure. Heh! With a cold shout, the demon wolf youth waved his hand, and a green light flickered, forming a green mountain beside him. On the other side, the fox demon raised his hand and shot out a light screen. It seemed that the two of them did not dare to reveal too much of their abilities as demons. Instead, they imitated the abilities of humans. However, they could not block the sword chi at all. In an instant, the two of them were sent flying. There was no obstruction in front of him again. Lin Xian walked forward. However, at this moment, another four figures quickly rushed out. As soon as the four figures appeared, they instantly charged towards Lin Xian. This shocked everyone. God, this Yenryu's background is indeed terrifying. Just these guards are too terrifying. Each of them was a top-notch mighty figure. Who exactly is this person? How can he bring so many guards with him? One had to know that young Master Qian Shan and the young master of the Ting family did not bring so many people. Crack, crack, crack! Seeing another four people charging over and blocking the path, Lin Xian frowned. He snorted coldly and waved his sleeve. The sea god's eyes spread out. Buzz! Buzz, buzz! The entire space was frozen. Thick frost appeared on the bodies of the four top-notch mighty figures. They were frozen in midair and turned into four ice sculptures. What? They were frozen! Four top-notch mighty figures were frozen in an instant. These people were about to go crazy. They did not dare to imagine what kind of method this was. The four frozen mighty figures could not resist at all. Not only were their bodies frozen, but the chi, blood, and spiritual power in their bodies were also frozen. Chapter 23:15. Not only were their bodies frozen, but the chi, blood, and spirit power in their bodies were also instantly frozen. Only a pair of terrified eyes could still move. Don't let your subordinates attack anymore. I have no ill intentions. Lin Xian looked at Yenryu. However, I feel that you look very similar to an old friend of mine. Is that so? Yenryu spoke. Her voice was very pleasant, but there was no emotion in it. The world was so big, and there were as many people as the stars. It was not strange for two people to look similar. Young master, you've got the wrong person. I'm not an old friend. However, I feel that you are. Lin Xian's eyes flickered, and a dark golden light appeared in his eyes again. He wanted to see if there was anything else hidden under this human skin. This time, he heaved a sigh of relief. Because he realized that the beauty in front of him was different from the previous guards. Those people were demons in human skin. However, there were scales inside. Yenryu was human from the inside out, but there was a demonic aura on her body. This made Lin Xian suspect that perhaps the other party had cultivated some kind of demonic technique to create this demonic aura. She was still human. Therefore, Lin Xian was even more certain that she was Zhao Shui. In front of him, Yenryu waved her jade-like hand, and the ice and snow quickly melted. The 4 powerhouses who were frozen were also rescued. Whoosh! They quickly came to Yenryu's side and looked forward with solemn expressions. What a terrifying method! The surrounding martial artists and mighty figures were shocked. Such terrifying ice could instantly freeze a top mighty figure. However, it was so easily resolved by Yenryu. It seemed that this Yenryu was not only beautiful, but her strength was definitely terrifying. It seemed that she had already surpassed the top mighty figures. Could it be that she had reached the realm of a peerless mighty figure? They gasped. Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes. The other party was very strong, definitely not weaker than him. At this moment, Yenryu said softly, "The banquet is almost over. Let's go." With that, she turned around and walked into the distance. Whoosh! The crowd automatically moved aside. Beside her, there were 4 powerful cultivators protecting her. The 2 injured demon clan cultivators in the distance also flew over to Yenryu's side. Lin Xian didn't make a move. His eyes flickered as he said in a clear voice, "Fairy Yen, I think we will meet again." Since the other party was unwilling to acknowledge him, there was no need for him to lay all his cards on the table. Anyway, he already knew Yenryu's name. Moreover, she was so famous. If he wanted to meet her, it would be very easy. Maybe. Yenryu didn't turn back. She led the group of people and quickly left. After Yenryu and the others left, everyone sighed. After all, she was such a beautiful woman. It was good to be able to take another look at her. Lin Xian returned to Murong Qingqing and the others. Today's harvest was quite bountiful. He saw 2 old friends. One was Yenryu, the other was Luoli. Among them, Luoli also told him a lot of information about hell and the nest of 10,000 dragons. This was very important to Lin Xian. Since he had already received the news, there was no need to stay here. Therefore, he prepared to leave. Murong Qingqing didn't have any objections. However, Zhao Zhiruo was a little worried. She said, "Junior brother Lin, are you sure you want to leave just like that?" Right now, the outside was probably already filled with experts from the City Lord Mansion. If he went out now, he would probably be walking into a trap. Then what should he do? He couldn't stay here forever, right? Lin Xian smiled. "That's not my personality." As he spoke, he pulled Murong Qingqing and took the lead to leave. On the side, Xiaoquang, Linger, and the others also left. Zhao Zhiruo sighed and shook her head helplessly. At the critical moment, at most, he would take out Murong Qingqing's identity as the Saintess. He believed that these people from the City Lord Mansion wouldn't dare to mess around. Was this kid going to leave? When the surrounding tens of millions of cultivators saw Lin Xian and the others walking out, their hearts immediately rose. Going out at this time was really courting death. Sure enough, young Master Qianshan, Ten Kun, and the other young geniuses all revealed sinister smiles when they saw this scene. They had finally waited for this moment. As long as they chased the other party out, they could guarantee that the other party would be chopped into meat paste in an instant. "Let's go too." Young Master Qianshan, Ten Kun, and the others stood up. They quickly swallowed pills to suppress the injuries in their bodies. At the same time, they walked out. Because they wanted to see the other party being killed with their own eyes. Only then could they resolve the hatred in their hearts. Seeing young Master Qianshan and the others walking out, the surrounding King Realm experts exclaimed. They also moved one after another, wanting to watch the battle. After all, such an exciting thing probably wouldn't happen even once in a few hundred years. And above the Moonflower Palace, a figure wearing a green veil walked out. She held onto the railing and looked down, her eyes flickering. "Master, don't we have to take action?" There were a few women in red clothes around her. They asked respectfully. Luoli shook her head. "No need, with Brother Xian's strength, there's definitely no problem. However, the rules of the Moonflower Palace are not allowed to be broken. This time, other than Brother Xian, kill all the people who made a move in the moon-concealing Flower Palace. Yes. Cold killing intent appeared in the eyes of the surrounding women and read. Outside the Moonflower Palace, the atmosphere was incomparably solemn. The place was filled with people. Some of them were experts from the city lord's mansion, but of course, there were also experts from other families. They had all come after receiving the message from inside. Especially those from the city lord's mansion, all of them had grave expressions. Because someone actually dared to injure young Master Qianshan. This made them unable to believe it. In Qianshan City, there was still someone who dared to attack young Master Qianshan? Wasn't this courting death? If it weren't for the fact that fighting was not allowed in the Moonflower Palace, they would have already charged in. But at this moment, they had already sealed off all the exits. As long as the other party dared to come out, they would instantly capture him. Soon, the door of the Moonflower Palace opened, and a group of people walked out. Seeing this scene, the experts outside all held their breaths. Their gazes were like sharp swords as they looked over. But soon they frowned. Because the person who came out wasn't the enemy they had imagined, but a woman. A beautiful woman. Beside her, there were a few figures with incomparably powerful auras. Feeling countless gazes looking over, the experts beside the woman all became nervous. Each of them emitted a terrifying pressure. They were ready to attack at any time. The beautiful woman waved her arm and stopped her subordinates. In the next moment, she took a step forward and walked forward. The experts behind her followed. Throughout the entire process, the experts from the city lord's mansion and the elders of the other families did not make a move. Whiz! Soon, Yen Ryu and her group left through the air. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.